topics, and please use this opportunity to engage and have a bit to contribute, because that's what the network is all about, to get people to engage and to share their thoughts and to give the organizers an opportunity to reflect on what they would like to do for the next meeting as well. So on behalf of both the National Academy of Science, the US, and the Academy of Science of South Africa, I welcome you warmly today, and we are indeed ready to rock and roll. So my first speaker today is Professor Martin Chaffee, and he is going to tell us a little bit more about the network. He's a professor in the Department of Biological Sciences at Columbia University in the US, and he's the former chair of the Department of Biological Sciences at Columbia University. He is a renowned member of the US National Academy of Science, the Medicine Division, and he chairs the Committee on Human Rights. So, Martin, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here to share your thoughts about the network with us all. And you'll have to do the adjustment.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Studio. It's really good I don't have to do any introduction of myself now, which was the first 4 lines of my very short talk here. But I really want to thank you for this very warm welcome that we've all gotten here. I'm one of the 13. I want to make one correction in what you said. The network is not something from the national academies in the United States. It's all the academies. We're all part of it. We, in the United States, just serve as the secretariat of the committee. So it's really, this is a meeting sponsored by all of us. But I'm one of 13 people. You see here on the slide that are members of the executive committee, and you also see a picture of Becca Everly, our executive director here. Many of these people are here at the meeting, and we're very excited about being here. We're very excited about all the other representatives of national academies and other people that are interested in have a shared interest in advancing human rights and human dignity worldwide. This year is the 30th anniversary of the network, and it was created in 1993 by a group of very interested and renowned academics, one lawyer, who wanted to unite people together by this shared interest in supporting colleagues who had been targeted for serious abuses of their human rights, many times as a result of their professional work. And since it was started in 1993, over 90 national academies have contributed and participated in events with the network. There's no formal membership to this, but people and organizations have joined over the years in many different ways. Some of the activities of the network are first in advocating for colleagues subjected to violations of international human rights law, of promoting the independence and autonomy of national academies, and of raising global awareness about the many concerns between human rights and science, health, and engineering. The involvement of the Academy members, all of the Academy members, not just the members of the Executive Committee, has been really crucial for identifying and responding to human rights concerns, not only with regard to individuals, but also with regard to institutions. We also partner with a number of organizations that safeguard academic freedom and human rights, including through support of scholars at risk and health professionals under attack. And in the hall, there's a screen showcasing some of these organizations that we've partnered with, and I invite you to look at those videos and please ask Becca or any of the rest of us if you have any questions or interest in being connected with these groups. As you can see on the slide, we've had quite a number of meetings since 1993, 14 in all. This is the 14th, that have been hosted by national academies all over the world. And these events, as with this one, provide an opportunity for all of us to get together and discuss topical issues involving the connection between science, health, and human rights. And today's discussion looks like it's going to continue this wonderful tradition. I know I believe all of you are looking forward to this wonderful presentation. And again, I want to thank the ASSAf, particularly Dr. Jensen, Dr. Sudial, and the remarkable staff of ASSAf for putting together this absolutely wonderful program. So I'm going to stop talking and start listening, because this is an opportunity for all of us to learn from each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, for those words and bringing us into the spirit of the network. And so now we're going to kick off once again with some of the presentations. So in the House, we have members from the network, we have members from the National Academy, the Academy of Science of South Africa, both council members and staff, and important stakeholders nationally and regionally. So we have a very good spread of representativity globally, and I think that's what this network aspires to achieve, to bring people from where borders are not boundaries. And I think that's a very good principle for the network, particularly on the topic or the field of human rights, because we stand together in this quest to ensure that no one is left behind in terms of being advanced in their space in this universe. So that's a little bit of philosophy from me. But of course, I am absolutely thrilled to listen to our next speaker. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting before, but his reputation precedes him, and that's none other than Professor Andre Keith, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Engagement and Transformation at the Nelson Mandela University. Just his title and position of engagement and transformation says a lot, especially in the context of South Africa. We are shaped by transformation imperatives in this country. And, you've heard last night from Jody Kolappen, the kind of journeys that we've had in the past 30 years, almost 30 years post-apartheid. But obviously, the South African model of how we've come to be in this transformed society, or nearing transformation in society, has been important. And so I'm really, really looking forward to listening to Andre. He started off as a teacher several moons ago in Stellenbosch, and post-1994, he did work in South Africa that was focused on the national imperative of deepening democracy and the promotion and protection of human rights. He started his work at the South African Human Rights Commission and later became its Deputy Chief Executive Officer. He was also appointed to the Commission for Gender Equality, a sister institute of the South African Human Rights Commission. He then shifted a little bit into the academic sphere, having served at a few universities in the country. And he now is at Nelson Mandela University, where he's championing the advancement of engagement and transformation. Professor Keats, it's an absolute pleasure for us to have you join us here today, and we are looking forward to you inspiring us a little bit more on this topic. So welcome.
We should strain forward with critical hope because we are living the end of human rights in an age of rights without rights, and there are nowadays more books written on the demise of human rights than its productive growth. We feel it, we see it across the globe, around us, in us. With each uttering of the word equality, wider socio-economic divides are produced, and the very petition for rights rests on its criminally widespread violation. At various times over the past few months, I thus thought of the invitation to speak here today as a request to participate in an autopsy. Baudrillard, the social theorist of the fatal, remarked on many occasions that something can be better understood in its disappearance, its death, since it's the autopsy that gives us a unique insight into the operations of this something. He had both the disappearance of democracy and human rights in mind, and famously described human rights as nothing more than advertising. Excuse me for that. I have, over the past 15 years, found the work on the cusp of the disappearance of human rights very insightful, productive, and energizing. The acknowledgement, the insights of an imminent death that must be arrested. It is here at the edge where the work of the reanimation of human rights and equality can best be done. To bring it back to life, to resurrect its promises, and to make it better in new forms. There is perhaps not a more appropriate set of institutions than national academies and universities to work at this edge, at the interface of the total disappearance of rights in the real world and the withdrawal of the possibility of the work of equality on the one hand and their revitalizations on the other. This is what I would like to share with you on the role of these institutions on these themes in these times. I hope you find it useful. Apologies again. Friends and colleagues, it is a great honor to be here, and I appreciate the challenge that this invitation offers me. I do not take it for granted. Many thanks to ASSAf for the invitation and arrangements, Imla Sodial and Raj Mahabir. Let me also acknowledge the ASSAf President, members and council members, and members of national academies and the IHRN. To the members of academies representing 25 countries today, from the Americas, the Asia Pacific, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Europe and Eurasia, all participants in attendance, many, many thanks for listening. I am really chuffed to share this space with you today. The inspiring work of the network deserves acknowledgement from the various resources, repositories, and events it has launched, supported, and hosted, to the overarching platform it has created for the amplification of human rights within scholarly communities. Such as amplification, as I've argued many times before, should be rooted in both a healthy respect for and a healthy skepticism towards human rights, and both a strong esteem for and doubt in our disciplinary work across the sciences at one and the same time. I have on other occasions framed this as critique and disputations, crisis and critique, discourse, betrayal, and so on. This is, I would argue, a fundamentally important point of departure as it relates to the conversation on the role of national academies in promoting human rights, acknowledging the task of academies to be wary of normative frameworks, but rather be in service of protecting, advancing, and critiquing human rights in a progressive and sustained manner. Jody Colopin probably made similar points last night. There are 4 ways in which I generally would like my deployment of critique to be understood. 1, critique presupposes action and programmatic work. It is a deep search for alternative ways of doing the world. 2, critique is the splitting of an impasse to make new possibilities visible. It is the work of love, justice, imagination, and actualization, as Robochini has argued. Then 3, critique in this instance is an act of fidelity, an act of loyalty, not dismissal, neither rejection. To critique is to affirm in the deeper sense of the word. And 4, critique first and foremost means self-critique. It has the renewal of ourselves, our own cultural traditions, institutions, knowledges, and practices in mind. It has, amongst others, the reconfiguration of the self as its target. Reflecting on the role that the scientific, health, and engineering communities can play in promoting human rights and enhancing equality through this understanding of critique, I have a huge sense of buoyancy and optimism after traversing the website of the network, despite the current direction of the world and the negative trajectory of both the idea of democracy and the ideals of human rights. Why? Because the sciences across the knowledge fields and the university as one of its prime residences are inherently transformative. I have consistently, over the past 10 years, tried to formulate this argument on the plastic university and the idea of plastic knowledges, deploying Catherine Malabau's work. Yet the potential transformative capacity of our knowledges and institutions can, and I argue this very strongly, much further actualized through critique. And real critique speak at the edge of annihilation, that which I speak of in my introductory remark. Critique speaks on the verge of self-destruction, to pull rights and equality away from their own ends. For us, in the academy of the academies, this means the possibility of undoing the self in the process of self-reconfiguration. Yet, we are generally not good at self-critique or self-reconfigurations. This has prompted those who study the university and the academy to argue that we lack a critical ontology of ourselves. This point is the watermark of this little paper. Advances in the sciences, technology, engineering, and health sciences, so widespread, innovative, and impactful that leading publications can't agree on the top 20 developments over the past 20 years, have implications for human rights in various ways. The work of the network is thus significant, and in this current phase of global geopolitical developments, it should be upscaled and supported. The further building of global human rights networks in scientific communities through seminars and advocacy programs should be encouraged, and protection activities to back academics and scholars under various threats require more energetic responses from all of us. That is, the role of academies and universities that relates to human rights and equality is, in a way, straightforward. Promotion, protection, advancement, and the actualization of rights within academies, universities, and beyond, agitating for and fighting for human rights. The task is also actually a complex one, because real rights, those ones that have been articulated on the back of human suffering, have been deeply buried under the weight of the standards which ironically aim to express them in declarations, conventions, covenants, and provisions on provisions. It's very difficult to find real rights underneath the layers of different sets of declarations. Our institutions have the task to unbury these rights, to bring them back from under these declarations and provisions, to bring it back to life and reinvest it with its radical potential. Yet, growing anti-scientific sentiments has huge implications for advancing human rights, as the better life envisaged by the sciences is a life worth living in human rights terms. Attacking the sciences, academic freedom, and scholarly autonomy seems to run parallel to the conservatization of politics across the globe and in so many regions, impacting universities themselves directly. You would know of those examples I'm referring to here. And the list of countries that draws the attention of scholars at risk is growing fast, also covering all regions of the world. A deeper global crisis relates to the mistrust in the institutions of democracy and human rights, which not only redirect our attention away from the insanity of massive global inequalities, but it is also tragically tagged by powerful new waves of intra- and interstate racism, race populism, bigotry of all sorts, everyday fascisms, and ethno-nationalisms. It follows then that the advancement of human rights within and through national academies and universities on national and global levels is crucial at the very existential level. It should thus not only simply be viewed as activities of our institutions, but be seen as central to the social production of academic freedom and the social production of scholarly autonomy itself. It is central to the university as a university. Herein lies the appeal of the critical. It opens up ways for us to walk with the histories of our sciences, of ourselves, in complicity, never ever innocent, forever in search of a non-attainable redemption, confronting our own codes, dogmas, and doctrines. This orientation is key in recognizing that the human that is attached to the rights we are called to promote is not only worked upon by scientific innovations and scholarly insights, rather, scientific and technological developments now more than ever before are actually culturally redefining the human itself. The redrawing of the frontiers between the humanities and the sciences seems to be driven by these innovations, giving scientific communities a responsibility of a special kind to engage the deep question of the human, of human rights. It is clear from the network's resources on human rights that much thought and work is deployed to engage the relationship between science, technology, and rights, and what it means to improve human life. A book on emancipatory human rights and the university, edited by Felicia Tibbets and myself, will be published in August this year. It attempts at showing how a critical treatment of human rights as a responsibility of the university can be productive and affirming. A key ethical task of our institutions is to consistently question our deeply held assumptions. Let me share two examples. One, in most university systems across the globe, transformation work is rooted in recognition-based and inclusivity-driven change. Our intellectual and programmatic trajectories on transformation have been streamed through the prism of rights and inclusivity and the notions of consensus and deliberative democracies. Diversity training in our institutions is one example of those. That is, we are blind to the fact that the very demand for recognition and inclusion from a rights-based perspective legitimizes existing institutional arrangements. That there may be something fundamentally limiting about recognition, inclusion, diversity, and human rights-steered reforms, and is thus a prospect that seldom enters our engagement, let alone our scholarly imaginations. Yet, these frameworks, historically produced, are the immovable, receivable categories within which we locate our transformation work, which we live our daily scholarly lives, including our scientific work. This is one reason why, amongst others, it is the responsibility of our scholarly communities to not only approach our work with a critical attitude, but to make visible the deeply held assumptions that are driving our vocations. Example 2. As the SDGs, framed as the human rights and human rights development instrument of our times, have now emerged as the new coordinates for research and research funding, by the way, and praxis across the sciences, it takes on a hegemonic character into which universities are interpolated, called into, and we cheerfully follow. Yet the dominant economic ordering underpinning the MDGs and now the SDGs were key in converting human rights into a market and industry-friendly framework over the past 4 decades, contributing to the socio-economic and planetary challenges we are facing today. So we are deploying the same assumptions that gave us the challenges to deal or respond to the challenges. So yet, the assumptions of developments and the economic ordering underpinning the SDGs have not shifted. Nevertheless, we are uncritically buying into it. There are some universities that literally makes it an addendum to their strategic plans. And my sense is that that is not the task of a university. The task of the university is to have a permanent critical attitude towards normative frames. That is not the rejection of these normative frames, just requesting a critical attitude towards it. Our task in the sciences are to work against the global challenges that are produced by the human rights violations that are co-authored the SDGs, my apologies, without handling ourselves over to the SDGs as the latest fashionable truth package. The critical posture should be extended to all normative frames. Part of the task of national academies and universities should be to make these deeply held assumptions float to the surface for questioning, for interrogation, for autopsy, for change, for sharpening. This is not far from the idea that a healthy skepticism is the trademark of any good science, hard or soft, because at the limit of reflection, the value of knowledge, it seems, depends on its ability to make any conclusive image of the universe impossible, as Bataille has argued. Perhaps just wait for that colleague to finish with his phone. So let me repeat. This is not far from the idea that a healthy skepticism is the trademark of any good science, hard or soft, because at the limits of reflection, the value of knowledge, it seems, depends on its ability to make any conclusive image of the universe impossible, as Bataille has argued. The capacity and power of scientific, health, and engineering communities in promoting human rights and strengthening equality is very obvious. I have first-hand experience of this when I chaired our university's COVID coordinating committee from 2020 to 2022, an experience that has been immensely educative. I stand in admiration of this work, from engineering, science and health sciences, to education, the social sciences and humanities. We must be mindful, however, not to convert this power into scientism. That is the blind faith in settled science that have justified some of the worst horrors of human history, as Thornton is arguing. Apartheid South Africa is a good example of this. Scientism can easily displace human rights orientations in scientific work, an ideology that national academies and universities should work against. However, an appropriate respect for the value of the sciences should not be conflated with scientism, neither should we shy away from engaging the dark side of sciences, the dark side of our own work. My last point on the role of national academies and universities relates to curriculum. In South Africa, only 0.6% of almost 100,000 modules and more than 6,000 qualifications reference human rights, a minuscule number compared to our loud human rights noise that we generally make as a country. The human rights and equality discourse of our transition has certainly not landed in the knowledge project of our country and our universities. A big chunk of these modules are in law, and the rest are sparsely distributed across the other social sciences and humanities, and very little, almost nothing, in the hard sciences. This is probably a global trend. Believe me, I have a good sense of why this is the case. So I am not throwing this out as reactionary criticism, because I do stand in admiration of the work that the academies are doing. My simple point is that doable, deep work needs to be done on this front. Why, you may ask? Because it seems that there is a correlation between the withdrawal of human rights from public discourse and science criticism. They run hand in hand. There is also a correlation between the mistrust of human rights and the distrust in science. And the retreat of science amidst the rise of religious and other conservatisms in national, regional, and global contexts and across the so-called soft and hard knowledge fields, also a particular correlation that we need to be mindful of. So moreover, this retreat from an equality perspective has profound negative implications for the project of anti-discrimination. Examples range from Uganda to the US. Now, of course, the anti-discrimination project globally is under siege on so many fronts. But I do see that there are some great panels in this meeting that will be discussing these themes. The last point that I want to bring the House's attention to is the speed at which techno-rationality has achieved dominance in higher education and should be up for deep questioning, since it is changing the very nature of universities ourselves and probably the very nature of academies themselves and the very nature of our knowledge communities, with negative implications for our capacity to advance human rights and equality. I do not have time to spend on this point except to say that we should keep an eye on it. To conclude, in essence, I have no doubt that great work on human rights is underway within academies, universities, and scholarly societies. But my straightforward message is more or less that we can go much further and deeper on the back of a critical ontology of ourselves. The critique that is strengthening the field does not cancel out the empirical evidence that suggests that the human rights framework have resulted in human rights advances for many people across the globe post-World War II. Thanks for introducing me to the human rights work that your outfits are doing. It has been very instructional for me in preparation of this little talk. I wish you a productive meeting further. Many thanks.
Thank you very, very much for that really inspirational introduction into today's discussions henceforth. And a little token of appreciation from us. Thank you very, very much. Yes, and lovely to have you with us. Thank you. Well, there we go. We are like in top gear now. And to take us into a higher speed, we're going to go into the first panel session. And it's my pleasure to invite Professor Edward Kiramura, who is a member of the network as well, to take over. And since he is a speaker in his own session, I'll just say a few words. Edward is Professor of Medical Sociology and Director of the Stellenbosch Institute for Advanced Study at Stellenbosch STIAS. He's a fellow of the Ugandan National Academy of Science. His career is renowned for academic leadership, and he continues this with great resonance at STIAS, I've been fortunate to have engaged with Edward a couple of times now, and I am really in awe of what he brings to advance scientific endeavors in our country and beyond. And with that, Edward, I now hand over to you to take us through the first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Himla. She has this very nice way of always setting me up. So I'll try and live up to what she said, but some of it I'm not too sure about. I'm informed that we might be running late, so we'll try and make this session as exciting as possible and as short as possible. So if I may have the first slide, we're going to be discussing equity in global collaborations. And I do have two colleagues that are going to join me on this panel. It's not always, you don't always have that opportunity of presenting and moderating. So basically what you do is you introduce the other panelists and hand over. So that would be my presentation. Can I please have just the second slide that will show us the running order? We're going to have some framing remarks. I'll invite Dr. Visage to present, and then Prof. Iyoike to also present, and then I'll follow up with some questions, comments. We'll open this for questions and answers. But what we're aiming in this session is to highlight the equity problems plaguing many global scientific collaborations, but seeking to make suggestions to what we can do about that, and the two colleagues will pick examples of how they have grappled with this and how they can present in that regard. But we're also going to make a reference to the Cape Town Statement on fostering research integrity through fairness and equity. And this was part of the forum that happened last year in May 2022, May 29 and June 1st. And so Rieta here will present on that particular respect. But before I move, I'll just also say one word, since we already have their brief in the booklet, that Rieta's research niche has recently broadened to include the indigenization of research governance. And I think that she's going to speak a bit about that. And as far as Ike is concerned, Ike likes to explore questions pertaining to moral philosophy, particularly research ethics. His research interests also include issues about research subject participant selection, biomedical research, and also I saw that he's also involved in environmental justice / racism, and science of life extension. I don't know whether that means that he's looking at us being 120 years or something, but we hope that he can speak to that. So that's where we're going to go through it. Can I have the second slide, please? The third slide. In trying to frame this conversation, I've put out 4 areas that I will want the speakers to speak to. Oh, it's here. Oh. Okay. Right, okay. Thank you. So we will look at mutual beneficiality of collaboration really emphasizing the issue of trust and sharing, and I'm going to refer to that a bit in my remarks. We want to look at and have a conversation around equity of leadership and participation, research, policy, and action collaboration, collaboratives in a way that we begin to examine global collaborations in a much more action-oriented way, and then specifically look at the Cape Town Statement. But before I move on beyond that, and also to make very quick remarks from my own side, I wanted to take you back to the booklet that you have. If you all can see the booklet. And I want to pay special respect to the artist. And if you look at the artist and the artistic impressions there is a sense of waves, but in a way that they are inverted. Rather than creating waves, we are actually converging the waves, and then within, inside of that conversion, we then create beautiful flowers and things. And I think what the artist invites us to is that not all the products of that convergence will mature into nice flowers. So you see a lot of some of those things that seem to be not flowering. So in other words, the artist is inviting us to converge, but also not to expect that everything we do will lead to something that we want. In other words, that we must be prepared in the conversation of equity on global collaborations, that not all of them will be. So I just wanted to refer to what is there, and inadvertently a message that hopefully we shouldn't miss. And also I think the artist will be very happy that I've referred to the artist. So if I move to the next slide, which is just highlighting some of the own reflections that I want to make on this remark. The first one is really to start with an experience that I had when I think it was 2002, 2003, when I went to Japan, and I went with all the documents. I wanted to convince JICA to give me money and things, but then I went with an old professor who had done his PhD research in Uganda in 1967, something like that. And we walked into JICA offices, and I was prepared to make a presentation. And this old professor said, "Give this young man money." And that was it. So what it meant was that the trust was transferred to the old professor, and so I was getting that money not because of the good documents that I'd written, but because of the trust that JICA had in the professor who was my friend. And I think that sometimes when we talk about equity, we not emphasize enough the issue of the human factor. That the human factor within these collaborations is the starting point, and a lot of times the end point. When the trust is lost, so also is collaboration. When the trust is gained, so also will the collaborations be effective and long-lasting. So I wanted to make that point, which is very interesting. Fortunately, the professor is still alive, and I've gone to Japan 1,000 times, and I've had collaborations with other people. I haven't gone with him. I don't want to test the theory too much, so I haven't gone to another funding agency with him. But I think the sense we get there is that, is the mutual beneficiality in collaboration, that there is a sense that each one of us gets out of this. And I think that Riata will talk more about that from the Cape Town statement. The second point that I want to make also is the scientific and organizational all and collaboration. The organizational collaborative element to equity in global collaborations may sometimes be more important than the scientific element within those collaborations, or it underlies and underpins the scientific productivity of that particular aspect. So the question of who are leading this collaboration and where's that partnership that then nurtures and pushes and examples are many where we have longitudinal studies that the samples and all these things have to be shipped to some other place and be analyzed in that. And I think that sometimes as we develop the scientific aspect to these collaborations, we must also pay attention to the capacity to lead and capacity to coordinate. And this is where also we have to impact the environment within which these collaborations take place. And so you give a project to a university, and the university administration, the research grant management office is not anywhere in that picture. And it's very difficult to see equity in that particular respect. I'm not trying to get the grant management office people trips to the donor agencies, but I think it's very important. The third element that I wanted to make is the research policy and action collaboration, that equity in global collaboration may be along these various lines. It doesn't have to be in each of the various. So the fluidity, the complexity of global collaborations has to be identified and has to be appreciated. And I think when IHRN and ASSAf made this topic of equity in global collaborations, they didn't say equality in national collaboration. So there is, I think, an element in each of the concept that is being used there. Equity. Equity does not mean equality, I think. And also, collaboration is always in plural. I think when we engage in collaboration, it is collaborations because it takes care of the environment within which it takes place, the actors, both immediate and outside. And I think we have to be conscious of this whole setup that we're looking at. And so basically the point that I end with is to go back to re-examining the supply chain for envisioned equity in global collaboration. Examining how networked are the individuals, organizations, resources, activities, and technologies that are involved in the creation of the sale of a product. And in this particular sense, in this particular case, the research enterprise. And so we must give attention to sequence of processes involved in the production and distribution of equitable global collaborations. And in this regard, siloed university training will not deliver. Non-existent brokerage mechanisms will not deliver. And non-cross-generational research teams will not deliver. Just as non-interdisciplinary listening or facilitating platforms will also not deliver. But I would like also to end that it's not all gloomy, because there are examples where equity in global collaborations has taken place. And I wanted to put on spot, not just now, but later, Nelson, Professor Sewankambo ran a rich policy initiative that was an East African initiative, and he might want to speak to that later. But also there are some funding organizations, and I noted, for example, the Norwegian NORAD. They started with a program that was called NOHED, Norwegian Higher Education Development. And they have moved to NOPAT, Norwegian Partnership. And I think that there is a sense that there is a realization that equity and global collaboration does reside in partnership rather than in support. And I think that these are issues that we need to be aware of. So where the ball is in our court, let's take it as we work on the reluctant and doubting actors on both sides. So I would like to invite my colleagues to then continue the conversation. And I hope that they'll give me opportunity to ask them questions, but if they make the presentation so clear, I'll just open for questions and answers.
A hearty good morning to all of you, and I am extremely humbled and privileged to be with you. You are clearly an esteemed audience and all protocol observed. Thank you for the invitation to engage with you, and I hope that these engagements will not stop in this venue and in this beautiful hotel today. I'm privileged to have with me my colleague from Michigan State University, and this is the beginning for us to collaborate on various research projects. And I love what Justice Collopin said last night. He ended off by saying that we should reflect on ourselves and our own practices and our own biases. And I think in the work that we do, when we engage in collaborations, when we do research, for instance, focusing on human rights, when we do work on indigenization, the work that I'm currently focusing on, it is very important to practice humility. And cultural humility in the work that I do is specifically very important. For instance, last week I was at the IHRN Congress, where I realized that there is actually no African word for indigenization. And for me, that was again a point where I moved to cultural humility, because I thought that the work that I do, the language that I speak, is actually beautifully framed, just to realize that if I work in collaborative spaces, I need to listen to the communities, I need to listen to the voices of other collaborators and partners in these spaces to make sense of how they view concepts, words, but also how they view relationships. And therefore, I want to also acknowledge what Prof. Chirumira said when he indicated that it actually starts with the self. And I had a beautiful conversation with him before the event started this morning, where we spoke about the importance of names, and where he actually taught me how to say his name. And I think that is so important. So it is the human factor, and it is how we enter into these collaborations. That we should enter collaborations for the long haul. It's not to enter into collaborations and just seeing the end product, but rather to see how we can inform society and what the impact of our research will be. And I will cut my presentation short, but I thought it is important to share and to position myself. So now about the Cape Town Statement. The Cape Town Statement is a very important document that is a vital outcome of the 7th World Conference on Research Integrity that occurred in South Africa last year. And you can visit the website. And the Cape Town Statement has been produced through global collaborations, through consultations to guide researchers, to guide funders, to guide research leaders, managers, and various stakeholders to consider then how can we engage in equitable and fair collaborations. And you will note also that the whole intention is supported by Goal 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals that clearly states that we should revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. And we all realize that we cannot change societal challenges if we do not focus on global needs and if we do not partner with our colleagues across the globe. Something that is also important to note is that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development states that it is important to take the bold and transformative steps which are urgently needed to shift the world onto a sustainable and resilient path. As we embark on the collective journey, we pledge that no one will be left behind. So this is quite an important promise that was made in terms of the 2030 Agenda to end poverty, to achieve food security and ensure healthy lives, and to reach most at-risk populations. So in Africa, we have at-risk populations, and that provides an opportunity for Africa to benefit from research, but unfortunately it also creates an opportunity for Africa to be exploited. And in terms of some of the challenges then that we experience on the African continent is what is referred to as helicopter research. And after the conference, there were substantive media attention. And one of the articles focused on helicopter research that came under fire at the Cape Town conference. And we all know what it means. It refers to wealthy countries that would engage in thoughtless field research when they actually focus on how they can benefit from the research, and when it's actually viewed as quite easy to do research on communities in Africa. And another important aspect that was flagged in a recent commentary published in Nature was that if we consider authorship of papers about COVID-19 from the top 10 medical and global health journals containing content related to Africa during the first 9 months of 2020, it's interesting to note that there is not an equal distribution, and I know that it's never about total equality in partnerships, but what is important to note is that 66% of authors were not from Africa. 1 in 5 articles had no author from Africa, so research was done on the African continent without actually partnering with African researchers. 59% of the first authors and 81% of the last authors were not from Africa, and 14% of the articles had both an African first and last author. Also important to note then is that Nature further addressed helicopter research and refers to ethics dumping, And they actually indicated the importance of citational justice. And I want to focus on the concept of citational justice specifically, because I think that is what was demonstrated in the previous slide, what is currently not happening when research is done in Africa, or there's evidence that it is not happening to the extent that it should happen. When we refer to citational justice, it refers to citing relevant local and regional research in research publications. Another important point to note is that othering often occurs when we deal with partnerships. And othering in language is problematic. For instance, it will become an us versus they conversation. And if we consider a definition of othering, Chalisa refers to it as an alienation of knowledge systems also that did not originate from the West, including various belief systems, historical events, and then also social relationships. So it's very important that we should consider the an interweaving of various knowledge systems. And in the Cape Town Statement, 2 important questions are raised. And the Cape Town Statement is available to all of us in our various capacities to promote then equitable partnerships and meaningful collaborations. The first question is inequity and unfair practices in research collaborations and context a research integrity issue. So that's a very important question, because remember that the conference focuses on promotion of research integrity. The second question that is asked refers to what are the shared values and action guides that can promote equal partnerships. And if we consider some of the issues that I already mentioned, you will note that there are a number of issues that is clearly compelling us to care deeply about equitable partnerships. And I mentioned unfair acknowledgement. I referred to the fact that citational justice is often not practiced. There's a lack of diversity and inclusivity when research is being done. And then also there's often unfair data management practices. Researchers from the Global South, for instance, would partner with researchers from the Global North, and they might often not be lead researchers. They didn't bring in the funds, so they would often be in a position where they actually almost feel like they are field workers in this research. And open science can also be very problematic in terms of the funding challenges that come with open science and publishing in golden open access journals. If we consider the first question then, we argued that equitable partnerships is an integrity issue, because if we consider the research cycle, we know that in the end, research should deliver accurate, replicable, and unbiased results, reported responsibly with the appropriate acknowledgement then of all stakeholders. And some other important aspects of integrity was also answered then during the deliberations. Secondly, what are the shared values and action guides that can promote equal partnerships? And the outcome then that is in the Cape Town Statement focuses on 5 values and 20 recommendations. And the 5 values refer to diversity, inclusivity, mutual respect, shared accountability, and indigenous knowledge recognition and epistemic justice. And I'm going to end here, but you will see, if you visit the Cape Town Statement, you will see that the recommendations then are unpacked in the statement, but I believe that what we need to do, we need to also localize the Cape Town Statement. We need to take the Cape Town Statement and and actually make sure that we translate it into even clearer practices for the various stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for the opportunity given me to be in your midst. Secondly, I'd like to express my appreciation for the opportunity to speak on an ongoing project that is dear to our hearts, meaning the institution that I represent, Michigan State University. So to speak to equity in global collaborations, my brief talk exemplifies what Dr. Visagie has outlined in the Cape Town statement, which includes layers of justice and ethical practices in international collaborations, like she reeled them out, improving fairness and equity, encouraging fair practice in research, recognizing indigenous knowledge, and providing infrastructure. These are just a few examples. Hence, I will share my thoughts about a working document that I'm leading to put together at Michigan State University. With that as my preamble, my brief outline, as you can see, just covers a brief background as to how we are doing this, the process of composing the equitable partnership, and what exactly will be contained in the statement, and how are we going to use that document. So the statement at the moment is called Best Practices for Equitable Partnership in International Collaboration, and we started composing this, actually did the first draft before consulting others late last year. But before this, separate sketchy guidelines had existed in different units and departments at Michigan State University under such units as African Alliance Partnership, African Studies Center, the Asian Hub, the South America Caribbean Center, and others. But my department, and that's it's a long name, Global Innovations in Development, Engagement, and Scholarship, the short form is Global Ideas, thought that rather than duplicate efforts, we need to streamline it for unity of purpose. So we organized a campus-wide panel discussion that was titled Policy on Best Practices for Equitable Partnerships in International Collaborations, Building and Maintaining Trust. This was earlier this year in March. That yielded a lot of materials for us to work with. But we're not done yet, gathering opinions and comments from many stakeholders, as many as possible, including you. So if at the end of this you feel like making some suggestions on how we can improve this document, because we're going to make the draft available, we very much welcome your suggestions. I'm here with my hosts, Dr. Visagie of UNISA, for my month-long Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program. My itinerary includes holding some interactive sessions with UNISA stakeholders who are well-versed in this topic. In the end, we'll be able to produce a compact document that we can present to college and push it forward to the MSU higher-ups. That's the president's office. That's the ultimate aim. But what do we expect to be in the document? Our hope is that it will serve as the official statement adopted for all international collaborative activities for MSU to both guide and hold her actions accountable in all collaborations, be it research, development, consulting, teaching, extension, and all that. Specifically, this reference document is meant to guide MSU faculty, academic researchers, extension staff, postdocs, students who engage with international development and research partners in a variety of ways. It will provide the needed guidance in the process of coordinating development, teaching, and research activities, connecting relevant government departments, regulatory agencies, national and international governments, and non-governmental organizations as they relate to MSU interactions with collaborators. Some important questions that we are mindful of in this document include: what is the value of international collaboration? Yeah, this might sound obvious, but I term this as a pinch me question. So there are certain questions you might ask, oh, I thought we already knew the answer to this, but we'd like to bring attention back to that. The other questions include: how do you cultivate and maintain noble collaborative principles with such virtues as trust? My colleagues already talked about trust, humility, courage, objectivity, transparency, respect. There are many others. How have previous collaborations fared? Any mistakes and lessons learned? Michigan State, for example, has been in this space for a long, long time, beginning with the establishment of the first indigenous university in Nigeria, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where I studied, by the way. In 1960, that institution was established with the help of Michigan State University faculty and staff, but funding from the first executive president of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Other questions: how best can we reevaluate and or restructure the power imbalance within and between organizational, national, and regional contexts? That's a very big question in international collaboration efforts. In what ways do donor demands conflict with efforts to integrate equity into international collaborations? For many of us who are familiar with this, we chase after funding for either research or development, but in a lot of ways, donors dictate what happens, how you're going to spend that money. But in a lot of ways as well, the way they direct the spending of that money don't usually conform to the needs on the ground. So these are some of the things that we try to refer to. So there are other questions too. But ultimately, and using the MSU, we have a new Center for Language Translation that translates documents and all kinds of things to many languages. So we shall have the document not just in English, which, we make this mistake all the time because English is the most popular language worldwide, but we're going to put this document in a variety of world languages so that we can communicate as much as possible and put ourselves in a good position to really live the spirit of equity in international collaboration. And I like the way that our moderator pointed out that equity is not equality. That's very, very important. I like that. So we're trying to bring in equity. We can be equal in a number of ways, basically as humans, but equity refers to something else. And I'd like to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So any questions directed to my presentation is going to be directed to these two colleagues. And I would like to start off the questions to pose just one or two questions to my colleagues. Starting with the Cape Town statement. Cape Town statement does make reference to the 5 values of research integrity. That is honesty, fairness, trust, accountability, and openness. These are things that don't drop from the sky. How do we, and from your experience, how do we get to there? What is the process to assure honesty? And if you can make reference also to your work on indigenization and you know, how long does it take?
I don't think mine is mine on? Okay. Yes, so those internationally recognized principles are also in the Singapore Statement. And the Singapore Statement is a foundational document that guides responsible conduct of research. And when we then consider these principles, I believe that it really starts from the ground as well as on top. So what we need to do first and foremost is that universities, research producing institutions must take responsible conduct of research seriously. If you visit, for instance, Retraction Watch, you will see how many papers, COVID papers, more than 300 COVID papers were retracted since the beginning of the pandemic. And I haven't visited Retraction Watch recently, but it is scary to note so many retractions. It's not always about integrity issues, but it's mostly about integrity issues. So I believe it really starts from buying into this agenda, making resources available, making funding available for researchers to start doing research on research integrity and responsible conduct of research. Then taking these statements that are available and discuss it. Do not only adopt these statements, because this is what we are doing, and I mean, we are doing the same within the UNISA context. It's only now that we are saying, but how can we localize it? How can we make sense of that in our own context? And it's basically about the critical adoption of documents, policies that we so easily adopt from the Euro West. And I've got many other ideas about it, because I think it is about advocating for policy change. That's what we should do. We should advocate for national and global policy change when we work in indigenization. Land, which as Prof. Ike said, is very, very important. Translating documents is a first step, but it's more than translating documents. I'm going to stop here because I want to allow other questions to surface. I hope I did respond.
I would like to believe that sometimes we need to work with what we can control. So we do have the Singapore and Cape Town documents. How much of these are working into our ethical research committees so that they become part of? Because the tendency usually with these committees is to look at the subject. And so does these documents work into that?
Yes, I think definitely it does. There's a difference between the research integrity and research ethics. Research integrity is about the standards of science that we all ascribe to as scientists, whereas research ethics is about following rules that would be accepted to protect human rights and human dignities. And there's a very close alignment. But what I believe we should do is, for instance, when we have ethics applications, our indigenous-led scholars are often in a way compromised by our ethical practices, because we depart from an westernized way of looking at ethics and its application. And it's almost, and this is a very, I mean, we always talk about a tick box approach, but that is what we should refrain from. So what I am advocating for in my university is that when we work with indigenous-led research, for instance, informed consent will look different. Incentives would be differently interpreted in that research, and our policies may not accommodate that. However, I can proudly say that within UNISA we have coined a concept, an Afro-global perspective, where we have created guidelines that would be more friendly towards that types of research. But what we still need to do is, in the application form, we should have a section that should clearly allow indigenous researchers or those that work conducting indigenous-led research to position themselves, because this is where the work starts. Who am I? Why am I doing this work? We should care about the story of the researcher in a different way. And then also we should actually take our application forms and align it to what would be respected within cultural context. Never a notion that Africa or indigenous research is one thing. There are various interpretations of that. And Prof. Ike will assist us with that. We are going to have collaborations where we will unpack our own policies and see what we can do better as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turning to Ike, you did, as you're rounding up, you did mention that we chase after the money. And so, can I challenge you that then it is us who are the problem, not the donors? Because we're chasing after this money to get this research project, to research and publish and be promoted from whatever level, to the extent that sometimes we even hide the project proposals so that we don't even know what is contained in those project proposals. Isn't it that it is ourselves, again following from what you've said, isn't it ourselves that are challenged in assuring equity in global collaborations?
Thank you for the question. Yes, yes, we're challenged. That's a straightforward answer. We're challenged. But we're also challenged to demand some change. And that is what we are beginning to work with, especially with this project that I told you, the statement that we're preparing. Part of it, as you can see, we raised that question. Yeah, there's this saying that all of us knows, that he who pays the piper takes the tune. But there's this thinking that, hey, let's step back and think again. That is not supposed to be the case. So, and we are, in my school, just beginning, it's a journey of 1,000 miles that is starting with one step. So we're beginning to make that clear to some of our donors, including USAID, which funds many more projects, especially development projects. They identify one or two here and there, and then they target that. But beginning to have some serious discussions with them to see how they can change some of these procedures. And that is also going to include funding agencies, especially funding, government funding agencies like NSF, NIH, and all that. It's not going to be easy, but we are beginning the discussion. Yeah, so yes, we're challenged, but we are trying to face up to the challenge. And let me just add one or two words to what my colleague said about ethics, integrity, and research ethics. So quite often, and she made it very clear, they are not the same, but you can easily talk about ethics, integrity in terms of RCR, responsible conduct of research, okay? Those buttons that you check when you're trying to get approval and all that. But research ethics is a lot different. In fact, I just came here from Cape Town, where we had a 3-day workshop, consultational workshop, organized by ACDC, African Centers for Disease Control, sponsored by a few other organizations, including Chatham House and all that. And we're beginning to question, again, the challenge that you're talking about. Question the research procedure. We have the latest example that we all know about COVID-19, but there are thousands of other examples where the research method, the procedure, is governed by Western tradition. So when you're trying to obtain informed consent, for example, it is based on a philosophical concept of individualism. You just gather research subjects, question them one by one. But basically, that is not the same thing in a typical African environment. African environment is communal, communitarianism. So you consult with a family, clan, other people close by you to guide you, because whatever decision you make affects not just you. You didn't drop from the sky. You belong to some community. And that is the aspect that we are putting into. So we are drafting the document that will guide all researchers. So we are going to put this through the AU. But first, we are doing the groundwork, drafting the document, we'll go on consultation trips to different regions in Africa, get the necessary buy-in to better the document, make it read better, but to make people understand that when research teams come from wherever and they want to do research in Uganda, for example, or Rwanda, wherever, and you say, no, this is the new guideline, that yes, what you used to know is okay, but we require that you do it. So when this is applied across the board, researchers wouldn't jump from one area to the other. So if you don't agree here, okay, we have someone else, maybe in Ghana or Nigeria, that will, no. It is going to be unism, to make people know that when you're conducting research, you don't just bring in your methodology or your approach, your forum-based approach and all that, disrespecting what is obtaining on the ground. So that's...
Thank you very much. I can see you have your work cut out, working with the African Union. So, and quite a few of us will be happy. I think what comes through also is that the process itself is as equally important as the document that will come. Yeah. And so to the extent to which we document processes, even before we get the guidelines that then will be domesticated is actually important. Yes. And I would also like to challenge you that integrity is part of ethics. And should work into the ethical review process. That it's not about the subject that are going to be researched, but it's about even the context where the research is going to take place, the beneficiality and all these different kinds of things, so that there is a commitment that goes beyond the subject. But that's something that we can continue to discuss in this. So I would like to invite comments, questions. We have quite some time. I see there's a hand over there, and there's one. Can we start from, we do the rainbow. So right at the end.
Thank you. My name is Julia Tagüeña from the National University of Mexico. I would like you to comment on a new actor in all these so interesting things that you have told us, which is artificial intelligence and ChatGPT. Because now the reports and the way we present projects, and there is a new actor, and it will get into this ethical business as well. I mean, it's going to be really important, the ethics of international artificial intelligence. So you could comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take 3 comments, and then, so we have our colleague from London, is it? No, it's you. He's shaking his head. He's saying, no, he doesn't have a comment yet. So it's your time. Yeah, please, go ahead.
So I have a comment and a question. The first comment is so much of this echoes discussions in the U.S. regarding research with minority communities, particularly the Native American community. The second is a little more discouraging in that within these statements, there is a, when talking about science that requires access to data, for instance, on African populations, it's as we can see, it's incredibly difficult to get these collaborations. There's a whole other set of research that will impact the developing world where there isn't the need and the ability to enforce collaborations. For instance, how we think about decarbonizing electricity will both affect the energy choices that Africa has available and the demand for minerals for Africa. Yet that research can be done without direct collaboration with Africa. And I'm wondering how we extend these frameworks to that sort of research.
Thank you. We had a hand at the back. Yes, right. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the presentations. I have a few concerns. You know that a lot of countries in Africa committed in the Lagos Plan of Action to give a percentage of their GDP to science research. I don't know how, in the work that you are doing, you will push for this when you get to the AU. My other concern is when we talk about Africa, it bothers me. Africa is a continent, it's not a country. So we tend to generalize, but you realize that the scientific research in Northern Africa is far advanced. It's different from Sub-Saharan Africa. Even Sub-Saharan Africa, South Africa, is quite far advanced, and even in East and West Africa. So I get very uneasy when we talk about Africa. It's not a country. The other thing is, what do we mean by indigenous research? I'd like that clarified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we just quickly respond to this, and then we can have a second, another round?
So let me respond to the first question about the AI as a new actor, and it's definitely disrupted our world as scientists, and also in the academic field, it is posing a lot of challenges. Personally, I believe that AI can be extremely helpful and beneficial, and it's no use trying to run away from it or prohibiting it. I think what needs to happen, and it is currently happening, we need to engage in collaboration. We need to, as universities, form task teams, groups that can have discussions that can come up with guidelines in terms of how it should be happened, or how it can be used in an ethical way. In December already, there was an article published on how it can be used in research. And one of the important aspects mentioned also by COPE is that you cannot, it's not an author, and you all know that, but if you use it, you must acknowledge the use of ChatGPT. And I have used ChatGPT, and then I would ask for citations or references. And ChatGPT is not always so good with providing you with very solid references, that I realized. But I think the most important thing is that it is useful. It's definitely useful, but we have a huge task to educate our academics, our students, to actually use it respectfully.
Thank you. I don't really have a very good answer to the idea of AI and research ethics, except that to say that we have a big challenge in our hands. Because as everything else, science and technology is always advancing much faster than the development of ethical principles and also legal guidelines, guardrails that is supposed to guide our lives. So it's always a continuous challenge. In my school, we are trying to establish what is called an ethics institute, following some ethical scandals that happened not too long ago, but also to face up to a lot of ethical challenges coming up. So as part of that process, we're having some convenings. One of them was a conference on AI and big data. So I actually made a presentation regarding how AI and big data can affect Africa. In fact, has been affecting Africa, because for the most part, Africa is catching up. If everyone is trying to catch up to science and technological development, Africa, as we all know, is not at the same pace with most of the world. So we discussed that at length. It's not something that I need to talk very much. But yes, your question is very, very correct, that we have work cut out to see to ways that we can work as fast as possible to ameliorate some of the consequences of AI. Even AI experts, some of them that developed this technology, have been warning. If you have been watching the news, they have been summoned to Congress. They are even calling for caution and calling for guidelines, regulation, so that it doesn't get out of hand. So we are not alone in this. It's a challenge for all of us. I don't know what to. Okay. Let me round up with the question of your concern, my sister, I think from Ghana, right? Yes, I know. See, I know from your dressing, we have something in common. So, yes, it's a concern. We have that in mind. We are talking about, and I think my colleague also mentioned something about Africa is big. Everybody recognizes that. When we're talking about African culture, we're saying African cultures, not just African culture. There are varieties but there are some similarities across the cultures. When we're talking about, an example is Ubuntu. There are tons and tons of research that demonstrates the fact that the concept of Ubuntu is found across Africa. And not just Africa, other places as well. So we're trying to latch on to some of those things, concepts that make us one, and be cognizant about those that are not commonly found. And my final remark, which is a topic of its own, and I know all of you might be surprised about this use of sub-Saharan Africa is derogatory. If you know the history, you wouldn't be using it, because it was formed by a German philosopher a long time ago who never set his foot on Africa. But okay, it's a topic of its own. So, yeah, if we can stop referring to us, some parts of Africa, as sub-Saharan, if you know the real meaning, it means that the northern part of Africa is actually far more advanced, and some of us have even acknowledged that it's not part of Africa, such that when Egypt when a footballer from Egypt, Mohamed Salah, for some of you who are following it, wins African Footballer of the Year, people are questioning, is he really African? Egypt is on African soil, but he is not African. Actually, he is supposed to be. But anyway, it's all part of that. We should desist from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see Ike is trying to get us into the politics of France and French West Africa, so we won't go there. Yeah. But so I'll take Professor Micheka, and then a hand here, and the two over here. So if you can make the comments
please,
really quick.
Extremely brief, Mr. Moderator. My name is Micheka from the Kenya National Academy of Sciences, and the chairman of the National Research Fund of Kenya. And I'm saying this with a lot of emphasis because My sister from Ghana talked about the GDP for research. I chair that, and my country gives just about 1% of the GDP for research, which actually goes on. Now I come back to some statement. I am extremely happy with the discussions you all made. But I think virtually all of you made some mistakes in statements. I'll give an example. If I were talking for Kenya today and gone through the literature review and research and publications, I would actually say the reverse of what my sister colleague said. 99%, 100% of the researchers and papers published, even in Nature, are by the local persons within the country. And the innovations that have come through are actually by the indigenous Kenyans, born, bred, and worked on those researches on a budget applied like the JECA you mentioned, Mr. Moderator. I'm saying this as a former VC too, and I'd like to come to my dear friend. I wish I had more time to do a presentation on the generosity of the continent vis-a-vis South African situation. Sir, where is Fleet? He left. The earlier discussant, Dr. Keith, is gone. Oh, you are there. You made actually a very important statement on the curricula that we develop. And you opened my eyes, and I've realized the mistake I made when I started a university called JKU Art, that I didn't include specific ethics, culture for research, and human rights, even in a sentence in those areas. And I thought Nelson, my brother senior from Uganda, would probably mention it. So, Moderator, I'm not making a long statement, but I think the continent has got 55 states, each with various issues, problems, abuses, and national academies promoting human rights. And I thought about this, Keith, that we have NGOs. The moment you hear anything on a human abuse, NGOs come very fast. Politicians, the public, the press. But very seldom do we universities and academies come out. That is actually what I'm now learning now, and I'm going to bring my academy in Kenya to bear into what we discuss. It's a statement, not a comment, but perhaps simply to highlight that we vary. 55 AU states vary with the information that we get today. The fact that we are seated here does not include what we do say in Tanzania or Ethiopia or to some even Tunisia for the time being. Otherwise, I thank you all. Beautiful presentations. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to the middle table, and we take the lady here, and then Martin, and then we take the comment or question.
Thank you very much. I'm Sabiha Isaac. I'm co-vice president of ASSAf. So 2 questions, and can be answered by anybody. How do we advance or promote the leadership of collaboration from the global north through the global south? How do we do that pragmatically? And secondly, based on all of the conversations that we've heard today, how do we change the perception of a deficit model in the global south? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martin?
So I really enjoyed the presentation so far. One of the things that struck me is the question of, here we are, a network of academies. Is this perhaps, I was also thinking about, for example, the NIH, NSF were mentioned. I quickly looked on the website. I'm not sure there was any statement in NSF about funding. I don't know about European funding. I don't know about other funding agencies around. But maybe this is an action item for the network or the inter-academy agency that unites all the national academies as a way of at least the fact-finding of whether these things are present and what they could be done. So I wonder if this is maybe something we should be discussing as something that we can actually contribute to. And And then a very brief mention about ChatGPT. It lies. You cannot rely on it to anything. And one very brief story. I asked it, my name is unique. I asked it to write an essay on my early childhood. It made up everything. My birthday, my family, made up names for my parents. It does not come up with facts. However, there are other AI-based systems, a lot of machine learning systems that are being used right now in a much better way. And that's what took the news on, but I don't think we should paint the abilities that are being developed.
Thank you. One good example is to use those kinds of systems to check on the donor you want to go to, so that then you consciously make a decision that I don't get money from that donor, or I can get funds. So I think there is an element of ourselves in this conversation that we keep coming back to. Because the other, and sometimes you listen to some of these program officers in funding agencies, they have to give out that money. Because if they don't give out that money, they don't have a job. So you have a leverage, as it were, that perhaps we don't utilize as much. And I think that's something that we need to go back to in that respect. Yes, please.
Thanks very much. I'm Leslie London from the University of Cape Town. Thanks for a really fascinating discussion. I'm wondering about a cog that is missing in the discussion. So we're talking a lot about knowledge production, and we refer to knowledge dissemination slightly at the side. But isn't it a missing piece of this puzzle? Because in my experience, the entire journal industry, it's run by academics, it's run by us, but it's run in a way that's pretty bad for equity and in the production process. I've reviewed papers where there are no authors from Africa, and I say to the editor, this is a problem. I have no idea whether the editor actually takes it seriously. There's no policy guidelines, and the editors are under pressure from the publishers to publish. So besides the APF story, there are many other ways in which the journals replicate that. Northern researchers simply ignore Southern published papers. I've reviewed papers where Northern researchers says, oh, this is the first paper in XYZ, and I know there are papers in XYZ from Africa, but they've just assumed, they've just sort of wiped it out. So I think there's a piece of the puzzle missing that maybe we need to think about getting the publishing industry, and it's particularly because we are all committed to public value in creating knowledge, whereas publishing industry is that mix of private enterprise, recruiting scholars to run their business for them, and I think that's a gap.
Thank you very much. I'll stand, because if I don't, the panelists might speak forever and we won't go for tea. So I'll just give them a chance to make very quick.
Could we have a response to Prof. Isaac's questions, please?
Okay, yeah, definitely. Here, please.
Thank you for a very valuable remark. The remark was also made last week in the Durban INOMS conference, and we definitely acknowledge the need for publishers, for editors to be part of joining hands with various stakeholders when we consider the Cape Town Statement. So I didn't go through all the recommendations, but you will note that there are specific recommendations for editors and for journals made in the Cape Town Statement. And you are raising a very important point. For instance, if we consider research that is claimed to be, for instance, indigenous-led research, and then you just appoint a peer reviewer that doesn't understand the nature of that research, that would also not work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're coming to the close of the session. It's past a few minutes. I would like to thank you very much. A couple of things that are coming through, the language and concepts that we're using in this conversation around equity in global collaborations might be their problem. Or how do we frame this at various levels? Going back to Africa, indigenization, equity, equality, all these things that we do sometimes mention in a cursory way that eventually affect what we want to achieve. The issue of values, I think yesterday the presentations worked on the universality of, whether you want to call it legal frameworks or these different kinds of things. Why then, when we're talking about equity in global collaboration, we're talking about Africa? We should be talking about universal equity values that then apply across the board for individuals that are engaged in global collaboration enterprises, so that there isn't that for the other and one for another. Technologies, we've referred to that. I think Professor Micheka invites us to look at the good practices and recognize where recognition should be given. I know, for example, that South Africa has one of the most rigorous foreign exchange policy. No single rand comes into South Africa if the South African government doesn't say yes. That's a place that the South African government is playing. It's not giving money, but it's making you get the money. And perhaps that's just enough. We don't want money from them. We just want, forex policy frameworks that allow us to get into long-term collaborative engagements. Advancing leadership, I think, is an issue that is on the table that wasn't answered to. And I think that, again, the Future Professoriate Program and some of these other platforms can do, but also calls to a responsibility on the senior academics. And it calls to a responsibility of platforms. It calls to a responsibility of national academies. And I think points finally to the point that is made by Martin, because the Cape Town statement is a call for action. Can we, as the International Network for Human Rights, International Human Rights Network, together with ASSAf, come up with a statement that then works into the African Union and the European Union and all this? Is that something that we should be, so aside from expanding responsibilities here, that, in addition to the statements that the International Human Rights Network does, that periodically these networks do speak to this conversation, because then there's no conflict of interest. And it might be easier to push a statement that then gets the commitment, rather than maybe to expect EK here to struggle with Rockefeller Foundation or the other foundation. So I would like to end on that note, on challenging us in the direction of Martin. And since I'm the moderator, I invite you to tea and coffee. I'm usurping. Thank you very much.
Get going. Although we have a moderator again, I just wanted to say a few things. So we could take our seats, please. Yes. It's sorted. Yeah. Okay, well, welcome back after the tea break. I hope you had a little bit of a stretch of the legs and massage the esophageal tract a little bit with some nice sugary and salty treats. And that was just setting you up for the discussion we are about to start now. I have one announcement, and that is that immediately after this session, if you don't rush out before lunch, we would like to take a group photograph. It's going to be done here, and Dave would help us set it up. So after this session, please, before we go to lunch, could you just give us a few minutes to organize the room to take that and be part of the photograph? And although my friend and colleague, Professor Refilwe Paswana Mafuya, is going to moderate the next session, I just wanted to pay tribute to her for being here. She's been traveling overnight from Ghana, where she's been present for the past couple of days, conducting work and celebrating a milestone birthday. So on behalf of all of us from ASSAf in here, happy belated birthday. Refilwe is an epidemiologist and director of the South African Medical Research Council, the UJ Pan-African Center for Epidemics Research, an extramural research unit, and professor of epidemiology and public health. She serves on our council, but what I admire most of Refilwe is her passion to advance the cause of women in science. She does that unstintingly, and I follow her on Facebook, and I know of her initiatives all around this. She has been a great supporter of the ASSAf Young Academy of Science as well. And so her duality in advancing the next generation of scientists in the country and that of women in science is really, really laudable. I did want for her to be present yesterday, but unfortunately her travels didn't permit it. And for her sins, she's now accepted to moderate this session for us. So Refilwe, over to you, and thank you once again for making yourself available, and I'm looking forward to your chairing of the next session. Over to you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good morning to you. It's so great to be back home. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. We've come a long way, and I'm very glad that I could make it to this occasion because today's panel discussion is just as important and is just a subject that I'm as passionate about, like that of young scientists. So I'm very, very honored and privileged to moderate this session today entitled Gender Equality and Gender-Based Violence as part of this important event. As we know, gender equality and gender-based violence is one of the most pervasive forms of human rights violations that must be talked about on a daily basis. They are a threat to social justice, sustainable development, social cohesion, development of economies. Yet, the gaps and challenges in this regard continue to persist. I'm particularly honored that I'm sharing this session because in a few weeks I'll be speaking at a webinar called Navigating Gender Disparities, Overcoming Challenges for Women in Science, organized by the Organization for Women in Science in Developing Countries. And in August, I'll be launching my book called Navigating Academia, Women's Stories of Success and Struggle in Academia. And last week we launched a book called Research Mentorship, a developmental tool and a transformation tool for African women's career progression in academia. And I serve on Sisonke Justice as well. This is just to reinforce what was mentioned about my passion on this particular subject. And with me this morning, I have a very distinguished panel that will speak on this subject. And the panel is diverse in terms of geography, diverse in terms of discipline, and in terms of experiences. We will hear from different angles very, very important points about this topic as we engage. The patriarchal society we live in, characterized by implicit biases, stereotypes, cultural norms that tend to overlook the abilities and capabilities of women, make this subject very topical, relevant, responsive in our society today. And as we know, gender-based violence continues to persist. GBV is all about women being beaten, being killed. It's all about women being raped. It's about fear. It's about forced marriages, mutilations. GBV is about women's bodies being violated and being taken as objects or battleground for whatever the perpetrators please. And GBV is about masculinity, with that being used as a weapon of power and war against the weaker species physically. GBV occurs in all countries, in all contexts, and in all settings. Therefore, it is quite an important subject to talk about both nationally and internationally, and I'm very glad that our panel, covers us in that regard. And GBV doesn't happen in a vacuum. There is a context to it, and I hope that through our engagement this morning, we will point out some of those things and what commitments are needed, what actions need to be taken as we continue to tackle this issue that is really a barrier to the development of the continent and of the world. So thank you very much. On that note, I'm not the speaker. Mine was to do an introductory remark. So I will call upon the first speaker or panelist, Professor Takuna. Professor Takuna's bio is contained in the booklet given to us. I'll just be very brief so that we have more time for the discussion. She is a physicist and senior researcher at the Institute of Renewable Energies at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. For 50 years, she has been a research professor teaching, advising, and directing students at the bachelor and graduate levels, and her research interests are physics, renewable energies, and sustainable development, among others. And from 2011, she served as a director of the Energy Research Center, which is okay, I'll not go further. Suffice to say that she is an experienced, knowledgeable, passionate person on this subject, and she's more than ready to share with us her experience and insights. Thank you very much.
Well, let me start. Could I have my presentation, please? Oh, it's over there already. Well, let me start by thanking the ASSAf and by thanking the International Human Rights Network, all their staff, particularly Himla and Becca. And once thanks have been told, I want to say how pleased I am of being here, and I will talk to you about gender equity in UNAM. UNAM is my university. Could I have the next slide, please? Oh, I have it here. Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Okay, So just a few words about my university. I will call it UNAM, but it's the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México. I chose a very nice photograph because it is by UNESCO a treasure of humanity, the main campus of the university. And I also wanted to show you the logo because as you can see in the logo, it starts with Mexico and all Latin America because the motto of the university is, for my race, the spirit will speak. And, well, of course, there are no races. As Himmler told us, it's just the human species. But it really means culturally, we are talking about Latin America. Geographically speaking, Mexico is in North America. But culturally speaking, we are in really South America. We are in Latin America. It's our cultural region. And many things that I will tell you, they are really relevant for the whole region. This is a line of time for what we call equality, not equity, because as it was mentioned just a moment ago by Edward, it's not the same. Equity will take you to equality, but the final goal is equality. So the word we use at the university is equality, and well, I will not describe the timeline of equality in my university. Just let me tell you that started in 1992, with a research project on gender studies. And then this went on developing, and about 10 years ago, a very strong feminist movement started in the university, really strong, mainly among the students. And finally, in 2020, a new coordination was created. And that was a very, very important step. This coordination is called Coordinación de Igualdad de Género, which is gender equality at UNAM. And this coordination has a very important role in the university to play. It organizes workshops, meetings, conferences, it gives advice, it has a very important line of publication, and it has become like the transversal way of the university to reach gender equality. Most importantly, it controls all the gender equality committees, because each institution at the university has its own gender equality committee. So if there is any sort of problem in an institute, you can go to the gender equality committee, which is made by the researchers, the students, and the people of the institute. And it changes every 2 years, so everybody should be involved eventually in the committee. And all these committees are organized under the coordination of gender equality. And that has given a very important way to help going in the right direction of equal participation and gender equality. Also, the coordination has an advisory committee on STEM. I am in this advisory committee. I would like to say some words about it. As you know, STEM has become a word. You can find it in the dictionary, but it really comes from the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics words. And it really started like a way to have equal participation in technical careers. Because as you know, women and men are not choosing the same careers because of many reasons that I won't describe here. But the idea is that we have to be all involved in an equal share, doing whatever we want to do. Of course, you are not forcing girls to do physics, but of course it's a wonderful career. I highly recommend it to everybody. And it is related with something that has to do with sustainability. UNESCO, the same year that established the Sustainable Development Goals, established February 11th as the International Day for Women and Girls in Science. And part of this program is to foster STEM activities. And the university is very much keen in doing this, in promoting the possibility of doing whatever you want as an undergrad. And this is important not only for girls, it's also important for boys, because there are some discrimination in the sort of things you have to do, and this should be completely avoided. On the other hand, STEM activities are related with critical thinking, so STEM activities are important both for boys and girls. But of course, all the things that I have been telling you about are really referred to the academic issues, to whatever you want to do in academy. For instance, the coordination is working in how to have an equal evaluation of research. It's checking if men and women are supported the same way to have projects, to be the leaders of labs. This sort of work is being done by the coordination, but sometimes the problems are beneath that. They really need some legal advice because, of course, gender violence is a problem in my university and certainly in my country. So whenever a problem is detected that needs legal advice, this coordination that I have been telling you about is not enough to handle it. So then you have to go to another office that is called Defensoría de Derechos Universitarios, that is university rights. There is an office where the lawyers are when they can really give the legal advice when the problem is not really academic, it's a different sort of problem. Actually, what they have done is to split the office in two lines. One is the usual stuff, the university rights in general, for instance, a student that had a problem with an exam or whatever like that. But the other line is on gender violence. And that line is being supported by lawyers, psychologists, experts, and it has very strict rules on confidentiality, and it's really being very important for many problems that happen in my university. And of course, it's just for university people. Gender violence is a general problem in my country, but I'm talking just of the university. However, there are some laws that are new, and they are covering the whole country, and they are having the name of the woman that has pushed this law, because the laws generally in gender violence come from specific facts. For instance, Olympia's law is a law on digital violence, and it was promoted by a woman called Olympia, who was really they destroyed their life with social networks and very digital harassment. So this law is a new law, very important in these days. And another law that I give you as an example is called Malena's law, and it has to do with acid attack, because it's something that happens, it's very sad, but it happens when an ex-boyfriend or an ex-husband gets angry, uses acid to mark the wife. And this is a new law that gives many years of penalty for doing something so despicable. Let me tell you something about the Academia Mexicana de Ciencias, which is not at the moment in the network, but is planning to be in the network very soon. And they do have some affirmative actions for women in science. One is related with age, because as you know, when we talk about discrimination, gender discrimination, there is of course the horizontal discrimination depending on the disciplines. There is the vertical discrimination depending on the power. Whenever you go up on the power, women start to disappear. But there is also discrimination in ages, because for women it's different, because most of them, they want to have children, and that really changes the time span of when you finish the PhD, etc. So what they have done in the Academia Mexicana de Ciencias, the Mexican Academy of Science, is that they have a very important prize for young researchers. And they have changed the age for men and women. So it's for young researchers under 40 if you're a man, under 43 if you're a woman. And you would say only 3 years. I mean, it's nothing, but it has been incredibly important. With these 3 years of difference, many women have reached to this prize that they were not able to reach before. So it is a very important affirmative action, because I do think that we need some affirmative actions, which has to do with equity, because in equity, you do affirmative actions to reach equality when you are already equal. Something else that the academia has done is that they have got all the names of the pioneers in science, like the first medical doctor, the first lawyer, the first dentist, the first chemist, the first biologist, geologist, physicists, all the first women in Mexico. As you can see, they are fairly recent. And they have been showing their biographs, they are putting them in books, in stories, and this is really important because the example, especially for girls, is important to have it. So that's something that the Academy is doing. And just look, for instance, the first physicist is 1961. She died already, but I did meet her. I mean, women in science are very recent in my country, but they have developed in an incredible way. Now there are many. And very good. Of course, a very important day is the Women's International Day, March the 8th. The color that is used, at least in my country, is this one. That's what I brought this to show you. And what we do in the university is that we put the colors in the main buildings. We put purple in the main buildings. The photograph is just before the march, downtown Mexico. And it is really, it's not like February 11th that was chosen by UNESCO to foster women in science. The International Women's Day is a day that has been achieved by struggling, by fighting. It's a day that is an accomplishment. And as feminists say, it's not to celebrate, it's to commemorate. And every year in Mexico and in all Latin America and almost in every city, no, I would say that in every city, you will find women marching and asking for rights and asking for a change in society and asking for security. And most of the feminist groups are really supporting women against violence. So, well, you know that every country has the problem, but particularly Mexico and Latin America, at least, well, we have a word that everybody uses, macho and machismo. There must be some reason why this word is being used everywhere. So there are countries that we really have to struggle in that direction. So this is just a photograph of one of the marches, but they happen every year. They are really very impressive. They are really very impressive. And I would like to say that although I'm completely sure that it is education that will change society, and it's through education and academic work that we will have a better egalitarian society, and it's through law that we will reach justice. I must say that you also need some activism. Without activism, I would say that we wouldn't be voting. I mean, vote in Mexico started in 1955, after many marches around the city asking for the women to vote. So there must be a combination of all this work that is being done in the university, no doubt, all this STEM work with girls, all this legislation that will protect women and is protecting women. And beside all that, we must really still struggle and sometimes scream a little bit, because that is the way to achieve a paritarian and egalitarian society. So, well, that's what I wanted to tell you. We can discuss later on about it. And thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Prof. Julia. In South Africa, we read it as Julia, but in Mexico, it's Julia. Thank you very much. We shall call upon the second panelist without wasting much time, Professor Vasu Reddy, who is the Vice Rector Research and Internationalization at the University of Free State. Prof. Vasu is no stranger to us. He is known for his work on gender, sexualities, poverty, inequality, HIV, as well as critical food studies. And he has been a professor of sociology and Dean of Humanities at the University of Pretoria. and he has worked at the HSRC before and has published quite extensively, as it is reflected in his bio. Over to you, Prof. Vasu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy. Really appreciate it. I think I'd like to start off by firstly also saying a big thank you to the ASSAf, which I also consider a home as a member, as well as the International Human Rights Network for this kind invitation. I want to say something as I start by way of positioning. I come to this set of conversations beyond an academic bio sketch, but as a scholar activist to the Academy, which has largely shaped my thinking in numerous ways. And that informs. So what my colleague was just saying, the political project remains central to the intellectual project as well as the interventions that we require. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I've titled my brief set of observations as follows. What's the number got to do with it? And as a little tribute to somebody who just passed on recently, I think you all get it. Indeed, indeed. I want to do a few things. Firstly, there are no silver bullets or complete solutions to the challenges that we all face. It's ideas, and the Ideas Project certainly does help us in debating, discussing, and taking things forward. I'm going to start out with 2 vignettes, brief at that, and then say something about what is the case for change that I think we're all engaging in this conversation. What is it that we probably know? And then the remit of this particular panel was to make some suggestions around a scholar's gender affect and how that in some ways limits their induction into the prestigious Academy of Sciences. So as I started out by saying, there are no silver bullets or easy solutions. These are difficult issues. That's why we have an academy as well as an international human rights network to bring us in some ways together to find solutions to problems. We have a strong, developed body of research before us, including lived experiences, some of which we'll hear, that tell us what is the case for change, in as much as we have been transforming, transformative. Equity and equality, as we have heard, are to a large extent events and processes. They're very much interrelated. Let me start with my vignettes. Some of our colleagues in the audience might have a sense of these events in their own context. In 2005, former president of Harvard, Larry Summers, suggested that differences in innate aptitude rather than discrimination were more likely to be responsible for the failure of women to advance in their scientific careers. He provoked a furor by arguing that men outperform women in math and sciences because of biological difference, and that discrimination is no longer a career barrier for female academics. Summers, of course, we know, was also a career economist and the Treasury Secretary under Clinton. And, of course, had a reputation for great outspokenness. Not that that is bad, but when there's flawed logic, I think we can all climb in. And, of course, his tenure at Harvard was marked by clashes with African-American academic staff and intellectuals. And, of course, there was a huge dip in the hiring of women. And of course, the issue of women in science, he said, he believed, the most important reason for that gender gap was the same reason fewer women fill top positions in many high-powered professions, and that they are less likely than men to work the long hours expected for advancement in these careers. And I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about that. Noting the long hours of work, he even said, it is a fact of our society that is a level of commitment that a much higher fraction of married men have been historically prepared to make than of married women. And I think that also gives a sense of why we should be thinking about this. The vignette 2, also coming from North America, and many scientists in the room probably know the scholar, and I might be pronouncing his name incorrectly. Ben Barres, or Barres, was an American neurobiologist at Stanford. He focused on the interaction between neurons and glial cells in the nervous system. Beginning in 2008, he was the chair of the neurobiology department at Stanford. He transitioned to male in 1997 and became the first openly transgender scientist in the National Academy of Sciences in 2013. He died, sadly, on the 27th of December 2017 after being diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. His autobiography, titled The Autobiography of a Transgendered Scientist, makes for exceptional reading and gives you a deep experience of issues. But there's two quotes I want to make from that text. He said, "Perhaps I was not good enough is a thought that crossed my mind very often until I heard others speak of the forced invisibility of women in science." He said about his experience post his transition, "By far the main difference that I have noticed is that people who don't know I'm transgender treat me with much more respect. I can even complete a sentence without being interrupted by a man." Very important. A lot of this work beyond the autobiography has been published in a fascinating piece he did in Nature, asking the question, does gender matter? Of course, we're in a panel today asking that question. And of course, the answer is logical, and we can debate it. It does. But also the big issues, and this turns to my second component of my brief set of interventions, what is it that we know? We know very much so that gender differences pervade, sexual differences pervade, perceived norms about gender and sexuality pervade, because the academic institutions, and institutions by their very nature, are shaped by multiple forces, competing forces that we have to constantly navigate, challenge, unsettle. Because, as somebody said in a previous session, we're not an island. We're deeply combined or interrelated into an ecosystem. All of these issues, colleagues, lead to what we already know: exclusion, safety issues, violence, attitudes that are still prevailing, sustain in the academic world, the cultures, and not culture, because there are many cultures that pervade the system, the spaces, the nature of the spaces, and the environmental ecosystem play a critical role. And of course, we know what the consequences are. Research tells us, lived experience tells us, emotional, psychological, and so on and so forth. So the case for change is very, very obvious. Locally, if I may, the statistics in the Academy of Sciences that's in South Africa shows a very, very, very good developing growth. 30% of members of the Academy are women. 34% of diverse racial groups or ethnicities, if I may. The question or the issue that I raise is that it's not simply about gender, but deep intersectional issues. And frankly, the debate around gender is also still, sadly, very binary. We need to actually think beyond the binaries. And that is one piece of advice I would put forward, because the cultures, the face of our institutions are changing. And of course, there are multiple issues. We also know women and many who identify as females are more affected, no doubt about that. But we have seen in recent decades the surfacing of transgender issues as a visible, political, and not just simply intellectual issue. And that's my point, that binary issues need to be questioned. I want to say less about GBV because I think we will have the opportunity to hear a little bit about that. What we do know, and what we should turn to, insofar as the Academies of Sciences can do at a practical level, I'm now in the final component of my brief set of interventions, is that we cannot minimize the need for the intellectual project in asking critical questions, but there's also a political project, as my colleague Julia has mentioned. Advocacy remains central. They do feed into each other. So the intellectual and the political remain deeply intertwined. Beyond awareness, information dissemination, we do need to still challenge cultures of patriarchy. The dominance of men in institutional decision-making is often still very much alive and well. I believe at a practical level, there's always the need for quantitative, national, representative samples, but also global. The body of research is fascinating, particularly coming from academies of sciences globally. And you see, the state-of-the-art set of perspectives on context, but also recommendations that we can look at. But beyond the quantitative, the qualitative is also quite central. That speaks to the question in my title, what's the number got to do with it? Stories that are told, lived experiences, are absolutely critical to change, shift mindsets, unsettling as they might be. We do know, it's a fact, that there are underrepresentation of women in the science careers. In STEM particularly, as my colleague was saying, but also increasingly, we cannot forget STEAM, the arts that are very, very critically important. Stereotypes prevail, patriarchal attitudes, lack of women supporting women pursuing careers. All of these are very, very important. There's some great developments in our own country, as we've heard, with the Future Professors Program. My hunch is there are more women in that program than any other program that I know about. Of course, these issues are rights-based issues, but rights are also not normative, and they're also deeply contested. We heard just a minute ago in the other panel that Africa is not a country, but a continent, and indeed very differentiated approaches to thinking also about human rights. What counts and what does not count is also a debate that we should take into account. What the literature is telling us that there are shared responsibilities, and for my colleagues in the Academy of Sciences, it's not just simply the responsibility of us in the Academy, but also, very importantly, academia, industry, government, civil society. The big issue, of course, in our context is attrition. And there are many reasons, and women, of course, largely bear the brunt of that. We've heard motherhood is a factor. I've also heard most recently of how women very often, it's not a new thing, who come in late into academia, and then they have to climb the ladder, chase that ladder, well, for obvious reasons, not because of their personal choices, but the motherhood, rearing children, being single parents are really, really important issues. Representativity is one issue. But the qualitative dimensions, getting to the heart of solutions, I think is a collective responsibility. We see fascinatingly the rise in women in the South African Young Academy of Science, over 50%, I'm told, and that's a very good sign. So colleagues, there are many more things we can do, and let me also say this as I begin to close. I'm also not naive that, producing a scholar and a scientist is not like canned peaches that you harvest and then you use some chemical formulas and then you put it into a can and then say, okay, here we are, we'll extend the shelf life. Well, you can eat it and it tastes nice. But that's not the same in producing a scholar, a scientist. We have to also take that into account in thinking about how we affirm, not necessarily simply fast track to tick a box. So these are big debates. So the Academy can do much more. Asking questions, developing consensus study. Of course, the big issue is around gender disaggregated data, but I would alert that we need to also enter in that debate the questions around gender, and non-binary data are also very, very important. And perhaps most importantly, to listen to lived experiences and stories of people who will ultimately make up the Academy. So colleagues, I think I can go on and on, but I think my point is made, and I would like, hopefully, that we could chat about issues during the discussion. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Vasu. And indeed, as we've heard from the two speakers, comprehensive and holistic approaches and catalytic actions are quite critical in accelerating impact and dealing with this scourge. I'll now call upon Prof. Kanako Takayama, who is a legal and political studies professor at the Graduate School of Law in Kyoto University. Professor Takayama has since 2005 been a full professor at Kyoto University, and in 2006 she was awarded by the Federal Cross of Merit on Ribbon of Germany and joined in the Science Council of Japan as an associate member. She also, in 2009, became an executive member of the Criminal Law Society of Japan, and at the same time, an advisory member of the Ministry of Justice for edition of White Book on Crime. She's an expert who has worked on law issues, and she has represented the Science Council of Japan in the last meeting in Korea on issues of gender-based violence. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to me to be here to speak about Science Council of Japan tackling the gender gap. According to the report of the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report, Japan ranks 116th out of 146 countries. So it is a little bit low, or shockingly low. Although educational attachment is high, political empowerment is extremely low. That implies the existence of discrimination against women. I would say, you see the left side of the figure, political employment index, it's 0.061, so nearly zero. Among Japanese parliamentarians, namely the politicians in the national diet, less than 10% are women. And although the education level of women is high, top universities, including my university, there are only about 20% are women students. So the gender gap in Japan is still quite large, and we are struggling. And this is the our statistics from the white book of, about crime, edited by the Ministry of Justice. Domestic violence during COVID-19 pandemic. Domestic violence cases have mostly women victims. And yeah, in Japan, during the pandemic, most of the types of criminal offenses are drastically declining. But number of violence toward the partner seems stable. And also the child abuse cases, they seem stable, but while other criminal offenses decline, relatively high level is kept in those areas. And also, local public officials handling those cases say reporting such offenses is now difficult, more difficult than before the pandemic. So practically, we scholars think that the COVID-19 pandemic caused more domestic violence and child abuse also in Japan. And this is another statistics. Suicide rate in total deaths. This is the white paper on suicide made by the Ministry of Welfare. Japanese observe increase of women's suicide during COVID-19 pandemic. This is a comparison, international comparison among the G7 countries. The first is the total, and the second is for men, and the third is women. You see, among G7 7 countries, Japan ranks the top level of suicide rate among all deaths. And while men is in the second place next to the US, women's suicide top by far within the group. And the white paper on crime, white paper on suicide says that the suicide rate went up continuously during the past 3 years, so during the pandemic. There are several causes discussed. Because of the pandemic, many people suffer economic and mental stress, that is clear. But not only women, but also men are suffering. But in addition, there has been strong discrimination of women. Existing discrimination is quite high. Therefore, the damage caused by the economic and mental stress is for women larger than for men. And we have also the problem of solitude. Many elderly women commit small crimes such as shoplifting. They commit crimes because of poverty also, but the solitude is reported as an important cause. Lacking of social network or social welfare information cause them committing crimes. And they, according to the Reuters news from last year, no explanation for the difference were immediately available, but public officials have previously said that coronavirus pandemic placed extra stress on women due to a number of reasons, including job losses in the service and the retail sectors where women tended to work. So the economic crisis attacked women more strongly than men in general in Japan. So what can the National Academy do to combat such situation? There are several ideas. So the strategies of Science Council of Japan, that is Japan's National Academy. As the premise, we have relatively precise statistics, and that is very important to make policies. Although there have been manipulation scandals also in Japan, but compared to other countries, the Japanese statistics are stable and reliable, I think. And that is the base of policy making according to the academic theories and analysis. So within the council, Science Council of Japan, there are expert committees making some policy proposals. For example, proposals for social welfare and combating poverty, or proposals to combat violence based on discrimination of women. And at the same time, the Science Council of Japan itself is making efforts to promote of gender equality among ordinary members and associate member of the council. So within the council itself wants to become a model for Japanese society in general. So we are trying to increase women member inside of the council. And now we have 37% of ordinary members as women, and it is extremely high compared to other public organizations. So we want to become a model. And we have several achievements, positive achievements. Since the ministries publishing statistics do not make hypotheses or proposals themselves, they offer only figures. They are task of scientists, so academics use public statistics to make proposals, and these proposals can work sometimes, but sometimes the government ignore them, but sometimes we are successful. Analysis and proposals have had certain impact on legislation and policy making. The typical one is the penal code amendments that was done in 2017 and this year. Previously, the definition of sexual crimes in the penal code was extremely narrow, so the protection of victims were not enough. But in the amendments, the report of the Science Council of Japan had a certain influence. This is one example. And as the public organization, we want to be model for better gender balance in public and private organizations. But we have several changes also. It takes enormous time in the struggle for gender equality legislation. It took a very, very long time. Japan is in general so reluctant to prohibit discrimination, to refuse even participation in the Genocide Convention. So we are not the member state of the Genocide Convention. So the abolition of discrimination is not very welcome by the government. And the counterproductive reform in economic policy, such as, example, increase of people's social insurance premiums, at the same time reducing social insurance benefits to them. So the combination is not happy always. And scientists' proposals are insufficiently considered. We want to become more influential, but the government is in a conflict sometimes. So we are making efforts. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm sure you'll agree with me that the common thread from all the speakers is that it is important to work together effectively and efficiently to reduce the burden, the direct and indirect impact of gender inequality and GBV. You need multiple approaches, you need evidence-based approaches, you need qualitative and quantitative information triangulated. So at this juncture, we're gonna delve deeper into what the panelists have said. If there are any questions to ask, to try and understand further what some of the assertions they made mean before we go to the last panelist who will talk about lived experiences, which are as equally important as it has been already mentioned by one of the panelists, that we need both qualitative and quantitative information so that we are evidence-based in our strategies. So the different panelists have really shared amazing strategies that have been implemented in their various settings to try and mitigate the impact of gender-based violence and to try and deal with the issue of gender inequality. From the floor, do we have questions? And while you think about questions that can be directed to any of the panelists, I was just wondering, about some of the concepts mentioned maybe to Prof. Juliana regarding gender mainstreaming activities that you are involved in. My observation has been that many institutions often have policies, have committees, but they don't really have like robust gender mainstreaming activities. What do I mean by that? Let's say you are a mother and you've got children, and you sometimes obviously you'll be caught up in the dual responsibility of being an employee and being a mother, and I'm also talking from experience. The strategies that are in place don't go as far as really addressing some of these critical issues that women, for example, are confronted with on a day-to-day basis. What do I do? When my child is ill, I need to be in a board meeting, or I need to be part of that report that needs to be submitted, otherwise I'll be checked out, or I'll miss my opportunity as a principal investigator in a given study. I feel like it's camouflaged. It's like the manner in which gender equality is addressed in institutions does not really get down to the real issues of giving the supports that you spoke about to women, ensuring that they have same key performance indicators. And this is a woman with children. She doesn't need to be made favors, but how are we really, in truthfulness, enabling that woman to be able to do the motherhood responsibilities and still equally do her academic responsibilities without losing out? Can I answer? Yes.
Well, that's exactly why the coordination was created, to make really a change in that, not just to talk about it, but to have rules which are affirmative actions, because you do need affirmative actions. For instance, during COVID, it was very clear that women researchers stopped producing, while male researchers, they printed more papers because they were, at home with no responsibilities, while the women were doing all the job. So all the job of taking care of the children, the house, whatever. So all these differences are addressed by the new rules of my university. There are different, of course, this has to be controlled, because you cannot say just I didn't go to work because I had to do it. There must be some rules, and that's what they are working in. That's one of the main goals of this coordination. But you have a very good point. It's not just talking about it, you have to do something about it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and maybe for another time, think about the concept of affirmative action and what does it mean, because in some circles, women actually get discriminated against because of the usage of language such as affirmative action. Oh, you are an affirmative action candidate, therefore you'll become the next CEO now that you've gotten promoted. How do we deal with such mindsets, that are so resistant towards change?
I mean, there's always a way to find a way to discriminate. It's always possible. But I'm using this term, although I know that it's controversial, because it's a way to understand it, because we never should go against quality in research. When we talk about affirmative action, it doesn't mean that you will get a prize for research. No, it's something different. It's that you will understand the situation of everybody.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. From the floor, I see a few hands. Let's take the hand over there.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to point out that one major point sticks out to me while the panelists were presenting, and that is what Professor Reddy accurately identified, and that is attitudes still prevailing. Our attitudes still prevail. Whether you're talking about racism or gender or cultural biases and all that, and even as not too long ago we had Me Too movement, which took down a number of influential people in Hollywood, in politics and all that. And I give two examples. One is a president, it's called President Buhari. Maybe some of you might have heard that name. He just recently stepped down after his second term in Nigeria. So he met in the process of, during a visit to UK, meeting with the late Queen of England, made a statement that the place of women is in the kitchen. I mean, it's in the other room. So that's one. The other example I want to cite is Donald Trump, which everyone knows, must have heard about. He made this comment that he can grope women whenever and anytime he wanted, and nothing will happen. So these two presidents, a few months after that, went on to win their elections. So my question is, with regard to these attitudes that continue to prevail, what new approach do you think would be the best and most appropriate approach going forward in dealing with this type of things? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Vasu?
First of all, not to vote for them.
No, thank you. No, I think the Prof is asking a very complex question where there's no easy answer. It's an ongoing project. That's precisely what I was saying. It's an unfinished business. Attitudes prevail very, very much so. Even today, where you might have the most progressive gender policies, but in reality, if mindsets and attitudes and the cultures don't change, it remains meaningless. A very basic issue is we have institutional hierarchies, whether at a university or wherever. You find the challenge that there is no understanding that some women who happen to be scholars or support staff have to pick up children from school at a particular point. But rules say, well, you shall not leave the institution, nor should children actually be present at the university. It might be different for different experiences or geographies, but in many of our institutions, that's an attitude. You can have wonderful policies around promoting equality, but it doesn't prevail. There are cases and clear examples also. Most recently, I had to hear a fascinating real story of somebody who's highly scholarly in a university, but has been research productive, but has been traumatized to such a point by the men in her academic department, she's just abandoned completing or the idea of a PhD. And what is our role? Is to intervene in that process. Because trauma is not just all physical stuff here. It's about how people internalize and the kind of culture they're located in. So, Prof, again, I must reiterate, it's our collective shared responsibility in all our institutions. Institutions are fundamentally about power and cultures, and they're deep social spaces that we have to constantly reflect on who we are and how we make the culture conducive to change.
Thank you very much, Prof. Vasu. And while you are speaking about that, you made a very important point about going beyond the binary. I think we are far behind in that space. And I'm just wondering, how do we accelerate that understanding that there are intersectional issues of sexuality, and that there is, the challenges that are there go beyond just gender, there are socio-demographic issues and whatnot. How do we make sure that there's critical action to have that understanding embedded in institution? I understand it's a collective responsibility, and sometimes when we talk about collective responsibility, then it becomes nobody else's responsibility. So what's your viewpoint on us moving beyond binary, having disaggregated analysis, not just male, female, but actually the whole scope?
Well, I mean, I think, again, I must say, not to kind of, evade the question. I mean, there's no easy solution. As an Academy of Science, we could, work on, particular consensus studies that reflect on the disaggregated data combined with lived experiences, combined with, advocacy around these issues. How are these issues being engaged in our various spaces, as it were, is one approach. Frankly speaking, the gender issue is becoming highly problematic, for all the reasons we're mentioning here. and of course, there's also a deep reluctance in our society to deal with the issue of transgender sexuality, and it is becoming visible. And I'm not saying that we should simply be trendy, but this is real. This is not something that you read in a textbook, and that's because our contexts have changed, but have our institutions and our mindset changed? I mean, there's also reluctance institutionally to disaggregate. There are many students that I've dealt with as a former dean who are wanting to identify when a register goes into class, they're not wanting to tick that box male, female. And there's been reluctance from our own institutions to tackle it, but I suppose I'm kind of transgress rules, but yeah, rules are always meant to be transgressed, and said to colleagues, you go ahead and create a box where people, feel comfortable where they wish to be located. Those are the sort of things we need to start it at the ground level.
Yeah.
Well, we have already done that. In our surveys, we put male, female, non-binary, and I don't want to answer, because it's also the possibility you don't want to say anything. So yeah, that at least in my country, that is changing completely.
Yeah, and that's what evidence-based mean. In the HIV space, if I may add to what you have said, Prof. Vasu, we do population size estimates of men who have sex with men, because we need those denominators in order for us to have targeted approaches. We do population size estimates for transgender people, and you can really see that our society is diverse. And as long as we choose not to look at that in the public health space, for example, we will never be able to tackle the issues at hand. These are some of the populations that are at higher risk for HIV acquisition and transmission. How do you begin to deal with it when you don't have the numbers, when we don't disaggregate? So it's quite an important aspect. Okay, let's see if from the floor we have further questions. Yes, sir.
This is a very important panel, and I thank all of you for what you said. I have only trivial, small remarks. First of all, a number of women colleagues of mine, I'm a physicist, complained that whenever they said something, if it was repeated by a male colleague, it drew much more attention when they just said it. So I'm sure I've been guilty of that sin. Nowadays, I'm watching. A second is a colleague of mine passed away, started her career as a physicist in the lab of Irene Curie, the daughter of Marie. And she first published her paper at the time and divorced immediately from the man with whom she was married when she published this paper. So scientifically, she had to keep this name for 50 or 60 years of someone who didn't mean anything to her through her whole career. I'm happy to see that nowadays, at least in my country, most professional women keep their maiden name. I think it's a much smarter idea.
Thank you, and I'm one of them.
I'm another one of them.
And Prof, you are very spot on. It's so amazing to hear a man say it. Because when a woman says, but I've said this point, I've made this point, but now because so and so is saying it, you appear to be defensive, you are called arrogant, and all that. So we need more men like you who actually say, I've become self-aware, because indeed it's not a women's issue alone. And thank you for your remark about surnames too.
Hi, yes. I'm Aidan from Belgium, but originally from Ireland. I like you started with what's the number got to do with it, but I think it's more relevant to say we've heard it all before. From Madonna, I think it would be more apt. Just a few anecdotes from Europe in the sense that, for example, when I was a kid, my dad died when I was 7, and my mom got a widower's allowance in Ireland. But in all of Europe, there was no allowance for men whose wives died to take care of their kids and so on. And we went through a long period of, say, upgrading retirement ages and things like that. And I was at the European Commission in 2004 when we enlarged to 12 new member states. But by a quirk of aptitude, most of the people who passed the exams were female more than male. So then with the positive discrimination laws, we had a huge problem. We had to create bogus roles for women. So what we did very simply was to get the criteria up, was we took the, say, communications department and divided it into internal and external communications and then stakeholder relations, and you always had a woman in those posts. But for example, the Institute of Transuranium Elements in Germany, one of the 7 research sites of the European Union, all the heads of units were male, not a single female. And then I look at 2 things when I worked in public service a lot and then in the private sector. What we didn't discuss today is the private sector is also often much far advanced on these topics than the public sector. And the public sector often has the money, like at the European Commission, if you're a man and you have kids with paternity leave, you can take 3 months per child up until the age of 14 for each kid. So it's very flexible. You can wait till your kids are 12 and then take all bundle time off and so on. If you're working in an SME in Italy with 50 employees, this is very difficult to do. The other thing we see in terms of workplace pride, or if you work on, say, the staff regulatory bodies and so on, we are extremely advanced in, say, LGBTQIA rights, but nobody tackles the issue that certainly in the European Union, if you look at the data, a lot of people don't see gender, which is fantastic, but they still see color. And no one talks about these kinds of things. So my perspective would be a question that I've heard from the former Director General of UNESCO in a private meeting, was that her experience in her life was that, for example, women alone haven't moved the dial for women. And she thought that science couldn't reform itself. And she was trying to think of ways and means to get these issues more into the laws and so on. So if you take yesterday's example, the new Italian government has banned the gay pride in Rome, I think coming up in the next few weeks, saying that it's under national law because they're advocating renting the bellies of women in the developing world for men in the developed world and so on. So as the lady said, you can always find ways to discriminate and get around it. But I do think that I've seen also, and this is not a critique, it's just a personal observation, I've also seen women taking women down, like the crabs in the bucket scenario. One is trying to get the job and the other women are pulling that one crab back and hoping the man gets the job in the office. So this sometimes is structural, and I don't know how to get around that. But I've also seen these job creation schemes for equality that literally treat the women like hairdressers and florists, and the men keep the major science posts. And the last thing I'd like to say about academies, and this really gets me mad in the sense that, is that most of the world don't have academies. And in my experience, academies are retirement homes for older men who just want new jobs after retirement. And sometimes medals and so on, especially in Europe. And I don't see the women standing up to that mansplaining and positioning and so on. So I would hope the women of science would, like in Africa, get the votes together. You've got 55 votes. And when you see that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th job in UNESCO or wherever it is, take the goddamn job for a woman.
Wow, I think we've got the right men in this room. Amazing points you have made. You know, just last week I was at the University of Cape Coast addressing colleagues. They expected me to come, and guess what? All of them were males. The professors, the HOD, the executive dean, the provost, all of them. There was only one female who was a secretary. And I politely spoke about it because I think we have to continuously talk about it. Then I went to the Ghana AIDS Commission, same story. The personal assistant is a female, the rest of the people, the director, deputy director, that CFO, all of them male. And when we begin by acknowledging that there is still a big problem, then I believe that gives us some assignment to do. Because one of the biggest dangers is to believe that we are not where we were at. Because we still are. Gender discrimination in the workplace is very much alive. It persists in the African continent and globally. So thank you very much for your remarks. Let's take, yes. I'll take your hand. I saw it, 2 hands here.
I would just like to suggest if you could see the film of George Ginsburg, because she started her career having an affirmative action for a man that was fighting to have money to take care of his mother. She won that, and then she went to say, if we don't discriminate men, we shouldn't discriminate women. So affirmative action is not just for women, it's also for men.
Thank you. All right, let's take your hand and then.
Thank
the
you.
other hand.
I'm raising a question from an online attendee who is a professor of physics at a local university, and she asked that there's an observation in physics discipline whereby male scientists are taking up increasing household roles, including childcare and so forth. And she's asking if this is happening in other sciences, and if broadly there is an emerging trend whereby males are sort of delegating their professional or compensating their professional responsibilities to take household roles. Thank you.
Panel, over to you.
I agree. Physicist, at least my husband, has worked a lot at home.
At a personal level, I do domestic responsibilities. So I don't have the evidence base for or an answer to that question.
Yeah, okay, let's take the other hand. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, I'd just like to say that there are occasions when countries backtrack. In Ghana, when we had our president Nkrumah, he immediately gave women the vote. At that time, British women were not voting. He encouraged affirmative action for women. And women were doing very well. I think a lot depends on the head. And if the head of a nation really respects women, because women helped him get into power. And in Ghana, businesses were in the hands of women. We have Makola, and they are studied in Harvard. And these are illiterate, some illiterate now, they are more illiterate, who really can manage finances. But as time goes on, you find more patriarchal heads of states, and then you find what you saw in Cape Coast and other places. So I think a lot depends on the head, the president of the country. When you go to Rwanda, Kagame is doing a very good job. And I don't know what happens in the Scandinavian countries, but a friend of mine said when they had a man as president, his 13-year-old daughter said, a man, can he do the job? Because she was used to seeing women as presidents, prime ministers in Norway. So I would like to think that we should really sensitize the men, because a president can do so much difference. I mean,
absolutely.
And women don't go into politics because I always say that nobody cares about the number of girlfriends a man has had. But politics can be so dirty, and a woman has children, but she also has a past. And a woman doesn't want her past dragged up during the political season. And it's also become very monetized, I should say. Yeah. But women are very, very capable, and we all know that they are better managers. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you for making that point, really, because leadership commitment is very important, and I'm speaking about this being a queen mother in Ghana. So I shouldn't say the bad things in some spaces only. There are systems that can be leveraged. For example, traditional leadership, which is so embedded in the African culture, can be utilized to bring women or to provide opportunities for women to co-lead and whatnot. And when there's no leadership commitment, that's when women also start being utilized, used to bring other women down, just because they see that their boss would actually like to see that woman come down. So they do what the boss wants to see. So that self-consciousness, and both sides, I mean, there's a lot of literature, there are a lot of experiences that are being spoken about regarding women being told to change. And that there's a lot more that needs to change before women are told to change, because the system just consumes women. And I could go on and on. I've been the first research director. I experienced that in an institution where I was at. I was the first black female DVC in a historically white institution. I experienced all of that. In fact, that's why I've written the book that I've written, because I believe that my lived experiences can save someone else. But yes, we still have a very, very, very important speaker on the panel. And before I introduce her, I just want to mention the fact that she said something very important to me. She said to me, people seem to be walking around her in eggshells, as if they are afraid that they would say something that may just be inappropriate. She has asked me to tell you that she is a normal human being. She is healthy, socially, mentally, and otherwise, and she sees herself as a tool to empower others, and that you should feel free to interact around her and feel free to ask her any question that you may have, and that if she was not ready to be here and to speak to us, she wouldn't have come. So she has come because she's ready. I hope I've summarized that very well. And she is none other than Ms. Venina Idu, an events manager, Saibono Discovery Center. She's a devoted mother, a loving partner, a driven professional who has navigated life's challenges with an indomitable spirit, inspiring all who have had the privilege of crossing paths with her. And we are very privileged that today we are going to be blessed again as she speaks to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Before I begin, I just want to say thank you to Professor Himmler for inviting me here today. And I also wanted to just let you know that this is my first time talking about this incident, and it was a deliberate decision to talk about it here in this platform to all of you. I just believe that you are the right people to go out there and make the right decisions, to go out there and make a positive impact. That being said, I stand here to share my story of a very tragic event that unfolded on the 28th of July, 2022, a day that forever changed the lives of 20 innocent individuals, a day that shattered the trust I once had in humanity. 32 counts of rape, multiple counts of robbery, sexual abuse and violence against the 20 cast and crew that were at the Krugersdorp mine dump. Among the 20 were 12 women, 8 brutally raped, 2 sexually abused, and all violently attacked and tortured, 2 left untouched. 8 men on set, 7 violently attacked, and 1 left unharmed. All men stripped of their clothing and tortured. We were filming a gospel music video, and I was the producer on set. On that day, on our last scene, a group of approximately 60 men, known as Zamazamas, confronted us, firing shots in the air, asking us to get face down on the ground. First, they took our phones, our bags, and our jewelry. Then they came around for our clothes and our shoes, sexually touching us, beating us, wanting us to take them off. And then the real nightmare began. They started dragging the women, one by one, into the bushes. We were not allowed to look up because we were beaten. But all you could hear were people praying and crying, and just the screams of the women being beaten and raped. When they came for me, they pulled on my hair to see my face, but they seemed angry, screaming out the word Mlungu, which I realized after that meant white person. They pushed my face back onto the ground, and this angered them. And this went on throughout the night. Every time someone wanted to drag me to get raped, they subjected me to brutal assaults, using their firearms to strike me, kicking me, violating my body with a gun in a horrific manner. They showed no mercy, imposing dominance by standing on my knees just to take off my socks. I was subjected to this torture simply because I was this Mlungu, this white person. And the men lying naked on the hard ground were kicked, beaten, and tortured. And this seemed to give our captors some kind of sick pleasure. They seemed to enjoy this power they had over us. And just when we thought that this was going to be over, they asked us to walk in a straight line to a hole in the mine, where we were asked to lie down in a straight line in an execution-style manner. Here, they kept telling us that they wanted to kill us, all because they were looking for a set of keys for a car. One of the brave ladies that was translating for us told them that it was in the pocket of one of the pants. I mean, this went on for at least a half an hour, and they were arguing amongst themselves. But all this time, they kept pulling the women into the bushes, raping them again. After what seemed forever, they asked us to walk in groups of 5 to the cars. When we got to the cars, these monsters made the women serve them the food and the drinks we had for the set. So they sat on our cars and they asked us to serve them, smiling, laughing. They went around taunting the people in the cars. Finally, 4 hours later, they asked us to leave, 1 car at a time. I was the last car to leave because I waited for one of the ladies to come back from the bushes. She was being savagely raped, and I still see her face. I honestly have no idea how I had the strength to drive off to the police station. 4 long hours of torture, and we survived, but for the 20 of us, our nightmare did not end. When I got to the police station, there was nobody there that was trained to handle a rape victim. When I got into the police station, I ran to the front desk, and when I looked behind me, there were 3 of the rape victims there, half-clothed, standing there with ripped clothing, crying. I ran up to the police officer and said to him that we needed help, and he asked me to wait my turn in line. I screamed at him. He refused to help me, and it was only because the guy that was reporting a cell phone stolen had told him that he did not mind waiting, that he then dealt with me. When we waited for the female officer to arrive, the ladies were then taken to the back office, and all the ladies were then taken to the hospital for a rape kit to be done. On that same evening, immediately after that, still traumatized, everybody had to go to the same spot to identify exactly where they were raped and beaten. I did refuse to go, but unfortunately my car was used, so I waited at the police station. Ripped clothes, no shoes, with bruises, a sore knee, and cold, in front of the police station. I was not given any room to wait, not offered anything to drink, not even spoken to. I waited another 3 hours until 3 a.m. for them to come back. I just wanted to get home and put this behind me, but unfortunately that was not what happened. Xenophobia, racial injustices, human rights violations, police corruption. This is what the victims faced after the attack. Our information was leaked by the police on a WhatsApp group, and all our names, addresses, and contact numbers reached social media. So we were hounded by the media, every single one of us, calls, visits to our homes and workplaces. And then came the threatening calls and messages focused on myself and the director, calls that almost a year later still continue. Whilst I did not know most of the women on set, as they had accompanied the artist, a profound sense of maternal instinct emerged within me, and I stayed in contact with them immediately after the incident. It was during one of the phone conversations with one of the ladies, approximately 2 weeks later, that I discovered that none of them had any medical attention other than the rape kit that was done. So I immediately tried to contact my doctor, who provided me with names of gynecologists, who provided me with names of contact people. So together with the director, we phoned around, and fortunately, Netcare stepped in to provide assistance with the ladies' checkup. Each rape survivor underwent a comprehensive examination, ensuring that they received necessary care and follow-ups. Amongst them, a lady that was just 19 years old and a pregnant woman. Despite contrary portrayals in the media and by our police commissioner, none of us received any form of counseling during this period. the attention seemed to be solely directed towards 4 women from Alexander Township, presumably for the sake of positive PR, while the remainder of the men and the women were totally disregarded. I reached out to a foundation called Women for Change, who together with Rape Crisis helped with counseling sessions for both the men and women. And together with Women for Change, we helped raise funds to assist the 7 of the rape victims with financial contributions for 6 months. The fact that xenophobia reared its ugly head in this narrative only deepens the wounds inflicted upon the victims. The Nigerian men on set had to flee to their embassy to get help the day after they were subjected to this violent crime. The news was all about these foreigners who planned this attack, who took the women to a mine to rape them, and the fact that the information was leaked meant that they were all subjected to constant harassment. When they got to the embassy, the police were there, demanding that they give their DNA samples or they will be arrested. Only them, not the one white man that was on set. Not only were these men traumatized by this incident, the victims were now treated like criminals. They were all in a bad state, no help given, no counseling given. And to further compound this injustice, the police arrested 14 Zamazamas at random, accusing them of the rapes and the attacks, men who were later released due to no DNA evidence and no positive ID. Many questions remain unanswered, such as the fate of the woman who had equipment in her home, the same woman who was on set with her daughter and son, and all 3 miraculously escaped harm on that fateful night. Regrettably, the case has been closed, leaving us without the answers and accountability we seek. That fateful night, besides the tragedy we endured, we suffered an immense blow of losing over 2 million rand worth of equipment that was the culmination of years of dedicated saving and hard work, representing our means of livelihood. This past year has not been easy for me. I'm on a very difficult journey, a journey of healing. I have put so much of my time into helping all the other men and women that I haven't really dealt with my own trauma, and it's only since Feb this year that I've started my own counseling. It is not easy. I'm frustrated, I'm angry, I'm constantly anxious. This incident has left a part of me broken, a part that wants to leave this country I call home, a beautiful country that needs to be cleaned and healed, a country that I'm very, very afraid to live in. I will never be the same person I was before 28th July 2022. As I stand here today, I carry the weight of the pain and the trauma that befell the victims on that dark day. But I also carry with me the strength, resilience, and the determination of a woman that refused to be defined by these horrors. Let us remember the victims, honor their courage, and work together to create a safer, more compassionate society. If there's one message I would like to leave with everybody here is, let us learn to respect each other. Thank you for giving me the time to tell my story.
Thank you very much, Veni. Yours is a story of the power of resilience, of love, of determination, of leadership, while in the midst of a crisis, of caring for others, like you are still doing even today. You embody the qualities of a strong woman who has the power to overcome adversity. A woman who has risen above the challenges that life has thrown on her face. A woman who has emerged as a true force to be reckoned with. You've just made that statement here this morning, once again. You embody a woman with an unwavering spirit, a woman who has the ability to thrive despite tragedy, a woman who will not be silent or be silenced. We need more women like you in our society. We need people like you who will reproduce more women like you. We have learned so much from your experience. I was very touched sitting here, and I should say this, that when I was in university in my first year, I was almost raped. Almost raped. But I can tell you that for 3 days and 3 nights, I locked myself up in the room. That feeling is indescribable. I was afraid. When I hear the knock at the door, I thought it is that same person coming. I thought maybe he saw my room, maybe he saw where I got into. 3 days, I was scared, and I had nobody to talk to. Couldn't talk to my parents about it. Couldn't tell my friends. I was fragile. And that was just an attempted rape. And we're talking here of brutality, as you have explained. Thank you so much. Shall we give her a round of applause once again? And like I said, painful as it is, she is prepared to offer herself. She is prepared to have you ask her any question. She is prepared to be of service, to use her trauma to continue to be of service to society. So please, let's ask any question that can help us also in future, and also help us to be empowered, to know how to interact with people who undergo these traumas, because every woman is vulnerable. Every human being, for that matter, is vulnerable. It can happen to anyone at any given time. And perpetrators are not written on their face. They look very handsome. They look attractive. You will never imagine that this person is the kind of person who will do this. So let's take this opportunity to empower ourselves by asking any questions that we may have, as it has been requested. Or comments, if no questions? Yes.
Well, I have no words to tell you. I will tell them. I will talk to you later. But I would like to ask you if you think that drugs were involved, if you think that they were having drugs, because these sort of things have happened in my country and mostly related with drug dealers and with men being drugged. I mean, because it's such a brutality that it's almost incredible to believe that somebody in normal would do something like that. So I wonder if you think that there is something to do with the drug consumption, or you have no idea about that.
Okay, I don't know if there was drugs involved, but I do know that no rapist is in a right state of mind. So whether it was our incident or any rapist, whether it is a rape against a 2-year-old or a 50-year-old or an 80-year-old, any person in that state of mind is not, any person who does that is not in the right state of mind. So he can be on a different level completely. So whether that's on drugs or whether on another level, you know, but I don't think that any thinking human being would do that to someone else.
No, of course, I'm not justifying. I'm just asking you if this has something to do with drug dealing. Okay.
You know, the Zama-Zamas, the men that attacked us, you know, for me, and I was explaining this yesterday, that with the Zama-Zamas, it's they almost pawns in a bigger thing. So for us, you know, the entire, and I wouldn't speak about this because it was a case here, and I can't pass judgment on that. But as far as I know, this was a situation that was set up. So I think what had happened was, like I said, they were in 3 sets. You know, they came, they took our jewelry, the second set took our clothes, and then they probably realized there are women here, so we might as well take advantage of a situation. So no person in their right state would have done the things they did. So it could be drugs, it couldn't be drugs, but you know, you could not tell what man does that.
Yeah. And how I wish, as South Africans, we can celebrate our diversity. You travel the world and you see the monotony in terms of race. And you land on the ground of South Africa, you see this beautiful diversity where you don't really know the next person you will meet, whether it will be an Indian, whether it will be an African, whether it will be a white person. That diversity, richness that we have as a country, in the African continent even. I mean, I've been in places where when a white person passes, everybody turns around to see this unfamiliar person. But in South Africa, we have the joy of being diverse, and I think some of it is lack of exposure. People just don't know how blessed we are. And please, never ever dare think of leaving South Africa. We need you. We need you. This is your home. This is our home. If you had left, we wouldn't have had this beautiful story. I'm calling it beautiful story because you have emptied yourself to empower others. In the end, we are privileged that we know what you went through. Should it happen to any of us, we would have been empowered by what you have said. So I cannot, like my colleague here said, I don't have words for you. I think, in summary, I personally don't have words for you. I just feel so privileged to be in your presence. And I know there are greater plans about your life. Let's yes, my sister.
Thank you so much. My name is Shazel Mahdi. I'm from Sudan, and I work with victims of gender-based violence in Darfur back in 2008, 2009. First of all, let me just tell you, you are a hero in this room, and I really appreciate you having the strength to tell your story. I also would like to thank ASSAf and IHRN for bringing in a glimpse of reality to know how it is in the actual world. When we talk about data, research, gender-based violence, and then we see an actual story is completely different. I really appreciate that. I remember back in the days when I was doing my MPH, my final research was on how certain interventions on addressing gender-based violence, especially in complex situations, were not actually functioning. I was particularly examining initiatives like cuckoo stoves to prevent women in Darfur who were going out looking for water and wood from getting raped, and how that was actually not functioning as it's supposed to be, because most of the times, gender-based violence is not only from those gangs and folks outside in the street, but also inside families, as we all know that. I think it's worth examining how the huge amount of money and investment that have been spent on gender-based violence, especially over the last 20 years, were actually impacted. In reality, the data on women who are still getting exposed to gender-based violence, rape, and other terms of sexual violence. I think it was be examined, especially in situations where we got more complexity. When you were talking, I still remember women telling stories in Darfur that they were raped because they were from certain tribe. They were having different colors, different ethnicity, and sometimes from different socioeconomic class. And as I'm talking to you right now, I know we do have a war, an active war happening in Khartoum, and sexual violence is a big part of that, because it's just a history, a part of our history in Sudan that part of any conflict and battle is happening actually on women's body rather than on the ground. I'm saying that, and I think it's just still a lot of work that needs to be done need to be examined from, I want to say, indigenous perspective. Sometimes it's very complicated to look into those dimensions from outside perspective. So you need to go there. You need to enhance the local researchers and scholars as well, because they will be adding lots of value to this kind of research.
Yeah.
ASSAf here.
Yeah. And what came out clearly to your point is there's still indeed a lot to be done. And the multi-sectoral nature of the services that are needed. And the fact that as we sit every minute, somebody is being raped, if not every second. So we have a challenge really as a country, as a continent, as the world to deal with this terrible issue. So I'm going to read a statement here that I extracted from an unknown author. It reads, "Eliminating GBV must be our common effort and common achievement, as this is an issue that concerns us all, involves us all, requires us all, and it needs urgent attention." I think that just summarizes how much more we still need to do. On that score, I see Professor Himmler is standing up. Do you want to come to the front? Thank you. And I just want to thank my panel. I begged them to carry me as I barely slept, and you did just that. Thank you very much for sharing your insights unreservedly. There's a lot more we will still learn from you, even through interactions and networking outside. Thank you so much. Can we clap hands for them?
Thank you, Refilwe. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Veni. I mean, you know, this session really brings to the fore the complexity of gender equality, gender-based violence, the way society intersects with these, and I'm sure you have a million thoughts going through your brain right now. But it was a very awesome session. I've absolutely learned a lot from all the panelists, and I'm sure that we are all the wiser for this session in many, many ways. But yeah, so thank you very, very much. Dave, we're still ready to do the photograph. And so if you could just indulge us a few more minutes while we get our group photo, and then we will have lunch in the foyer at where we had breakfast. So thank you very much, everybody. It's 20 past, so we've cut out a bit of your lunchtime, but I'm sure we'll catch up in the succeeding session. So everybody, don't rush away. Please stay for the photograph, including my colleagues from ASSAf. Please, we want you in the photograph too. Thank you all. Let's get ready for a group photo. Thank you.
I will read your book.
Yes, yes, yes. I will. Yeah, definitely. Let's forge ahead. You can take your seats. All right, so welcome back after the lunch break session. And we are now going to go into another topic of relevance to us in this meeting, and that is safeguarding academic freedom. And we've already had a taste of this in the previous sessions, but it is my great pleasure to welcome our moderator for the, I think I had too much of sugar. I'm in the wrong session. Sorry, guys, sorry. This one is on addressing stigma and discrimination. My apologies. And I think the panel must have been wondering, like, what's going on with this woman? Well, that's what happens when I have too much of sugar and not take my medications. I apologize. But in any event, it's my pleasure to welcome a good friend and colleague, Professor Rasikan Maharaj, who is the Chief Director of the Institute for Economic Research on Innovation at the Shwana University of Technology. Rasikan's also an ASSAf member. And I mean, the person, when you go into these virtual meetings and you see their backgrounds, many academics sit behind or in front of bookshelves, etc. When you see Rasikan in his office or his room, there are like 2 or 3 computers, papers, up to the wall, books and shelves, etc. This man reads for a living. So it is my great pleasure to invite him to moderate this session and to introduce his panel. So over to you, Rasikan.
Thank you very much, Professor Sudhir. It's such a warm introduction, and I can confirm from the 3 of us there, besides us changing our times, we're now thinking we need to change the content as well. Yeah. But such is the nature of our world, and maybe that gives us a very good segue into this panel itself. Yeah? In this panel 3, we're addressing stigma and discrimination. And I want to preface the panel itself, and I have been forewarned, so as moderator, I'm not going to be making an input, but there are some points that I want to raise with you, which hopefully helps us in the discussion itself. Yeah? So this network, I think, produced a publication in 2018, which I want to quote from extensively, in responding to the question of why academies are involved with issues of rights. And as I mentioned, this network then suggested at least 4 answers. Firstly, they said, to a great extent, their work is concerned with improving the lives of individuals, and engagements with internationally recognized human rights norms is vital in thinking about what it means to improve human life. 2, in some cases, as where academies grapple with opportunities and risks presented by new technologies, academies can also contribute to societal understanding of rights, which is continuously growing and evolving in response to new challenges. And here we need to emphasize that point, as we are living through, besides the 6th mass extinction and acceleration of technological change, we are inside that space. Thirdly, in seeking to provide assistance to colleagues suffering severe ill treatment, and to respond to broader issues of abuse and discrimination related to research and scholarship. And fourthly, through their, if you don't mind, through our concern for human rights, academies reaffirm the fundamental principles upon which their work and that of the global scientific enterprise relies. So I hope this has been useful in terms of framing how we're going to approach this panel as well. Yeah. It's on this basis that the panel will seek to contribute to widening our understanding of stigma and discrimination experienced in academia. Based on the previously mentioned 4 reasons for academic involvement in human rights issues, it would be quite obvious then that the need for engagement is particularly relevant to our contemporary conjuncture. With our species being now numbering over 8 billion people, the contradictions between our subjectively defined social, economic, and political systems, and then the objectively framed ecological boundaries confronting our expansion, are giving rise, as I mentioned, to accelerated change, crises, and the looming specter of various catastrophes. The urgency for us in academia to reconnect with society is therefore of crucial importance. Our collective global knowledge commons has undoubtedly propelled our species-level growth and development. Unfortunately, however, the outcomes of development, including both tangible and intangible aspects, so those that are still in ideas and those that are already finding themselves in products and services, have not been shared equally, nor sufficiently diffused to ensure that all of humanity benefits from the progress achieved in research, science, and technology. We are just emerging from a global pandemic. And I make this note, and as I referenced it earlier as well, this is not me based on my internet research suggesting that the pandemic is ending. The World Health Organization has issued a statement withdrawing some of those constraints that were placed on us. Yeah? And this was done just a month ago. So all that you heard about the pandemic ending before a month ago needs to be treated with skepticism. So as I said, we are emerging from this global pandemic where our species was threatened by a virus and its subsequent variations. Massive investments in research and development over a long historical time frame were brought together and proved capable of delivering solutions to the problems as we were experiencing it. You know, this is the huge value of science and technology. But, and I'm sorry, there has to be a but in that as well. It would have been a perfect story had we put the full stop there. But we didn't, did we? Our underdeveloped socioeconomic conscience, however, soon retreated into ensuring the profitability of some industries, and we were confronted by what we now, in the literature at least, refer to as global vaccine apartheid, which challenged a scientific fact that we would all only be safe if all of us were safeguarded. And being safeguarded is also being afforded the possibility of also producing our own vaccines where they are needed. Yeah? This is a global knowledge stock, except we waved at each other patent documents as opposed to considering the human lives that were being lost. Stigma and discrimination draw their support from unscientific beliefs that do not allow for interrogating their substantive basis nor their subsequent biases. So to help us navigate through the conceptualization and the contestations regarding stigmas and discrimination, we are joined in this panel by two very eminent scholars who will share with us their perspectives on the topic itself. I'll introduce them in the order of speaking, and each speaker will have approximately 10 minutes to make an initial contribution to the discussion. Yeah? We really want to move from those presentations into question, answer, and engagement session with you all, and then that will then give us towards the end the possibility of each of our panelists giving 5 minutes of closing remark and responding to the questions and comments that have been raised. Yeah? So to start, let me welcome and introduce Professor Caroni. Martina Caroni was born in Bern, Switzerland, in the same year as me. So we leave that as a mystery. Yeah. And is currently Professor of International, Constitutional, and Comparative Law at the University of Lucerne. Professor Caroni has also served as Vice Rector for Teaching and International Relations at that university, and since last month is also the President of the National Commission for the Prevention of Torture. Professor Caroni's doctoral research was on the protection of private and family life in immigration matters. And her postdoctoral research, I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry. We don't have it as a qualification in South Africa either. Her postdoctoral thesis is on campaign financing in Switzerland. Yeah? So, Professor Caroni, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me here in this very interesting conference and in this very important panel. It's an important panel, it's a challenging panel, and something my students know, that right at the beginning of a presentation I always tell, well, we won't have solutions at the end of the panel, unfortunately. I don't have a PowerPoint. I believe that it's more important to try to listen and understand what we, the presenters, are saying. And so then we can also more easily enter into a discussion. The stage for our discussion has already been set by distinguished speakers, yesterday evening by Judge Kolopan, this morning by Professor Keat, and therefore I will save some time and just remember a few important points from my perspective. The first point, human rights are currently under pressure. A second important point, we have to recognize and reflect on our biases. We all have biases. This is normal. This is human. I would even say every living creature has biases. We have to recognize them and reflect on them. A third point, science is currently being criticized. This has increased since the pandemic. There is a distrust in science, not a general distrust, but to a large extent, some results of science are called into question. At the same time, we have also scientism by the population at large. The society knows everything better. I believe medical doctors know very well their new colleague, Dr. Google. We know this, not only medical doctors know that, we all know it in some or other context. And finally, we also have to realize and acknowledge that current, I wouldn't say discriminations, but current unequal treatment or current distinctions our society, our state, our government is making might very well turn out to be discriminations in a few years. Here too we have some recent examples. It's, at least for me as a non-medical doctor, but as a lawyer, it's something that has come up in recent years, that there is gender-specific medicine, that adults are not simply adults, that some medicines work differently on women and men, and that this should be also taken up by science and has been taken up by science. And the last element, which of course links to things that I'm working on, children. Children are not just small adults. We still have a very parochial and paternalistic approach to the best interest of the child as it is protected by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Children. I'm pretty sure in a couple of years, some of these decisions that governments, that administration, that the society is taking in view of the best interest of the child will turn out to be discriminatory. All these points have been brought at the forefront by the pandemic. The pandemic had some few maybe positive points, but for most of it, it has brought up the worst side of societies. I can speak maybe for the Swiss society, that's the one I know best. The society has broken up in different camps. Opposition is voiced fiercely. There are corona-scepticists that are creating a new political party running for elections later this year in Switzerland. Questions are, is the virus real? Are restrictions at all necessary? And then a claim that was very prominent in Switzerland that the government wanted a compulsory vaccination for everyone, which was never discussed. These are issues that have drilled holes in the society and destroyed the coherence of society. Also, universities and academies have been challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic. I was a member of the crisis team of my university, and we were faced with a number of questions, including inclusion. How can we include everyone, all students, in our classes that we were teaching from one day to the other via Zoom? And then at some point, how do we deal with the fact that we're allowed to go back to teaching in class, but not everyone, all students were able to join us for medical reasons? So how do we make it possible for them to still join us via Zoom, having an equal access to discussions? And then a problem, and I briefly want to highlight one of the many cases, COVID-19 cases, that have already been decided by the Swiss Federal Court, which is the highest court. At all universities in the fall term 2021, we were allowed to go back to classes in presence under the requirement that students had a COVID certificate. And this COVID certificate was able to be reached if either you were vaccinated, you had passed COVID, or you got tested. One university said, okay, this is perfect, everything's fine. We in my university, we said, well, testing, yes, is an option, but there are quite considerable costs involved in testing. So for one full term, I converted it in rand. For one full term, for testing for the COVID certificate, amounted to about 17,000 rand. So one university did not pay that to students, did not make it possible to have testing without paying, and they were found to have violated the Constitution for not having granted equal access to education. So, but I'm quite far away from stigmas, discriminations, and what the universities and academies can try to do or have to do to fight that. Before I come briefly to those points, just some future challenges that we will have to fight, that we will have to consider when deciding what to do about fighting discrimination and stigma. One challenge are the prevailing attitude and existing biases in humans. We cannot simply change the DNA of humans and make here a change. Second challenge is the already mentioned this morning artificial intelligence. Algorithms are biased. How do we deal with that? And the third element that is maybe a little bit far-fetched, but it's out there, is climate change. The Paris Agreement clearly states that the rights of the future generations have to be protected. This is one argument that comes up in political discussions, but is easily forgotten if we have to decide, or governments have to decide what to do. Future generations are the unknown group here also in the room. Who are they? We cannot relate to them. We don't have a clear view of who they are. And so we tend to make decisions that will maybe be discriminatory on the future generations. But let me briefly, to sum up, say a few words on what is the role of university on the one hand and of academies in addressing the problem of stigma and discrimination. Universities are teaching and research institutions. They have to educate and to research. They have to work on the causes, the consequences, and the impact of stigma and discrimination from the various perspectives in an interdisciplinary way, and have to do everything in order to help creating and developing evidence-based solutions. Universities have also the task of promoting inclusion and diversity and creating an environment where individuals feel valued, protected, and empowered. Universities have also a task in raising awareness and advocacy. This can be with workshops or with other activities that reach out to the community. Universities have a role in policy development, maybe more the researchers and the professors of universities. They have to help shape practices and policies that combat stigma and discrimination. And finally, they also have to support all those that are in need of individuals in their teacher, staff, student, also of the society at large, for those who experience discrimination and exclusion. They have to become inclusive and diverse. The role of academies is slightly different. Academies are, to some extent, the linkage between science and political and societal actors. They have to research and conduct research and develop evidence-based policy. They are those institutions where we find a wide range of experts from various disciplines that are renowned, that are distinguished. Academies have to provide expertise and guidance. I believe in most countries, the governments during the pandemic were supported by a task force, scientific task force. At least in Switzerland, members of the academies were members of these task force exactly because they were the expert and could provide guidance to the government. Academies can also convey power on experts. They can bring together different sectors, governmental, non-governmental sectors, affected people, and so on. They have a role in raising public awareness and education. They have also a role in advocacy and influencing the society at large, but also politics and the government. And finally, they have a role in capacity building. They have the experts that are renowned, that are distinguished, and that's where academies have to work on. Thank you very much and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Martina. I'm going to shift to Professor Jansen, Jonathan Jansen. But as he has reminded me, you have been introduced to him maybe a multiplicity of times already just during this event. So I'll be brief in my introduction of him. Yeah. So Jonathan Jansen was born in Cape Town in 1956 and is currently a distinguished professor of education at Stellenbosch University and president of the Academy of Science of South Africa. Professor Jansen was previously the Vice-Chancellor of the University of the Free State and holds numerous concurrent fellowships and academic affiliations. Yeah. Professor Jansen's doctoral dissertation was on the relationship of the state and curriculum in Zimbabwe. And he does continue to publish extensively on the politics of knowledge and society, maybe in a very apt way, sequencing very neatly into the last comment made by Martina as well, about the role for all of us in the Academy. But please, Professor Jansen.
All right. Welcome to the capital, the xenophobic capital of the continent, South Africa. Now, when you think of xenophobia, you tend to think of it as something that happens out on the streets, such as, for example, the Mozambican man not far from here in Alexandra Township, who gets burnt alive by South Africans, by black South Africans, because he's Mozambican. Where near to where I was born, actually outside of Cape Town, is a place called the Doorns, where seasonal wine, people work on the wine farms, and they get beaten to death by South Africans who are competing to pick grapes, in the Doorns in the Western Cape. Take any big township in South Africa, and you would hear stories about Somali and Eritrean refugees being hounded out of their spaza shops, etc., etc., etc. It is embarrassing to us, to me as a South African. It's confusing to me that black South Africans would turn on black brothers and sisters from other countries on the same continent, etc. So that's bad enough, until you realize that this is not something that only happens on the streets or in the vineyards, but actually happens on the campuses of our 26 public universities. And so one of my research teams is busy as we speak interviewing 100 Africans from other African countries to try and understand what their experiences are of xenophobia on university campuses. And I have to tell you with a very heavy heart that at the end of that 60-minute interview, whether it was myself or my two postdocs, Dr. Cyril Walters or Dr. Precious Simba, Cyril is from Cape Town, Simba is from Zimbabwe, that at the end of every one of these interviews, we end up apologizing to the interviewees for the hurt that has been caused, not on the streets, but in the seminar rooms, in the HR office, on the campuses. This doesn't make any sense, so we've got a book that we hope to finish by the end of this year, and the title is something you will not find anywhere else on Dr. Google, Academic Xenophobia. Now, how does academic xenophobia manifest itself on South African campuses when it comes to Africans from other African countries? It manifests itself, first of all, in refusing to appoint people at all. So you advertise, and somebody applies from Nigeria or from Guinea-Bissau or from Ghana, and you make sure that they are not shortlisted. It happens that when you do appoint somebody, you make sure that they are not appointed permanently, but on a 5-year contract, so that at the whim of a vice-chancellor or some madness in the Senate, you can let the person go. You would appoint them, but never promote them, because South Africans come first. In other words, the very thinking that is inimical to the idea of a university. Now, you'd be very surprised that these decisions are actually quite varied depending on the institution you speak about. One of the most vicious institutions in denying Africans is, in fact, the University of Cape Town, which is supposed to be one of our more liberal universities. And I was in a debate with the just ousted vice-chancellor in the medical school a few months ago, and I could not believe what I was hearing. So when the leader of the institution sets the tone of a very virulent anti-African academic kind of, ethos in the institution, of course, you're going to find the people in HR and the people elsewhere falling in line. The universities that can least afford to push out African academics are the rural black universities, because they need academics to teach in those universities. Like Fort Hare, for example, has a very large contingent, thankfully, of Africans from other African countries. And the University of the Western Cape, by far, has the most welcoming practices with respect to welcoming Africans from other academics. Now, the way I grew up as an academic is the one place in which you don't act in this way with a kind of stigma and discrimination is a university. You can do it in your church, your mosque, or your synagogue, go ahead. You can do it in your sports club, go ahead. You can do it in the Boy Scouts, go ahead, but you don't do this kind of thing in a university, because by definition, a university is a place in which the doors are open to talent, whether it's in the student body or whether it's in the professoriate, to people from everywhere. That's why we call them universities. And so this is distressing to me, because the people very often who are keeping all our 26 universities afloat are, in fact, Africans from other African countries. Let me give you 2 or 3 examples just to make my point. The University of Cape Town would be in serious difficulty if it didn't have a world-leading chemist from Zambia by the name of Kelly Chibali, who has trained generations of South African chemists over, just by virtue of being there. So the argument that he's taking somebody else's job is, forgive my language, just bullshit, okay? Because of his enormous contribution, etc. My friend, Professor Edward over there, who heads up one of our premier institutions called the Stellenbosch Institute for Advanced Studies. He is originally from Uganda. We would be poorer at Stellenbosch University if it wasn't for his incredible talent in leading an institute that by definition is open to the best scientists, the best scholars from anywhere in the world. The University of Witwatersrand here in Johannesburg would be infinitely poorer if they didn't have Africa's leading analytical philosopher in their ranks, a man called Akil Mbembe from Cameroon. Right across the road here, where I was this morning at the University of Pretoria, they would be diminished if they did not have a man like Innocent Pikarai, who leads in archaeological research all over the world. And so, welcome to a country that shoots itself in both feet when it comes to academic talent. Now, the political causes and motives behind this is very, very clear. The South African economy has been mismanaged for the past 30 years. A lot of good things have happened in South Africa, but a trillion rands left the fiscus under what we call state capture. And so, of course, the pressure on the poor is there to sort of secure for themselves, understandably, a piece of the economy. But because we are being robbed blind, including this government, okay, the current government, we sit in a situation where the pressure then comes downwards on the poorest of the poor, and unfortunately also in relation to refugees in particular, fleeing situations from the Sudan all the way through to Zimbabwe. Then how do you explain universities? Because these are the elites, right? Why are universities so? Because of two things. One, our history is a history of exclusion. As I said yesterday, we've had the most unbelievable abuses of human rights over 3 centuries, actually, not just under apartheid since 1948. And that bitterness, that trauma, that thinking doesn't go away simply because of a change of regime. This is fundamental to those of you who study politics. But there's another reason, and that is that the current government encourages us in the science councils, Rasigan would know what I'm talking about, encourages us to behave in a xenophobic way. And I've made it very clear with the little authority that I have under Himla Sudyal in almost every council meeting to say we will not be part of that shit. This is going to be a place that lives by academic values, and that means whether it's in the membership of SAYAS, the Young Academy, or whether it is in the Senior Academy, or whether it's in the appointment of Himla's staff, we look for the best talent from anywhere, because it's an academy. It is not a football club, it's an academy. And by the way, football clubs would also go down, you know, as a Tottenham Hotspur Pirates fan, I can tell you, you go nowhere without the talent that you bring into your football club and so on. What can universities do? So I want to sort of, from my colleague who spoke earlier, who I was just mesmerized by the work that you do, what if the universities are part of the problem as opposed to the solution to the kind of stigmatization that we're talking about? Well, the first thing is, and that's why in every speech that I make, whether it's at a graduation or at an orientation and so on, I make this kind of speech because I think it's important to push back against this growing sentiment in South African society and unfortunately, sadly, on South African university campuses. Secondly, we have to do research on this, and when our book comes out, I can assure you, we will do everything to publicize in a communicable form, not just for the academic community, but in all the other kinds of online forums, to warn people about this danger on our university campuses. And just to give you an example of our absurdities, a friend of mine who was the head of architecture until recently at UCT, she says to me in the interview that she's sitting as the head of architecture and HR is there to address her department, and HR says, with her present as the head of department, she's from Uganda, they say to her, to the meeting, we must stop employing these foreigners. She's sitting right there, the person leading the architectural department. I suspect, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, that this is going to get worse. And when it gets worse, we are coming to the network. And we want you to join us in condemning this kind of thinking and this kind of practice, because at the heart of it is an anti-humanistic and anti-African and anti-scientific thinking that regards people simply by virtue of national origins as being less than the natives. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jonathan, for raising the problems in the way in which you did as well. You know, as we hear about the challenges that confront us and the fact that these challenges are persistent, it also begs the question in terms of the extent to which we ourselves are willing to rethink these issues. You know, it cannot be that we are reproducing the very institutions, read as sets of rules, that reproduce the aberrant behaviors that you are speaking about. You know, I'm also struck, if you don't mind, Jonathan, by your last comment about the national identities. And colleagues, you may have noticed, I did not, in my introductory remarks, draw upon that aspect. I kept referring to us as a species being. I hope that sunk in as well, because there's a particular way in terms of all of the institutions that we have around us that call for a decolonizing, at least, perspective, but to bring it to something that represents 8.1 billion of us, and not those that only enjoy the benefits of this world system that's not working. Pushing back against neoliberalism, new public management, what drives this type of behavior? And so a segue with the last, which quite horrific section of the last panel. I want to quote to you from someone who may not have been considered an academic, but he wrote excellent works that drove a lot of our behavior in the 1980s in confronting the apartheid state. This was an Italian prisoner, Antonio Gramsci, in 1929, just short of 100 years ago, wrote, "The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear." Yeah. After hearing the last testimony, I would say now is the time of monsters. And it's really upon us to confront all of these in the wider dimension. So on that note, maybe Himmler, when you introduced me as well, I should have mentioned I come from what people call the dismal science. Yeah, so I study political economy, so most of my views are very negative about most things. Yeah. But I want to encourage all of you now. We have a bit of time, and this really is something we need to engage with, because it's us that carry this responsibility. The intergenerational aspect that was hinted at in the first speaker's presentation needs much more attention from all of us. Yeah. So I'd like to open the floor, but while I'm doing that, I also want to ask Professor Sudyal in terms of the timing. We have extended, so with your permission, we'll open the floor. Please, Mr. Atich.
Thank you. I would like to ask you about this xenophobia and citizenship, because I come from a continent where you are born, you become a citizen. So even that, of course, in Mexico we discriminate as anywhere else, when a child is born in Mexico, the child becomes Mexican. And the parents become the parents of a Mexican child. And everything changes for them because they are part of the system. But that is not true in every country. It's true for our continent, but it's not true in many countries that you don't acquire the nationality by birth. You have to be, you know, the parents, the mother, sometimes the mother, because you know the father is never so sure. So you have to prove that you come from the line. So I wanted to ask you, how do you deal with that? Because that's one way in America to fight xenophobia. Because once you are born there, then you change your status immediately. So I wanted to ask about that. I don't know how it works in South Africa. I don't know. I do know about Europe. It's much more difficult in Europe to have a nationality. I don't know about Africa, but I think it's an important point.
Very good. Thank you very much. Colleagues?
Thanks so much. So I'm thinking about my own experience of trying to deal with issues of discrimination in the institutions, and I wonder if our strategy of trying to use science, use research to initiate awkward discussions has actually worked. I don't know if it's worked, but that's what we did. So we got NRF funding and we researched things about racism at UCT, and I'm puzzled because, you know, that was 2 decades ago and the current transformation officer is repeating the same research. So I wonder about the value of research in changing the very fundamental worldviews in the absence of something else. You know, that's praxis, not research. So I wonder if panelists want to comment on that.
Excellent, thanks for that. We have this in front.
Thank you very much. I represent Nigeria Academy of Science. I know this thing has been going on, and is there been any bill to the parliament trying to put this, to outlaw this kind of behavior, or is there any other way in which there can be action that will be taken by people? I know if you all complain about this and no bill, no group that is going to present a bill to the parliament to make sure that this is changed, it will just continue to go on like that. And also, when you are appointing people and there are no South African appointable, we need to probably make sure that the South Africans themselves are getting trained to be able to compete with such people. Because if you continue to say this is a job and you are not qualified, you want to appoint a professor of, let's say, chemistry, and you don't even have a degree in chemistry, and you say you must appoint our people. I don't know whether they should increase the ability to be qualified to get to that such position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. More questions, colleagues? Please.
Thank you very much, Musam Shawala from UKZN. Thanks to the panel for the presentation. I think that it's one thing to think about science, and I find that maybe similar to Leslie also, when we use science to be provocative, it's much more welcome, and the rules that govern science are slightly different to the ones that govern labor, human resources, and all of those laws that are there. And, you know, as we often say, if I were to play devil's advocate to say, on the one hand, we really do want excellence, we want talent. On the other hand, we have also been aggrieved by some of our best minds going to Europe, being taken away from our own society and not able to contribute. And we have named that brain drain. And we don't necessarily want that to keep going, and we want to create an environment for them to be able to operate here. Likewise, I imagine that other African countries, they also want the talent to be in their own countries. And I'm just wondering how we deal with that. You know, some colleagues are talking about brain circulation because we want exposure, but we don't necessarily want to take talent away. That's one part. The second part for me is in terms of the juniorization, as we call it in my institution, of the academic staff, where we are finding that because of the problems of unemployment of young people, there's a lot more intergenerational cohesion and willingness for the people on the other end to step out of positions and create opportunities for younger academics and younger researchers. But that also creates a problem where young people are stepping into roles that are too big, too early, without having accumulated the necessary sort of academic gravitas. And now we have to bring them back to mentor and support in retirement. These are things that we are really grappling with, and we are using instruments that are governed by law and regulations to try and deal with a space of science that needs to be limitless in a way. And I'm just wondering how we grapple with that. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks so much for bringing that into the room as well. You know, some of these, I'm sure, as the colleagues are listening to the comments that are being raised, You know, spread across, I mean, the questions of how do we understand the problem, but also in terms of what are we learning from our initiatives to redress things. You know, and I think also what's quite critical in this, South Africa is not the only country in the world system. Some of you may have seen this, where we heard mentioned, we have 195 countries recognized by the United Nations.
Mr. Moderator, really, a very excellent, very nice presentation. Really. Let me just say the other way. You know, when we look at the World University ranking and rating, most of the universities from South Africa rank very high. And I know why. I have lost a lot of very good teachers, lecturers from within Kenya to Namibia, Botswana, and here South Africa. Those you mentioned make the difference. By the time you hit number 16 or 18, 20, to the universities north of here, South Africa from UCT, Stellenbosch, Pretoria, etc., are actually ranked up. I would wish somebody to find out why. It is these external persons people call academic, this word I can't pronounce it very well, xenophobia. They are the ones actually who make the difference and bring these universities to those rankings. Find out why. That's my feelings, because I did teach architecture buildings within Botswana and Namibia are actually being done by students I finished at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And they are among the best buildings that were done. Check on them.
Thanks so much for that comment as well. I think it adds to the flavor of what we are going to ask our panelists now to respond to collectively in terms of the ones they want to emphasize and pick up on very specific points within it. But always, as we mentioned, I started by telling you some facts. There are 195 countries recognized by the UN that gives us the legal basis upon which we operate. We had a very prominent politician just last week on a major international news program tell us about over 200 countries. So there's a gap there. And at the same time, as we hear that, the actual resources inside our country devoted to exactly what the Prof is talking about, we should be researching this. But our actual research monies available to us have stagnated. So we have increased demands, but the monies available to do the research has remained flat. Add in inflation, we're actually decreasing. More difficult, and especially my good brother from KZN, we have an increased demand on our service while the staffing level declines. And this is information inside our reports to the government. So if that's the situation inside South Africa and we multiply it across all the systems, we are undergoing these changes collectively. But unfortunately, we fail to be learning from each other as we are experiencing the problem. We have real-time tools available for us to remain connected. We don't have to wait for the second year before we ask the question. So I really want to encourage as well, we use the space in between us. As I mentioned, there should be urgency in our responses. It cannot be that my daughter is sitting here when she finishes her studies, maybe in this type of environment, and they are asking the same questions. Yeah? So please, we're going to start with Professor Jansen and then come to Martina. It's all right? If you need reminding, those.
Sure. Yeah, it is true that if your children are born in most countries that you have some cover, etc., it's a bit more complicated. I must ask my colleagues from other African countries. We've got a chapter in this book just on that, on how the laws have changed to make it more difficult regardless of whether your children were born here or not. The US, for example, used to pride itself on the Americas on that fact that if your child is born there, even if you're crawling across the border, that child is an American citizen. Guess what? The leader of the Republican Party in the nominations is saying, I will change that law. So even if your children, so we are part of this global populist kind of politics at the moment, in which denying people citizenship is very much part of this right-wing agenda. In developing countries, politics eat science for breakfast every single morning. That's just a fact. That's why when I listen to people coming here and talking about evidence-based science, I said to myself, I just roll my eyes because I don't think they're paying attention. And that's a fact. We've got good research on that as well. Very interesting question about the legislation by the colleague from Nigeria. The legislation is less important in this country and in most African countries than the politics. Let me explain how it works. A lot of African academics who came to South Africa after 1994 came because the president at the time, Thabo Mbeki, had this vision of what he called the African Renaissance. So people thought, this is a place I could go to. This is a country I've never been to, and they've opened up for all of us and so on. And then gradually that changed under successive Home Affairs ministers, to the point now that there is in legislation an attempt to get Zimbabweans out by playing around with what they call the Zimbabwean exemption permit. So right now, as we speak, it's an attempt to keep people out, which will be devastating, by the way, for this economy. I just want to put that on the table. Down here in Soweto, I study schools and universities for a living. Down here in Soweto, if you took out every Zimbabwean science and math teacher, that whole school system collapses. I can tell you that. Okay? And that would be an interesting discussion for another time. I agree with you. I think, it is time for South Africans to, yes, our problem, half of our kids here that start in grade 2 don't make it to grade 12. Half of the kids, 500,000. So the pipeline of young people going into higher education is a very small one. The result is that, if I just jump to graduations at universities, there are now, Rasigan, you'll have to help me with this, but I think there are now more Africans from other African countries graduating with PhDs, postgraduates, than South Africans. Now, for me, this is wonderful. We're opening up our doors. But in the long term, it's not sustainable because it means that in terms of national development, we're losing out. But this government has got its head in the sand when it comes to the crisis. I might have mentioned yesterday, a few years ago, 78% of our kids in grade 4 couldn't read for meaning. A few weeks ago, it's 81%. We're actually going backwards. And reading is not just about reading. Reading is about your capacity to participate in science and society throughout your life. So you're quite right. Unless we get that right, we're going to be... Why do African academics come to South Africa, quite apart from refugees? When we interview them, they say, we come to South Africa because you've got good laboratories. We come to because the universities like UCT, Stellenbosch, and so on, it's great to work in a place that there isn't a devastating protest every other day, and where the salaries are actually paid on time, etc. So that's fantastic. I think it's fantastic for a country that for most of its history was cut off from the academic world, in particular on the continent, to be able to invite and encourage, people to come in and take. And by the way, it's also a lot cheaper than to go and try and set up your family in Europe, etc., etc. So those are all the good reasons why people come. Here's the bad news. At the end of these interviews, I've got 19 questions in this interview protocol. And the last question is, would you recommend to other African young scholars to come to South Africa today? Not a single one of the 67, 68 people so far interviewed said yes. They said, we tell them go somewhere else. And I can't tell you how incredibly sad that is to hear.
Thank you very much for all these very interesting questions. I struggle a little bit with identifying those. I really want to dig in also because I don't have the South African background. I have a very European background. And maybe starting with the question on nationality and xenophobia in universities. Yes, in Europe it is much more difficult to get citizenship. I'm coming from the country where I believe it's the most difficult, the hurdles are the highest around the world, I would say. Maybe it's not true, but we're for sure in the top 3. But at the same time, xenophobia in academia is not known. Maybe not for law schools, but for most other faculties at universities, the majority of professors are non-Swiss. And this has not really given the starting point for a discussion or for a move of pushing away or from Swiss universities non-nationals. And maybe this is, of course, different political context, societal context, of course, raise different issues. But maybe on one point, I would like to point out to Austria. Austria, I believe they still have the tradition that those professors who are not Austrians, who get a tenured professorship, automatically get the citizenship. So again, of an attempt of not creating academic xenophobia. And even though Austria has a problem with xenophobia, Switzerland as well, I don't believe that this is an issue for universities. Maybe on getting to the question on whether science can help shaping societal values in absence of something else. Yeah, if this was so easy, that would be brilliant. Then we would just have to assess or agree among us what are the values we would like to bring into society and then to full-fledged try to really influence society. Unfortunately, it's not that easy, and I'm really taking that together with the question on is there something more that can be done? Can the people do something about it if from Parliament or from legislation nothing is coming? In many areas, I would say this is popular support for a cause is helping. We see the example currently, again, climate change, where there is an incredible increase in human rights-based climate change litigation that is really trying to tell the governments, hello, what you're doing is simply not enough. You have to do more. And we're challenging that based on human rights. And there are a number of interesting cases now pending before the European Court of Human Rights. Of course, one is a Swiss case of senior citizens claiming Swiss government is not doing enough to make the future for the elderly safe. There is a case pending by children at the European Court of Human Rights with the same claim. So these are aspects where maybe the people or some part of the society is trying to pressure the government into doing something. I don't believe that this will work for science or for having less discrimination and stereotypes in society, because what I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, there is this criticism of science. The society knows everything better. And so they don't believe us. Politicians don't really believe us, what we're telling them. Or at least if they don't like it, they don't believe us. I'm quite often in an exchange with politicians, and they just simply smile at me and say, okay, yes, interesting, we should care more about the best interest of the child in migration matters, but, well, we're doing fine. We're not interested. And I think this is the problem for our questions. This lack of interest or even criticism of society in respect of science. Maybe a last point, and then I stop. It was also said that the rules that govern science are different than those that govern labor. Yes, absolutely. I fully agree with that. For me, there is a maybe too easy explanation. The explanation is that governing labor, this is an interest of the government. There have to be some clear rules for the government. Family law, the same, criminal law. But science, with science, you have to pay money, or you have to give money for research where you don't know whether you like the outcome of the research. And I stop here because if I say more, I'm already influencing the next panel with academic freedom. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we owe a great debt of gratitude to both Jonathan and so as you would have heard, colleagues, and maybe to pick up on a point that you had started off with, it is because it's more difficult that we really need to pay more attention. Because as it was explained by Jonathan earlier, there is a hierarchy within which, in our contemporary conjuncture, that the academy finds itself in. Yeah? It's located in a structure. Because of that, it has influence, notwithstanding where the politicians. We've all experienced what you've described, and it continues. Yeah? But politicians are not the only constituency that constitutes society. They are also occupying a temporal position based on the regime or institutions that they have control over. Part of our tasks as public intellectuals is to challenge the very shaping and relevance of those institutions as well. If we continue to perpetuate them, we will see exactly the same results, because that's what it generates as a system. So I want to remind people also, you are in Africa for this event. And it's quite important in terms of, at least at a philosophical level, recognizing another epistemology. And that is, I am because of who you are. And if we look at this on a global scale and return to the 8.1 billion of us, it's not going to be about us waving passports at each other. It's about us as a common humanity being confronted by challenge on an ecological scale, not just environmental. And within that context, I think there's a lot of hope. But that hope will only offer us the results should we choose to invest in doing it. And that's why there remains a critical role for both national academies and universities. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your attention.
Well, thank you, Rasigan, and our panelists for that endearing discussion on a topic that actually reaches us out to all of us. Well, now we do go into the Safeguarding Academic Freedom session, and it's my pleasure to invite Professor Peter Vale to moderate this session. And Peter is the Research Professor of Humanities at the University of Johannesburg and Director of the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study. 15 years ago, and he's evolved. But I just wanted to share a little anecdote. When I was invited to serve on the ASSAf Council as a science advisor in 2011, it was a very intimidating place to be because of the likes of Peter and other council members. And having been groomed in human genetics and coming from, the sciences, Peter stood his ground for the position of the humanities and social sciences. And I learned many lessons from those engagements, which I'm fortunate to carry in my current role, Peter, as executive officer. So I thank you for helping me shape my holistic view on science, and I'm sure we are going to enjoy your leadership as you moderate this session. So over to you.
Well, let me begin by asking the panelists to come and join the parade. I must warn you, ladies and gentlemen, that I forgot to take my pills last night, and I took them at 6 o'clock this morning. So if I fall asleep, you'll understand. It's not me, it's pharmacy that's working. So welcome, and welcome to the panelists, and thank you for the opportunity of participating in this event. All the issues under discussion today and yesterday, there's so much to say, and there's so little time to say it. And academic freedom is not an exception to this. This panel is a diverse panel, which I think is one of its strengths. I'm going to take an informal step here and not use the professoriate doctor and use people's first names. So when I introduce them, I'll be using their first names. And as you will have already gathered, I think that the information in the pamphlet that you have is so out of date. Certainly in my case, that I'm suspicious of every other case here. So what I'll do is give you a little background to each of these people. Stephanie Burton has had a very distinguished career as an academic and a university administrator. She's broken multiple glass ceilings, but when I asked her what she'd like to be remembered for, she said she'd like to be remembered for her gardening. She lives at in a very beautiful suburb of this city called IHRN, which is a garden city, and I'm sure if you went to IHRN and looked for the best garden, you'd find it was Stephanie's garden. So welcome, Stephanie. Luke was born in Papua New Guinea. That's correct information in the pamphlet. But what it didn't tell you is that he's a soccer fan, and here, at the risk of mansplaining, I asked him what his favorite soccer team was, and he said Leicester City. Now, as it happens, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also a Leicester City fan. A small little world. We nearly fell into each other's arms when we talked about the fact that we've been relegated now. We won the first division a few years ago, and now we're relegated. Melissa comes from the Balkans. She told me she was interested in sailing and then went on to say the most fascinating thing, that she spent the COVID pandemic taking a course at Harvard University on the chemistry of cooking. So I said that if she wanted to throw her notes away, she could talk about the chemistry of cooking, and that everybody would sit here rigid and devoted to listening to that. We agreed on one thing, and I gave them one instruction. What we agreed on, the maximum of each talk would be 15 minutes. My instruction was to them, as it is to you, we should focus on what's to be done. So they will talk and then come down to what's to be done. But I want to start by saying, giving you a little bit of a throat-clearing exercise. South Africa is an interesting case study of academic freedom. Even in the worst days of apartheid, beginning in '59 in particular, we had a regular ritual of academic freedom conversations in this country. Why the year is important? In the perverse logic of apartheid bureaucrats, they passed a university act, which is called the University Extension Act. It did everything but extend admission to university, extended the number of universities, but excluded black people from admission to so-called white universities. So there's, in the South African literature, quite a strong conversation about academic freedom, but it's juxtaposed in a famous tradition in this country for a man called T.B. Davy. It's juxtaposed by a conversation about institutional autonomy. Who has the right at a university to admit students and where this belongs? Indeed, academic freedom lectures are a feature and continue to be a feature of South African universities. Every year, most South African universities have an academic freedom lecture, and they've looked backwards in many ways, covering some of the ground that we've covered here today, but not looking forward, which I believe is the passion in this group, to look forward about what we can do about the real tragedies that we heard this afternoon. I have always thought, when thinking about academic freedom in South African universities, I has always thought of a little piece of verse that most of you know that comes from a progressive educationalist, which is, I met a man who wasn't there. So it goes, this 4 lines of verse go, yesterday upon a stair, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. And I think most people thinking about academic freedom, particularly those who are opposed to the idea of academic freedom, when they come to a conversation like this, said, oh, I wish the idea of academic freedom would go away. It is a testimony to what we've learnt in South Africa, I think, that these lectures continue and that we continue to hold this ambivalent position towards academic freedom. So let me start with a little issue of not so much a definition, but a bottom line of the understanding. And this comes from the South African scholar John Higgins, whose work on academic freedom is quite exceptional, I think. Academic freedom is constitutive of academic work, but essential for democracy. I think it's something that we should bear that in mind. Disciplining pressures continue on universities from many shapes. I think one of the silences in the conversation so far that we've been having, and it's a silence which is very present in most discourses these days, is that we don't have a discourse about the economic system under which we live. And I think until we are able to talk to economics, until we have a vocabulary to understand the economic system that creates these disparities of wealth and poverty, some of these issues will repeat themselves. But many of the restrictions on academic freedom are self-inflicted wounds. And let me just give you 3 little examples. One is, as the cult of rating and rankings have overtaken the world, I've never seen a ranking or rating criteria which contains the word, what is the academic freedom approach from this university to this? Never seen that. Now, I raised this at lunchtime today, and someone did say, one of our colleagues from Finland did say she knew of some work that was going on in this field, and I'd very much like her to respond to that in the question time. But I think that seems to me to be such a pivotal question, and seems to be the kind of question we should be asking ourselves. The second self-inflicted wounds is that we've bought, and this is what Andre Keert was talking about this morning, we are bought into the ideology of governance. Ideology of governance seems to me to make common sense always. Only common sense is neoliberal economics. And that is the crisis that's upon us. But as we look at these self-inflicted wounds, we should also say we need to turn the light, in a sense, on academic freedom. And we should also ask 2 questions of amongst many questions. Academic freedom is a received idea, and we should spend a lot of time critiquing it in the spirit that Andre Keert mentioned this morning. And in that spirit, we should have the courage to ask and answer this question: has academic freedom run its race? So with those throat-clearing remarks, I'm going to ask Stephanie to come and say something.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying, first of all, I'm by training a natural scientist and have spent some years in a biochemical engineering environment. I'm a very pragmatic person, and I have a set of slides which I'm going to use as a kind of prompt and to give you some of the words that I'm not necessarily going to read out. So if somebody could put that slide set up, please. Oh, it is there. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Thank you very much. Right. I'm going to talk, as I say, from a fairly pragmatic point of view about academic freedom. I'm a little in awe of the audience. I'm not a social scientist, and you all probably have different views, but here are mine. So the first thing is, let's just think about where we start when we talk about academic freedom, because I think we all have different views on what it really is. But this is the UNESCO definition, which was written in 1997, and lays out what it means for academics in terms of education and research. And of course, it mostly is about the freedom to carry out research and to carry out teaching duties with freedom, with the ability to express opinions, and of course to participate in discussion, professional discussion and discussion within the institution, and not to be censored. So that's the UNESCO definition. There's another very interesting, I think, view, which is set out by the Academic Freedom Index, which is set up on a set of criteria. There is an algorithm which measures the degree of academic freedom of a country or of a set of institutions, and it uses a very similar set of criteria for what do we mean by academic freedom, but it also brings in one or two other views. One of them is autonomy of an institution as opposed to only of an individual, campus integrity, and I'll get to that in a moment, and then freedom of expression and freedom of cultural expression. So, and I have included in these slides some of the links to some of the background information on that. The Academic Freedom Index is really fascinating, and the most recent report on it shows that, in fact, academic freedom in countries has declined in almost all countries in the last few years. So, having set that out as some definitions, what else do we talk about with academic freedom? If you link it to science, and I do mean science very broadly to include the social sciences and the arts and humanities, we talk about it as being right at the center of what we do. And those of us who think about research particularly, think about it in terms of progress, in terms of scientific progress and innovation, and the freedom to develop our research into new ideas. And scientists do need to be able to pursue that work with independence, of course with integrity, and with impartiality, but with the freedom to express and develop their own ideas. That comes, of course, along with quality assurance processes, and the one that we turn to most of the time in academia, although it itself is open to a bit of contention at the moment, is the idea of peer review. I don't only mean peer review of written journal articles, but review of the work, the proposals, the research programs, and the ethical approaches to the research that we do. And in all of that, the other part of academic freedom is about diversity and inclusiveness and collaboration. And you have heard some very varied views on that already today. So what about academic institutions, and what do we mean by academic freedom within our institutions? Well, I think when I started to think about this, what we do in our academic institutions, in academia in broad terms, is to defend that freedom and seek to defend our institutional autonomy, which suggests that we think that it is under threat. And as we've heard today, I think that's a reasonable concept. So there are a few other aspects of academic freedom which I think we could consider, as well as the freedom to talk and to teach and to research and to report what we find. There are other issues which affect that freedom, or where we would prefer to have freedom. One of them is which research we do. What are our research priorities? Where do we have the freedom of real critical thinking and robust discussion about what it is that we are doing, and the freedom to contest thinking amongst ourselves and amongst others. Then there's the freedom to communicate our ideas. There, as I mentioned, is the freedom to adhere to or to interrogate ethical standards and research integrity without constraint by governance, which I'll come to now. There is the freedom to determine what we put into our curricula, to have a say in what it is that we teach, and to avoid standardization and the influence of regulatory restrictions. There's the freedom to be free of the constraints of management, for example, and the pressures of the institutional regulations which may constrain what we are allowed to do or say. And again, there is also some constraint around who sponsors the work that we do, particularly when it comes to research which is sponsored by commercial or industrial partners. Then there may be some quite narrowing of constraints on the work that we do, because the funding opportunities to some extent direct the research that is being done and the extent to which it is reported. Then there's other issues around campus surveillance and protection or prevention of targeted attacks and repression of what we consider to be free academic life. These are all variations of what we might consider to be infringements of academic freedom. There are a couple of documents that I've listed there, in particular a report that was written on behalf of our National Council for Higher Education in 2008 on academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and public accountability. And even now, that long time ago, it still makes for a very interesting read. So the reality is that there are, in fact, attacks on academic freedom, or at the very least constraints on academic freedom as I've laid it out. Those constraints are quite frequent. They're very wide-ranging, depending, of course, on your environment, your country, your continent, and your institution, but they are impactful. So there are countries in conflict. There is much that has been written recently on the effects of conflict on academics, on institutions, and on the freedom of academics everywhere to be mobile, to report their research, to collaborate, and so on. But there are also other so-called attacks on academic freedom. There are closed societies. We have heard recently a number of societies where, for example, women are very constrained as to what they can do, but academics also are constrained as to what research they may do, what their academies may do. There are examples of countries where academies have been taken over and are closely regulated and controlled by the government, which means that the academy is not autonomous and it is certainly not free. Then there are, of course, the impacts of militant and extremist groups who may be attacking academic organizations, and there are constraints, as I've said, imposed by government authorities. So all of that can have the effect of undermining higher education systems and restricting research, the kind of research which is done and how it's reported. But they can also impact tertiary education systems quite broadly, and the tertiary education and academic careers of the people involved, the academics themselves and our students, and what our students are able to learn. And as I alluded to earlier, this kind of constraint can also prevent research making progress, or science making progress. There is an organization called Scholars at Risk. I'll come back to it. But they issue a report called Free to Think. And they also have a project on academic freedom monitoring, all of which are really worth taking a look at if you are interested in those aspects. But let's turn now to national academies. Well, we have national science academies represented well here today, but the intention for those academies is that they should serve as independent institutions dedicated to monitoring, to advancing scientific knowledge, promoting critical thinking, and fostering intellectual freedom. That comes from the International Science Council. These academies should be acting as guardians of academic freedom and advocating for autonomy, protecting them from undue political, ideological, and commercial interference. That is what we say about our national academies. It's what we say. I don't know that it's necessarily what we do, and I think we should be asking ourselves that question. So let's just think a little more about what scientific academies say that they do. Well, they all say that they promote scientific excellence, most broadly, and they do it by recognition of achievements. They award prizes, they award fellowships, and they seek to maintain high levels of scientific inquiry. Most academies also conduct briefings, they do studies, they conduct research. To do that, they convene expert committees and they provide, and this is another word we use all the time, or two words, evidence-based research, evidence-based advice. We gather the evidence, but the extent to which it is taken by policymakers is certainly debatable, or at least for discussion. But the idea and the intention is to contribute to resolving societal challenges through those evidence-based studies. Academies advocate for science policy. They engage with science policymakers and government and other stakeholders, and in fact they can do that often in a more unified and more coherent, independent way than individual institutions can. And of course they talk of safeguarding academic freedom. I've mentioned all these words before, but defending the rights of scientists to pursue the research that they choose to and to contribute to public discourse. And all of that is really about academic freedom, supporting academic freedom. And then the last point I've made there is that most academies seek to promote international collaboration, and an aspect of that that is really important is to support scientists who are seeking mobility because they may be under threat. Our own Academy of Sciences, South Africa, talks of its mission of science for society, and I'm not going to read all of this, but I do want to highlight the fact that in recent statements our Academy has made, they have identified not only the necessity for autonomy and academic freedom and so on, and the things that our researchers should be able to do and should be free to do, but also the existence of threats to that academic freedom, in particular three that were identified not long ago: the intrusive government regulations that may be experienced, excessive influence of the private sector on the research particularly that we do, but also on the admission of students and on the kind of curriculum that we impose on our students, and also limitations to freedom of speech. So these are all, in our own country, recognized threats to academic freedom. In terms of the international situation, international networks of academies bring together academies from many different countries, and I use three examples here. The Inter-Academies Partnership, which I am deeply involved in, and involves a network of about 160 academies, national academies of science. There's the International Science Council, which is a bigger umbrella organization, includes institutions and agencies as well as academies, and then the World Academy of Science. And the three of them together have been working on a science international project for a while, which I've given you the link for, but it brings together 280 different organizations with the view of recognizing the need for international science, the international science community, to address all of these issues around threatened academic freedom, and particularly threatened, displaced, or refugee scientists. I won't read all of this either, but the Scholars at Risk program has provided a number of different reports. This is the organization which writes the Academic Freedom Monitoring Project and has identified many different areas where scholars are at risk and their academic freedom is severely threatened in some cases. I leave it to you to read all the detail there. If anybody wants these slides later, I'll be happy to share them. On the international front, there are also a number of other policies, statements, different kinds of work going on, and I cite two here. One, the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which was written in 1966, has a paragraph in it which speaks of the freedom for scientific research, creative activity, and then the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which also, as a general comment, speaks about that same covenant and the freedom of researchers not only to do research, but also to freely, openly question the value of projects and the freedom to cooperate with each other, all of which come into that same category of where we are constrained. So, actions and impact. Well, here's an example of where there is some action going on, and I hope there is some impact. I think there is. The International Science Council has a committee for freedom and responsibility in science, and the International Science Council broadly upholds these 4 fundamental scientific freedoms. One of the major ones, and these are live links if you want them, is the freedom of movement of academics in order to cooperate and to collaborate. Freedom of association between different organizations and institutions. That refers to, for example, what we are doing today. Then, of course, the freedom of expression and the freedom of access to data and information, which I think is a critical one that we don't often talk about. But what's important, and the point I want to make about this, is that this committee seeks to monitor what is happening and to respond to what is happening in scientific freedoms. This is my second last slide. And the committee does provide letters, announcements, statements, commentaries. All of that is available, and there are many. And each time there is some new issue, the ISC and the IAP and a number of other organizations do issue statements. But here's the question, and here's the answer to Peter's question: what is to be done? Beyond the letters and the announcements and the statements and the commentaries that we put up on our websites and we issue, here are what I think needs to be done. I think we need to take more care and to pay more attention to monitoring and evaluating the impact and the progress we make when we write those letters and make those statements. I think that we perhaps consider that having put a statement out there is sufficient. I don't think it is. I think we need to be following up and understanding what impact that might have had. We need to be paying more attention, I think, to reporting in all media, the work that we do and the impact and the importance of it. You know, during the COVID pandemic, it was very clear how much the public wanted to know about science and what the scientists were saying and what they should believe and what they shouldn't. That's not only limited to the COVID pandemic, that's about everything we do in science and in research. So we need to be speaking more. You know, I talk quite a lot about public science and science communication, and I always say the public is interested in what we say. They may not agree, and they may want to argue, and they may perhaps think that we are not necessarily correct, but they have a right to hear it and to understand and for us to justify what it is we think. We need to be engaging with all our stakeholders, and that includes the private sector, which we don't necessarily always directly engage with. But we engage often with government. On behalf of our communities, the academies engage often with our governments, policymakers. There can't ever be too much of that, I think. But the other stakeholders are just as important: our communities, our schools, our local groups, and our sponsors. And in all of that, I think one of the keys to guaranteeing a degree at least of academic freedom, as I've defined it, is to build trust and to build respect for what we do. And I don't think there's anything that could be more important than winning the respect of all of our stakeholders. So that's my last statement there, which comes again from the International Science Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also asked the colleagues if we could divide the questions up into two bits. So right now, does anybody want to ask Stephanie a question of clarification? Clarification. We'll come to a general conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luke, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you very much for inviting me, particularly to the organisers, IHRN and ASSAf. It's been a really interesting conference so far. It's been great to meet and learn from so many colleagues doing some really important work. So I'm going to talk about the Royal Society's statement on academic freedom and how it ties into our broader programme of work in this area, and then draw on that to make some general points about the role of national science academies in this area and how we can work with others to best effect. So very briefly, for those of you who are not familiar, the Royal Society is the National Science Academy of the UK. It's a self-governing fellowship of around 1,800 eminent scientists from the UK and around the world, including a couple of foreign members and fellows here today, dedicated to promoting excellence in science for the benefit of humanity. And in late 2020, we published a statement on academic freedom, which was launched on International Human Rights Day. The rationale behind that statement really was that it was agreed that the Society needed to be more active in its support for academic freedom. And in order to do that, we needed to have an agreed definition of what academic freedom is, what attacks on it look like, and have a clear statement in support of it. The aim of the statement was really to outline our broad values in this area and provide a set of principles which could then be used as a guide to help determine whether to respond to challenges to academic freedom or human rights violations within the science community and enable us to take a more proactive stance where necessary. So the statement itself, some of which will be very familiar from Stephanie's talk, it drew on the UNESCO and many other similar resources. And it also drew on consultation with a wide range of national and international stakeholders. It defined academic freedom as the freedom of scientists to teach and debate ideas, conduct research and publish the results, express opinions about scientists' academic system or institution without censorship, and to join and participate in academic bodies. Peter, you alluded to this in your opening remarks, but it also highlighted the importance of institutional autonomy. So academic institutions should have the freedom to manage core activities like research and teaching without interference. They should support the academic freedom of their scientists, put in place clear and transparent systems and policies to do exactly that, and promote related values such as equitable access to education and research, which has come up a lot today and yesterday, the right to science that came up right from the first panel discussion. And finally, it set out to briefly define what attacks on academic freedom look like, which can come from individuals, groups and institutions, and can range from restrictions on research, teaching, publication, debate on particular subjects or topics, or restrictions on freedom of movement, or direct discrimination, violence and threats. The statement was timed to coincide with the Society taking on the chair of the UK Academies Human Rights Committee, IHRN. We are one of 7 UK academies in this group, and the chair rotates between us. So the Royal Society covers the natural sciences, and the IHRN also includes our academy, the UK Academies of Social Sciences and Humanities, Engineering, Medicine, but also the National Academies of the other nations of the UK, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Our term as chair is now coming to an end, and we are handing over to the Royal Society of Edinburgh, the National Academy of Scotland, who are very active and committed in this space, and really looking forward to working with them as chair. The UKHRC as a group aims to support academic freedom and the rights of researchers to conduct their research around the world free from persecution. It does so by responding to alerts, and here I want to say particular thanks to IHRN, which is the main source of alerts that we rely on, but also Scholars at Risk, as others have mentioned. These updates and monitoring are absolutely invaluable to our work. And these are cases where the human rights of researchers may have been violated due to their academic or scientific work. The group also explores the full range of possible responses to such alerts, whether it's letters, statements, or something else. And it also provides a forum for discussion on issues relating to academic freedom and the human rights of researchers more generally. Since the statement was published, the Society and the other members of the UKHRC have intervened in a number of cases, recently in Iran, Sudan, and Mexico, to name a few. It's been really encouraging to meet some of you here this week, and we were really pleased to hear that the charges against some of our Mexican colleagues have rightly been dropped, and it all goes to show just why the work of the IHRN is so important. The Society launched a new strategic plan last year, and that commits us to being recognised internationally as a visible leader on academic freedom. Following that, we worked on a theory of change exercise to identify, prioritise, and consider the impact of different areas of work that might most effectively achieve this, which my colleague Talia led on. And so this exercise and our experience to date has given us a few ideas in terms of where we think national academies are best placed to contribute in support of academic freedom. Independence, so like many national academies, we're independent of our government, and that gives us the freedom to intervene in the cases we prioritise, but also allows us to maintain a reputation independent of the UK and its government. Networks, you mentioned this earlier, Stephanie. In so many ways, our academies are all about the networks that we're members of. You mentioned ISC, IAP, TWAS, and the Science in Exile project they run, but also other networks which aren't necessarily ones that we use for academic freedom, such as the G7, the G20, the Commonwealth Academies networks. Even if they might not explicitly be about academic freedom, they provide platforms for us to meet and to exchange information regularly. And then, as well as those institutional networks, there's also all the many individual networks of researchers that our fellows, your members, and scientists around the world are part of. And these are really helpful in helping to alert us when there are human rights violations against scientists, and helping us to get better understanding of what's happening on the ground. We do awareness raising, so using our convening power and those of our partners and other academies, we can put out statements, we can organise events or discussions, either to highlight general cases where the rights of researchers have been infringed, or of the contribution that at-risk academics can make to their host country or to rebuilding their own countries. And in terms of advocating for the rights of researchers at risk, we write to governments in support of researchers who've been persecuted for their academic or scientific work, regardless of where they are in the world. We've intervened in support of academics from many different countries and continents, and will continue to do so. We've also very recently, with the other UK academies, got involved in supporting Ukrainian researchers in particular to continue their research in the UK, which I'll say a little bit more about later. Another thing that's really important is high-profile champions. There are many here today. Really important for us as academies and the scientific community at large to have high-profile, well-respected figures in the global academic community who promote this work. Just from the co-organisers, we've had memorable contributions from Jonathan Janssen, Himla Sudyal, Martin Chalfie, and Becca Everly, those on this panel and others. I also wanted to give a mention to one of our fellows, Robin Perutz, who's worked tirelessly in support of displaced scientists throughout a distinguished career. From the International Science Council, Sath Cooper from the Committee on Freedom of Responsibility, who has an extraordinary personal history with the liberation movement in this country, and Kaucha Burkar, who's another fellow of the Royal Society, who is both a refugee scientist and a Fields Medal winner. And he gave an inspirational talk at the Society a couple of years back. Having said all of that, there are also many areas where we recognise as academies that we have limits and where others are best placed to support. So when it comes to providing practical help, organisations like Scholars at Risk and the UK Council for At-Risk Academics, CARA, they are the ones who are on the ground. They help academics in immediate danger to get away from places where they're at risk. They help get them to safety. They provide them with practical support with their visa applications and help them secure positions in UK universities and elsewhere. So the Royal Society is particularly fortunate to have a special relationship with CARA. It was founded at the Society 90 years ago this year. Its first president, Lord Rutherford, was a fellow. And throughout that time, we've worked together to support scientists at risk in a number of ways, including a joint annual lecture, recent online conference for Syrian academics, and working together in support of Ukrainian scientists. And for those of you who are not familiar, I strongly encourage you to look at their website and support their work. And just wanted to highlight a couple of challenges as well, just to recognise them rather than solve them. Obviously, the UK is not perfect. The Academic Freedom Index has been mentioned, and the UK is now 61st out of 179 countries, specifically for its freedom of expression in academia. We were not involved in this study, so can't comment on the methodology or specifics, but we certainly took note of its findings. Unlike many of you, another challenge that we're always conscious of is the fact that we and other academies and scientists generally have to work with colleagues and partners in countries, have to work with partner organisations in countries where there are human rights issues, but with whom collaboration is essential in order to address the threats we all face, such as climate change. So I just wanted to finish by saying a few quick words about Ukraine and what we and the other UK academies are doing to support researchers who have been displaced by the Russian invasion. We are partners in a Researchers at Risk Fellowship scheme, which is led by the British Academy, our National Academy of Social Sciences and Humanities. That's received some UK government and philanthropic funding, and that has supported 177 Ukrainian researchers to continue their research at a UK institution. In May, we hosted a conference on the role that research can play in Ukraine's recovery, with the aim of influencing the UK government's Ukraine Recovery Conference later this month, and ensuring that the reconstruction is evidence-led and guided by research excellence and expertise. Talia led on this, so if you haven't met her already and you want to know more, I'd be very happy to make an introduction during the coffee break. We appreciate there's been a lot of focus on Ukraine recently. There is a wish to open the Researchers at Risk scheme more widely when possible, and we've also noted with great interest the success of schemes like the Philip Schwartz Initiative in Germany and the PAUSE programme in France, and both of those support at-risk researchers from all over the world. Coming to the question of what is to be done, essentially what we've heard over the last 2 days and what we're all hearing through our networks, the threats to academic freedom around the world are increasing in many ways. There's mistrust in science and institutions, as Michael highlighted yesterday. There's growing nationalism and authoritarianism, including in some of the world's leading scientific nations, increasing political polarization. We always say at conferences like this that because of the challenges of climate change, biodiversity becoming ever more urgent, it's more important than ever that we work to address them. And I would say the same about the challenges related to academic freedom. More information sharing, more communication, more sharing best practice. Academic freedom, as you said, is essential for a healthy democracy. And I like your point, Stephanie, about being guardians of academic freedom. I think that's something we should, if we're not already, we should definitely all aspire to be. So that's a very brief overview of our work in this area, which we are ambitious to expand and develop, to learn from and work with others. We certainly don't have all the answers ourselves, and would be welcome the opportunity to discuss this further in the Q&A and over coffee. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions or clarification? Crystal clear.
Great.
Thank you. Alyssa, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for invitation, Professor Sudiel. It's a great honor to be here and take part in this important conversation. What I want to say at the beginning is something about my network, since I'm the science journalist, and I'm, I think, the only one in the room. Is that right? Thank you, colleague. There is one more. I represent World Federation of Science Journalists. This is a charity based in Canada. We have 70 charters all over the world, mostly Global South. That's more than 50,000 professionals all around the world. If we put that in a gender perspective, we are majority women. If we talk about education, majority of our membership has university degree master's degree in journalism. The rest, the 20% has PhD, different, and the rest has other diplomas, first degree mostly. We cover science journalism for general public mostly. We have in our network people who cover journalism, who do science journalism for publishers, of course, such as Nature or Scientific American, but mostly we are doing it every day for general public all over the world in so many languages because we have representation in 67 countries in the world. That being said, in past 2 days I was really focused on listening what's going on in the academia and thinking as a non-academia representative here how we can communicate. And what we found out in our reporting, my fellow science journalists all over the world, we are here to inform the public. We are here to explain science to the public. And we are an important bridge in passing scientific knowledge to the public. I hear frequently science communication, which we respect, but we are a completely different branch. We are science journalists, and this is an element when we focus on misinformation, when we focus on trying to find a way how to level up our standards, how to be independent journalists all over the world, and how to report accurately about science. That has been difficult before pandemic, and it's now still difficult because of that mistrust, that element that we already had experienced before, but now because of all the other elements going on in the media, it's even harder. So I need to make a little bit clarification on this because I saw on one slide that passing information to the media. I need to say that our organization, we represent science journalists. We don't necessarily represent media. So that's another thing. That means that we are individuals who practice science journalism, and we are trying to do it independently and strongly. That means that we need to report what's there, we are not cheerleaders for science. In past, we had problems in communication with academias generally because the experts were not that accessible to us, and they would not share their stories, or we could just get one expert and only one expert from the institutions who can cover any single department. So that's not a scientist that we want to have a quote and to give us insight on the story that we want to report and inform our public about. Next thing is part of discrimination, because it stuck in my mind that, for example, I had a rejection from a prominent physicist, laureate, that I didn't just get the no as an answer that I'm not available for the interview. I got the answer that I'm a woman and I'm not even a physicist, so I'm not going to get the interview. So that's, I would be fine just I'm not available. That would do for me. But and my colleagues all around the world, they're experiencing different situations. Think about that, for example, investigative journalism or other fields of journalism are under attack, but also science journalists are, because I have colleagues in the world who reported on plagiarism in science, and they got letters from the academia to their editors to be expelled from their work. They've been harassed, they've been called out on the social media, so they even got death threats because of that. It even became worse during the pandemic because of the whole misinformation, disinformation, tsunami of different situations that we were trying to pass through, because when pandemic started, suddenly it became a news. So it became a job for general reporters. And general reporters are not skilled to provide everyday information, solid information to the public about very important pandemic, one of the worst that we experienced. So this was not really good managed by the traditional media at all, but also it was not good managed from the other institutions, such as, I must say, WHO, because we were trying to get to be at the press briefings just for us, for science journalists, because we were stuck in the room with other reporters and we couldn't ask our questions. But the other questions were mostly political, this and that, mask, no mask, and that would took time, and we couldn't ask our questions. That's where Federation tried and managed to make a partnership with the WHO, so we had the special briefings with the experts just for our community all around the world, so we can have decent information on time, so we can do our work properly, decently, because for the science journalists it's also important to have time to report, to prepare the report, to fact check everything, to have a credible expert there. Because what we faced during the pandemic, that there were experts and experts that without a credential, because they were there for the general reporters, they were available. They were not credible, they were available. And that was the difference. The other ones were in the ivory tower. We couldn't reach them. It's not on my colleagues, general reporters. They were stuck in a very, very hard situation, but also media didn't acknowledge the importance of science journalism. Now they are, but it's always reaction. It's not action. It's not something that, and we can prevent that. Those are the couple of examples. There are more. We are all at the Federation. We are doing our self-reflection, and we are developing our guiding principles, which are going to be based on our ethics and how we approach our work, how we communicate, network with the experts, with the institutions, with the other stakeholders. But also, we are very grateful, that's on what are next steps and what can we do. We are also grateful that we have been invited to be first time part of the working group for one document, the Declaration on Science for Social Justice, and it was last December in Cape Town during the before the World Science Forum. And this is actually the first time that we were invited, my fellow colleagues were invited in the same room, so we can speak our mind on and be part of the very important document. After that, we had our conference in Colombia, in Medellin, because we organize our conferences biannually and in different parts of the world. And this conversation that started at Cape Town followed up with our program in Medellin, and we were grateful that we had, for example, very nice plenary, very strong plenary on Amazon research, representatives, experts of every 5 countries in the Amazon. But also we had a good science diplomacy panel with the representatives of South African government and chief scientist of Quebec and vice president of INCSA and the Colombian Ministry of Science. So we are grateful that we are part of the conversation. We are grateful that somehow next steps are already there. And I think that we all need to learn from each other, but accept each other. That because there is a science communication, okay, but science journalism is a profession that puts news, information, accurate information to the public every day in the media. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. Any points of clarification?
Use the microphone. People online can't hear you.
Me? Okay. Thank you very much. So let me thank our panelists for their inputs. I'm going to come back and thank them later. So the challenge is now out, ladies and gentlemen. What's to be done? Or any other issue you wish to raise? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just tell us who you are. I don't know if it's alive.
Lovely, thank you. I think now it works. So thank you. So I'm David Hones from the Czech Academy of Sciences, and as that I'm coming from the country that values this academic freedom and scientific freedom really high because of our history, that during the time of communism, actually all of these rights and human rights were really violated in our country. So this is really important issue for us, and also the open science and the other things. But the situation is now that I think in the world these values are in threat not only by the activities of individuals or stakeholders, as you say, but also by the whole countries or states. And now I don't mean our own country, I mean the foreign countries. And therefore the agenda of trusted research is really important. At least it's evaluated this much in Europe, in Northern America, and I think elsewhere in the world. So we are asking many questions ourselves, and one of them is the one I'd like to ask the audience and maybe the people in the panel, that how do you actually see the possibilities of scientific collaboration with countries where or within the academic institutions in these countries that use either predatory practices or where the academic freedom literally doesn't exist, like China, or even with the terrorist countries like Russia, where for exactly the same reason. So how do you see these possibilities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Peter. Right there. Right there.
Thank you. So I am Peter Pagin. I represent the Human Rights Committee of the Swedish Scientific and Literary Academies. And our committee is right now in the process of establishing a platform or statement on academic freedom. So I've had an opportunity of thinking a bit about that, and especially, which I would like to mention here, in relation to recent events. One of them is the expulsion of the Central European University out of Hungary that took place a couple of years ago. So what happened was that there was an extension of the law of higher education that added a condition that the CEU did not meet. And it was prevented from meeting it by the refusal of the Hungarian Prime Minister to sign an agreement, which had the effect that the university would no longer be admitted to take on new students, and was therefore forced to leave the country. It was not easy to see what of the usual statements on or conditions to academic freedom would have prevented that. In what way was that a violation of academic freedom? Something that I would propose to you to react to was perhaps adding a clause like this, that a government would not, and any action that would threaten the existence of a well-funded institute of research or higher learning that could take place only based on academic standards and not otherwise. The second event, what happened during the COVID pandemic in Sweden, was that there was a social media storm against a Swedish professor of medicine and pediatrician who had done studies on the spread of COVID among school children and preschool children. He was violently attacked in social media and reacted to it by saying that I will, from here on now, not continue these kind of studies. What I would propose in the line of the idea presented earlier that universities and academies should be guardians of academic freedom would be that it would be an obligation of academies or universities or the scientific community to provide protection within the country against hate speech and other attacks on social media, which I think is not covered by the current principles, but I would stand corrected. Thank you.
Thank you for those two examples and what's to be done. Hang on, I've got somebody, our colleague there from Finland was first. You next.
Thank you very much. Thank you for very good panel, and thanks for the organizers also that we have time to discuss between the panels. Indeed, at the lunchtime, we discussed about this issue of rankings and academic freedom. And as I said, it is measured within the Times Higher Education ranking on the impact of universities, but I just checked the weight academic freedom is getting, and it's very small, 1.72% of the whole ranking. But there is, as part of the SDG on peace, justice, and strong institutions, there is an index for academic freedom policy, which is based, I mean, the responses are based on self-evaluation or answers to the questions submitted. Has the university a policy on supporting academic freedom, freedom to choose areas of research and to speak and teach publicly about the area of their research? And then there is also another measurement with even smaller weight on university governance and democracy. So maybe it could be possible to look at those indexes and even or measurements and make even suggestions to the Times Higher Education ranking, and maybe we could formulate an index to measure academic freedom on individual universities. I also want to thank that the Varieties of Democracy index on academic freedom was mentioned. I myself have used it in empirical research, and one of our studies actually concerned the impact of academic freedom on the consolidation of democracy in Africa, and with the Tunisian economist Hajer Kratou, I think that we were able to show that there is a causal relationship between these two phenomena. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now let me ask the panel. I've got 4 questions, but do you want to respond to these, and then we'll pick up the other 4? So why don't we go?
Very happy to respond. Oh, yes.
Is it alive? No.
Thanks. So just on some of those questions from our Czech colleague about collaboration with countries like China and Russia, that is a really good question, and it's something that I'm sure we're all sort of grappling with. I guess it's really important to be mindful of the risks and trade-offs and to not be naive about the risks involved. Particularly in the case of Russia, it's been really important to distinguish between individuals and institutions, particularly which are state-backed. There's sometimes in the sort of scientific community a lot of analogies with the Cold War, but it's a hot war, so those analogies are not necessarily very helpful when it comes to Russia at the moment. A colleague from the Swedish Academy, really interested to hear that you're working on a statement, and if there's anything we can help with on that, please let us know. And you rightly raised the Central European University, which has been a big area of concern for us and our fellows. And it ties in with the point Stephanie was making earlier about governments that have taken over academies as well. In many of these cases, we've responded individually, but agree that it's not always captured in the usual sort of general principles. Threats to scientists during COVID, which Melissa talked a lot about, and I think there was another question about. I mean, that's really, a threat to a really good example of a threat to academic freedom that's really risen hugely since we put out our statement, and agree on the importance of protecting scientists from those sorts of threats. And the suggestion of an academic freedom index for individual institutions, if there was one, we'd certainly follow it with interest.
Stephanie.
Thank you. Just a brief addition to that. Particularly with respect to Peter's statements about the Swedish plans for their own statement, and making the point about governments threatening the existence of higher education institutions and having only standards related to academic quality. The same thing, I think, applies to your other point about social media. It's really relatively straightforward to make those statements or to make those principles, but to implement them and to ensure, for example, that you prevent the damage done by social media. I had lots of experience during the COVID pandemic of the impact of social media on academics, and that is a wave coming at you all the time. You can't easily prevent it by making a statement of policy. And similarly, you're going to have ways of enforcing or implementing any of these statements or policies that you make, and I think that's the hard part.
Thanks. Melissa.
I just wanted to make a clarification. Social media, it's not media, because if it was media, it could be regulated. But it's social networks that there are problems, so they can put anything, and there is nothing you can do about it legally.
I've got a mathematical problem here. I've got 7 hands. I've got 5 minutes. So
in order, 1, 2, 3.
Now I've got a different set of instructions. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. 2 points. The first one is that, I'm coming from a country where we have now a strategy, a governmental strategy that to reduce the academic freedom. So Luke mentioned the persecution against 31 scientists, where Julia and me are part of this group, and this was part of this strategy to reduce the academic freedom. But also 1 month ago, the Congress approved a law of science, technology, and innovation, which clearly reduce the academic freedom. Well, this is one point. The second is that in the case of the Americas, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights in 2021 defined the principle of academic freedom as a human right based on the UNESCO Declaration of 2007. No? And one of the points that was not mentioned here was the duties and responsibilities of the autonomy of the higher education institution. So it's not just rights, no, for academic freedom, but also duties and responsibilities. And finally, in developing countries, we have a lot of problems to be solved at national level and at local level. The point of the duties is also relevant. It's not just the right to have freedom, academic freedom, but the duties that we have in order to take into account the solution of these problems. So this balance between freedom and duties is a problem that we have to solve.
Okay, I've got Marty Shafi. All right, well, let's not argue about going first.
One of the things I'm concerned about, because we've seen it a lot in the United States, where we've had Chinese or Chinese American scientists accused of wrongdoing and then having the charges dropped, is that the universities respond to these accusations in very different ways. In some cases, they are, for example, MIT for Gang Chen was exceptionally supportive. Everybody came out in the university and were supportive. That was not the case with Hyphen Lin at Yale. I feel that there's a disparity between different organizations, and I think there's a general feeling, maybe in the United States, I don't know about in other places, that universities are covering their butts. They want to be protected so they're not liable, but their professors are left to fend for themselves. That's part of the academic freedom and the support for academics that I'd love to hear comments about.
Okay. Sorry, guys, you're not going to make it. This was a cue I had before.
Is that
go,
me?
yeah, go for it.
Well, thank you, Professor Burton, for spelling out what meaning and the implementation of academic freedom and national academies. We all know that when we see breaches to this freedom and we write to the various government concerns, they never answered saying, you were right, sorry. Never happened. However, we could expect that within the academic community there is some kind of solidarity, of agreement. And we have seen in the recent years obvious breaches. For instance, one of the national academies decided that rather than election by peers, they would choose a better system, government-based, on nominations. Clearly, this is for some reason, this was not in the list of principles of academic freedom, election by peers. I don't know why. Maybe it's too contentious. But one could expect then with some reaction of the global science community. I didn't see any reaction to that of the ISC or the IAP that you mentioned. And I wondered whether this is because I was not paying attention or nothing happened, or is that too contentious? I would like to understand why we were so silent and isolated.
Okay. Jonathan, there next to you.
Thank you very much.
I want to go back to look in particular. This notion of distinguishing between individuals and institutions is a little bit difficult, especially when, in the case of the Russian Academy, for example, you are part and parcel, of state science, if I may put it that way. So how do you distinguish, when you bring people over, which I really enjoyed that story? Do you have an ideological litmus test for who's pure and who's impure, etc.? Related to that, and let me ask this particularly again of the Royal Society. You have been accused of double standards, perhaps not the Royal Society as much as other institutions. In the UK, for example, in that there is this incredible and necessary, in my view, welcoming of Ukrainian scientists, but we didn't see the same generosity with respect to Syrian or Palestinian scientists. I wonder if you can comment on that, and perhaps for my colleague Stephanie, perhaps we can talk about this over coffee. I do think it's important to make a clear distinction between institutional autonomy and academic freedom. They are different things, and depending on how you throw that up, even for a social scientist, they could have different consequences.
Okay, that's it. So can I ask the colleagues here to respond to that and summarize what they see, because I'm under the whip here.
So, Jonathan, your question about sort of Ukrainian scientists, yeah, fair point. We appreciate there's been a lot of focus on Ukraine recently, and it was our colleagues at the BA who led the Researchers at Risk scheme, and I think they were in the lead of discussions with our government in terms of getting funding, and the UK government Ukraine's a big priority for the UK government, and so funding was fairly available for that. But we hope that the success of the scheme provides an example of something that could be rolled out more widely. We have noted the success of the schemes in France and Germany, the Humboldt and the PAWS fellowship schemes, and we've also tried to do what we can to support Syrian researchers. So I think it was not the end of last year, but the year before, we held an online symposium along with CARA for Syrian researchers to showcase their research, to stimulate potential collaborations. But yeah, appreciate there's been a lot of focus on Ukraine at the moment. And on your point on individuals versus institutions, absolutely agree. In principle, it sounds straightforward, but real life is messy. I guess it's worth saying at the moment, scientific collaboration with Russia has effectively ceased in a number of areas because of the invasion. Polar science has been quite hard affected. And yeah, so no collaboration's happening at the moment. And obviously it's a hot war rather than a cold war, so it's very different from anything that we've experienced previously. Just to pick up on some of the other points, I think someone mentioned rights and Gabrielle, I think you mentioned rights and responsibilities. Absolutely agree. The ISC framing, the Committee for Freedom and Responsibility, is a really good one and really good way of seeing it. An issue that illustrates that really well is the focus on research security with a certain authoritarian state. That's a really good example of where scientists need the freedom, and the China initiative that you mentioned we've monitored that, and I'm sure others in other countries, and that's really not the road we want to go down, or we want our government to go down. So we don't want those infringements on academic freedom, but we need to be alive to the risks as well. And in terms of your point about how differently institutions have responded in the States, I'd be really interested in any thoughts you have on why that might be. Why have some institutions been so supportive and others sort of covering their backs, as you say?
Thank you. I'll be quite brief. I just really think, listening to all of these comments and all of these questions, it does come down to roles and responsibilities, and what we've been talking about in this whole session has been, what does it mean to have academic freedom? And I agree entirely with Jonathan, it's not exactly the same thing as autonomy in an institution. But I think the last point I'd like to make is that we are academics in academies. And I think it's really critical that whatever we do decide by way of policy, by way of statement, by way of action, that we have a sound, logical, and justified rationale for whatever the decisions are that we make, and that we make that transparent as well.
Melissa. Okay, thanks very much. I've been accused here of favoring old people, so I'll live with that accusation. Thank you very much. I want to thank the panel, Stephanie. Great tour of the international. Luke, thank you for a country report and a report from your own organization. Melissa, thanks very much for introducing us to a whole set of new ideas, to a new vocabulary. And I think that one of the things we can do is try to get involved in the business of science journalism training. I mean, that seems something that can be done. I want to thank you for your patience, and I think it's tea time.
Thanks very much, Peter and colleagues on this panel. It's not quite tea time because we have one more session. And thank you all for your patience and also for indulging us the delayed list in the program. But as you can all attest, I think the conversations that we've had have been really, really good. Savia, you have something to say? Oh, you need a 5-minute break. Is that okay with your panel? All right. 5 minutes it is. 5 minutes, and at the end of 5 minutes, Henriette will sound her bell. I've been asked that I should get going with the program. So thank you for indulging us with the time issues, and we'll get the others to come in as they are ready to come forward. Colleagues, this is the last panel, and it's on advancing social justice through promotion of access to health care. It's my pleasure to invite my colleague and member of council, Professor Sabia Ishak, who is the General Secretary and serves as one of the Vice Presidents of ASSAf. Sabia, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying the distance. I want to assure you that we've kept the best for last. So, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this last session. I have may I have my presentation, please? Thank you. I have a preeminent panel today made up of Dr. Shahza Al-Mahdi, who is the Country Director, Center for International Private Enterprise, as well as the co-founder of the Sudanese American Physicians Association. We have Professor Musa Moshabela, who is from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and also the chair of the ASSAf Standing Committee on Health. And we have Professor Leslie London from the University of Cape Town. You're all very, very welcome. In the interest of time, I'm going to forego the biographies. Please look at them in the agenda documentation that you have. So just a few opening remarks. Lapses in social justice and human rights are most profound in humanitarian settings, and we heard a lot about humanitarian settings, although they may not have been identified as such throughout yesterday and today. So these are people that are displaced by war, by natural disasters, but also people that are suffering the poor socioeconomic determinants of health and wellness. And each one of our countries have informal settlements or slums or low-income housing. And this affects both the scientists as well as the science. If we bring in the SDGs, which is the global way of ensuring no one is left behind, then SDG 3 is the one that suffers the most when it comes to these types of settings. And from this diagram, you can see that without SDG 3, none of the other 16 SDGs are going to be achievable. So this requires innovation in health and social systems, policies, and programs, and this requires different kinds of research and science to be conducted. And I want to just briefly get us thinking about some of the research domains. So the first one is intervention research. This is usually developing or improving and testing the efficacy of new interventions. This type of research is undertaken in extremely controlled settings without too much of outside interference, and this is proof of concept. Then we have implementation research, and this solves implementation problems for proven interventions. And this type of research is really important when we think about different settings and context specificity. So how we would deal with something, how would we deal with implementing an intervention in a stable society or stable countries will be very different from displaced populations or areas of conflict. And implementation research has elements of health systems research, which is studying the problems of systems affecting the performance of a health or a social system as a whole. And then we also have operational research, which is solving operational problems of local health and social programs. So with those few introductory remarks, each one of my panelists is going to expand a little more on each one of them. One of the panelists has time constraints in terms of flights, so I'm going to let him go first. Professor Leslie London, please, over to you.
Thanks very much, and I hope that the presentation can be loaded. Okay. So you'll see that in my presentation, some of what I have to say relates to points made earlier by Prof. Maharaj, by Stephanie Burton and others. So I think it's fair to say that the right to health is now widely accepted globally. It wasn't initially. 1966, the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights framed the right to the highest attainable standard of health. Subsequently, the Alma Ata Declaration, about a decade later, described health as a right. In fact, health as a right and a duty, and that's gained great traction since then. And in our country, in South Africa, we have the right to access to healthcare services framed in our Bill of Rights, as do many other countries in the continent now, more recent constitutions including that. And the ability to realize that, to provide that constitutional backing has enabled civil society to realize rights in ways that weren't possible. So that's the Treatment Action Campaign, whose work around antiretroviral access in South Africa is so famous and luminous. But it's challenging to implement even now. So having a constitution, rights on paper, doesn't translate into rights in reality. And I would argue that both research and civil society pressure translates rights into reality. And of course, the right to health is not just healthcare. As we know in this country, cholera in the region, in fact, cholera illustrates so clearly how the determinants of health that was mentioned earlier are so important for the right to health. We have an epidemic of road-related carnage, which contributes to our quadruple burden of disease in South Africa, and lack of housing, overcrowding, etc. So the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights produced a General Comment 14, which many of you will know, which interprets the right to health as an inclusive right, extending not only to health services, but all those social determinants of health which we know about. So if we're talking about the role of science or academies or universities in realizing the right to health, we have to think about thinking about health broadly. And of course, science changes. Our views of what is okay and what's not okay changes. In the top left-hand corner, you'll see DDT being sprayed on beaches in the US. Kids running around on the beach. It was a wonderful chemical because it solved all kinds of problems. It got rid of all kinds of communicable diseases, but now we sit with the problem of persistence of DDT and its reproductive impact. And on the right-hand side, of course, doctors were used to market cigarettes at the time. And times have changed, and now we have better knowledge by hindsight. But it's for that reason that the South African piece of legislation on the environment actually incorporates the precautionary principle. And I think that's quite relevant for our scientific practice, because there are limits to science. What we thought was applicable 5 years ago changes, and the field of artificial intelligence is perhaps the most extreme example of how things change that rapidly. But it's been mentioned, and I really want to focus on this question of the right to enjoy the benefits of scientific progress, which is an article in the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights that has gotten relatively little attention. And I think COVID really exposed the issues for us so clearly. The right basically tries to balance the rights of the inventors to own the intellectual property and benefit from the intellectual property, but also ensure that the public benefits. And during COVID, we had this absolutely incredibly rapid expansion of science that produced vaccines in record time, that created the possibility of a completely different response to the epidemic. But we saw in practice that those who needed it didn't get it, and those who got it got too much of it for their own benefit. Canada stockpiled 5 times as much vaccine as was needed. So I think it illustrates the problem of equity, that our science is fantastic what we do, but unless we get it to the people who need it, we are failing to meet that right. I want to give you a slightly more on-the-ground example. This woman, let's call her Mrs. Z, she's a farmer, a small farmer in northern KwaZulu-Natal. On part of our research, we asked her what pesticides she was using. She's holding a container which contains a WHO Class 1 organophosphate pesticide. It's a very toxic pesticide, one of the most toxic ones, is methamidofos. She's got a container that's far too big for what she needs. She's a small farmer, and it's a concentrate in there, and it's very dangerous. And you can see the top of the container actually has a melted candle on the top. So she's been using that pesticide container as a candle stand in her lean-to in the field because she stays overnight when she works. And the point is, science could have benefited her. Science could have given her alternative ways to control the pests, could have created a system, evaluated a field extension service that could have given her information. Instead, she gets information from her peers, her farmers, who tell her, go to Pongola 200 kilometers away and go buy this thing because it works, and it certainly kills the pests, but it also kills people. So I think that's what we have to have in mind when we think about the benefits of scientific progress. So what does it mean for scientists and academies? Firstly, I think our science has to be oriented to benefit society, and particularly the most vulnerable. It has to balance IP protections with user access in ways that are fair. And we labor under a system of intellectual property protection that is primarily oriented towards protecting the profits of corporations. And I'll say that quite openly. It's fine for corporations to make profit, but it has to be balanced in a way that the public can benefit. And South Africa is sitting with outdated IP laws, and there's an intellectual property law that's been stalled, and it would change a lot to do with TB medications, all kinds of other technologies needed. So I think there's a role for academies to develop policy that is equitable. And of course, in the ethics arena, we talk about benefit sharing now, and that's part of the international treaties, but all that is highly politicized. I think also we have duties as citizens. We are scientists, but we're also citizens, and an accountable health system is one of that. And we had an excellent illustration of that during the AIDS denialism in our country, when scientists actually played a very important role in the court challenge to Mbeki's denialism. And I would also add, in the Life Esidimeni case, those of you who don't know, we had a long-term chronic mental health facility that was shut down virtually overnight by the health department, completely contrary to the clinicians' recommendations, the families' pleas, the evidence that was presented to the department. They did it for cost control. And I'm not sure of the final tally of deaths, but at least 77, I think it was over 100 people died, mostly from neglect. These were elderly patients with long-term mental illness who died of bed sores, of starvation, basically. So that's the inquest, but health professionals and scientists played an important role in exposing that, and I think that's also part of our duty. But science has to be valid in order to provide benefits, and I think there are threats from conflict of interest. Stephanie mentioned that. So here's an example. South Africa is introducing a sugar-sweetened beverage tax of 20%. There was intense public debate, heavy lobbying by industry. A research report came out called a stealth tax, not a health tax, and it opposed the ban. The Institute for Race Relations, of all people, engaged Treasury to drop the tax based on this report, and then it subsequently emerged that the report was funded by Coca-Cola, and the SSB tax was finally implemented at 10%. And another field that I'm involved in, electronic cigarettes, e-cigarettes, there was also a call from an individual in the newspapers saying that, you know, WHO should be supporting widespread dissemination of e-cigarettes. And they cited a paper published in the BMJ that found that cigarette vapor had less than 2% of the carcinogenic potential of cigarette smoke. But when you read the paper actually excluded nicotine. And what is e-cigarettes if not nicotine? Okay, and they excluded it because IHRN, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, has not developed a monograph on nicotine, so there wasn't data. So why the journal published this paper in the first place, I don't understand. But it was used in this sort of engagement in the public, the misuse of science. So I think we have to have science that is valid, and threats to validity are many, and one of them is this question of conflict of interest. And here's an example, a seminar being presented by the Foundation for Smoke-Free World, following the science. But the Foundation for Smoke-Free World is funded by Philip Morris tobacco company, and it basically has one agenda, which is to promote e-cigarettes. We did a study of schools of public health in terms of whether they would accept funding from corporates for non-communicable disease research, and surprisingly, quite a lot do. And it was basically because people are under pressure and there's limited state research funding. So that is a wicked problem that academies need to think about. And why does it matter? Well, we saw during COVID there was no shortage of fake science. Presidents adopting chloroquine, sanitation booths sprang up all over South Africa, completely without any evidence. So we've been involved in trying to build capacity to manage conflict of interest for science councils and for research ethics committees,
produced an online short course and a toolkit, and there's the URL. We launched it at the 100th anniversary of the East Africa Medical Journal in Mombasa last month. And I want to end just by talking about the challenges. So I think for the academies and universities, we have to promote a science policy system that enables everyone to enjoy the benefits of science. And in terms of knowledge production, that means fostering research into priority problems and systems to address health, build capacity for independent research that is protected, and that focus on the IP policy that balances that benefits for the inventor with the benefits for the public, so that the farmer in Pongola and in KwaZulu-Natal will get the benefits and be protected. And then in terms of knowledge translation, I think we have to ensure that those who need it get the knowledge. And I want to just end with a comment about these profit-oriented business models of science journals. Elsevier's profit during COVID was 2.49 billion. And we know what article processing fees do and how difficult it is to get published and what that means for developing country researchers and who's going to benefit from it. So I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And since you might have to leave before the end, I'm going to allow questions for clarity and perhaps 2 questions that are substantive. No takers? Go.
Please think about the housing issue that was reflected there, impacts and consequences.
Impacts on?
Housing, which were very clearly portrayed. What about them?
Thank you. And Jonathan, that's the second question from you. Those are your 2 questions, Leslie.
So the second question, is this on?
Why did the sleep not deal with the IP?
Yeah. I'll deal with that first. I don't know. That policy's been in the offing for a long time. Is this on? Yeah. Yes, it is. But it's been stuck. And I think the ministry, the trade and industry, has gotten cold feet. And civil society is pressing them. So if ASSAf wants to put a shoulder to the wheel to help get some movement there, I think it would be fantastic. Because it's stuck. It's really a problem. And it's not as if it's somebody else telling them what to do. It's their own policy. They're just not implementing it. Housing, homelessness. Well, you know, we should be directing our research to ameliorate that problem. I think you were asking about during COVID. Did you mention COVID? No. Or did I not hear correctly? No.
Actually, the health issues in housing and the impact of projects worldwide. Projects, you know, big, tall houses with about thousands of people staying there.
Well, yes, what can I say? Yes, we should be addressing that, and I think there's relatively little research done on that. And from a public health point of view, because I'm a public health practitioner, I think it is a priority area. Yeah.
And maybe I see 2 consensus studies going here in terms of housing and IP for ASSAf. Last question to the gentleman in the back.
Yeah. Would it be possible to have some positive stories and not just all negative? Can you give us some examples of maybe how life expectancy is increasing or Pan-African trends? For example, I'm from Belgium. I live in Belgium, but I'm Irish. It's one of the smallest countries in the world with the 2nd highest population density. But the life expectancy of a Wallonian is 6 years less than a Flemish speaker with the same hospital system. So it's very hard to explain that to people sometimes. Or we have a huge spike in autism in the immigrant population or the black population. It's 4 times more than in the white population with the same systems. Do you have any examples of South Africa where, for example, Putin has increased the life expectancy of a man in 20 years from 46 to 72 by stamping out alcohol and things like this? Negative like mad, we don't like a lot of the things he did, but how can you transform a health system to keep people living longer and not just have a postcode lottery from where you live for your expectations from the system?
Well, I mean, we have reduced AIDS mortality hugely with the biggest antiretroviral program in the world, and perinatal transmission is less than 1%, which is a huge achievement given where we were before. But
But I'd also like to say we have the capacity to produce vaccines for the region, but we're not being allowed to because of the sort of politics around that. And, you know, the region, there are many vaccine capacitated countries in Africa that could be producing vaccines. So I think those sort of things need to be unlocked to enable good stories to happen.
Thank you very much. Shazza, over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sabiha. Thank you for the network, for ASSAf, for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here. My name is Shazza Al-Mahdi, and I am from Sudan, born and raised. The main purpose behind me doing this presentation is actually doing some sort of connection between all the different perspectives you have been talking about during the last 2 days and an actual situation that is happening right now in Sudan, which is a conflict that started in April 15th. Sudan is just an interesting country. We have been going through a lot of things throughout the last 4 years. We've done a revolution that was historic in our time, ending 30 years dictatorship. We've done a transitional government that was good for a short period of time. Then we've had a coup after 1 year. And then we've had a conflict after 1.5 years. And I would say this current conflict is different than all other conflicts in Sudan that you've heard of, including the long one in Darfur. And I believe, unfortunately, all the signs are saying that we're actually witnessing another prolonged war that is happening. This is the 7th week. But I would say the damage that is happening in Sudan right now is beyond expectation. Just to put some sort of context, I don't know what I did. It's back? Okay. Yeah. So I was in Khartoum until the 23rd of April. So I witnessed 7 days of this war. And then I had to leave the country because it was not really suitable to stay with the kids. So I left by land because Khartoum was completely disconnected from the entire world. No flights, internet was blacked out, and no electricity, no water. And it was just a crazy situation in there in 7 days, only 7 days. And for those of you who do not know a lot about the history of this conflict, we've had a conflict between the Sudanese army and a paramilitary group. Both of them were part of the government. Both of them, they did the coup back in 2021. So both of them were like governmental, military and paramilitary group. So I will be primarily focusing on hospitals and health facilities and health staff, medical staff as well, because this is, I have a medical degree. I worked with several groups, including the Sudanese American Physician Associations, and we have been tracking some of these violations. So Khartoum is a 10 million population out of 40 millions, which is the populations of Sudan. So I would say like a quarter or even more than that are living in Khartoum. 80% or even more of the health facilities in Sudan are concentrated in Khartoum, just like any other developing countries, where in the capital you will see all health facilities, all civil kind of services, and all infrastructure. And Khartoum was the hottest spot for this war. This report refers to the 27th of May. It's like 10 days ago. We had 88 hospitals in the capital. A few of them only remained working. 17 hospitals in Khartoum were subject to direct bombing, and they were actually, in most of the cases, being evacuated and taken by different parties, whether the military or the RSF, the rebel support forces, to be a base for their operations. We have 18 doctors were killed in the last 7 weeks. Among them, a close colleague of mine. One of them came from the US two years ago to support building the health infrastructure in Khartoum. More than 900 professors and university lecturers were forced to move outside Sudan. And just to understand how disastrous it is, all universities in Khartoum are closed at this point. All schools are closed, and only a few hospitals are still functioning. This is Ibn Sina Hospital, and this is a direct airstrike that bombed the hospital back in April. I'm just going through a few pictures just to give you a sense on what's happening. And you know, Sudan is a developing country. The health infrastructure is already poor. It's lacking very basic kind of facilities, equipment, and other kind of supplies to operate in a perfect way. Adding to that, the conflict, the situation is even more catastrophic. This is East Nile Hospital. It has been taken by the Rapid Support Forces, and it was a base for their operations over the last 7 weeks. 2 weeks ago, the hospital was subject to direct bombing, airstrikes by MiGs from the Sudanese army. And at the time when the bombing happened, there were civilians who were actually patients staying at the hospital. So it wasn't just taken by the military. We've had civilians that's been treated at the hospital. Excuse me. This is Al Junaina Teaching Hospital, a hospital that was funded and supported by MSF. The hospital has been also taken by RSF. It has been subject to extensive looting, and it's not functioning anymore. This is a doctor pointing out to the airstrike at East Nile Hospital. This is like 1 kilometer away from where I used to live. And this is a Saha hospital. You will see, I took this photo from a video, a live video that has been posted online by one of the soldiers, showing how a maternity hospital has been taken by the soldiers. It's been evacuated, and they asked the doctors to treat the soldiers, preferring treating soldiers rather than treating regular civil citizens. So the citizens have been evacuated, and ASSAf hospital has been taken also by RSF. I would say RSF is controlling most of Khartoum city, which was a little bit surprising, because with all the money that was going towards the Sudanese army throughout the last 30 years, taking more than 80% of the Sudanese budget, the national budget, we thought it won't be difficult for the Sudanese army, excuse me, to win a war against the militia that is not governmental. But apparently, RSF is taking most of the city. This is our colleague, Dr. Bashir Naouf, who has been kidnapped and killed. And I will be very quick. This is one of our fellow intensive care specialists who has been killed. She remained in her house for 7 days. And then they managed to bury her in her garden because there was no way to move her anywhere. It's a failing health system, I would say. As I said, I mean, in Khartoum, it's hard to say that there is a place where you can go if you have an emergency situations. And there are active shooting every day. I will go very quickly in this. We know there is some sort of disparity. The war is affecting Western Darfur differently than it is affecting Khartoum. I mentioned Khartoum has a high density population, but in Darfur, we had 250 persons died in 2 days because of lack of access to health service. And as I'm talking to you right now, I always consider myself as a human rights defender. This segment of our physicians who have been speaking out about what's happening in Sudan have been actually subject to so much violations. I would like to mention, I'm going to just go very quickly in here, to mention our colleague, Ala Nugut, who has been, this interview has been done on May 23rd. And this is a surgeon. I will go very quickly in this. This is a surgeon, his name is Dr. Ala. He has been speaking on Al Jazeera English, on France 24, on other channels about the situation in Sudan and how it is affecting the health facilities and staffing. So what happened is that on the 27th, he has been arrested. Kidnapped and arrested. As I'm talking to you right now, nobody knows where he is. So the last slide that I have in here is actually referring to what Professor Peter was saying, what we can do, how to move forward. What I'm doing right now is just kind of giving you a live situation on what's happening in Sudan. This is a situation that needs some sort of action. I really appreciate IHRN in publishing a statement supporting Sudan, previously in 2019, and actually now bringing me in here to talk about the case of Sudan, the active conflict. This is really significant, and it means a lot for us in Sudan, but I think a lot of things need to be done. I did not add slides about the universities. Universities also have been taken by the different parties. Libraries have been destroyed. Museums have been destroyed. Khartoum at this point is just a ghost city. The question is, if this conflict escalated into other cities, is anything to be done to prevent further damage? I was talking to Rebecca and other team on what could be done to assess the current damage that's happening, removing an entire memory of science and academia from the city, and the city is the biggest city in Sudan. The number of professors and scholars who are fleeing the country right now, going to somewhere else. What could be done to support them? I put certain bullet points here. I will leave this to you, but I think there are lots of things could be done. I really appreciate what Professor Stephanie was saying earlier about the programs that are supporting refugees and scholars at risk. But I think Sudan, at this point, it needs assessment to figure out how much, what is the scale of the damage that's happening right now, and also to figure out what could be done in reality as a rapid response to the current situation to prevent further damage. I'll stop here, but I would be more than happy to further discuss the situation. Thank you.
I'm going to get Professor Moshabela to give his presentation, and then we'll take a round of questions. I'm overwhelmed by that last presentation.
Yeah, me too. I'm not sure if I can continue with my own presentation. So, colleagues, my name is Musa Moshabela from UKZN. I'm going to try and keep my presentation brief. I'm going to do maybe just 2 slides. Mine is about the South African health system, and on the slide that Sabia showed, I'm looking at the health system side of things. And it's about the fact that at the moment in South Africa, we have just passed the National Health Insurance Bill through a committee of parliament that oversees health. And the idea is to try and improve the coverage of health to ensure universal health coverage, and to also make sure that it's affordable, but at the same time to ensure that it's still of high quality. The problem is one that we have inherited with the history that we have in South Africa of 2 systems. On the left, you have a public health system that serves predominantly 84% of the population, and it also consumes about 43% of health funds in the country. And on the right, you've got the private medical health system, which serves about 16% of the population and consumes a similar amount to what we invest in the public sector. And in the middle, it's an area that has been bubbling and developing and is growing of people who are either taking part insurance or are paying out of pocket to receive private health care. And usually these are people who would go into private health care and then come out and go and continue in the public sector. Also, we have a system that has been very hospice-centric historically, and the idea is to try and decentralize it more out of hospitals into primary health care and in closer to where people are. In all of this, we tend to look at things from the health system side and the supply side of things. And even when you look at the legislation at the moment, it focuses a lot on setting up a fund and all of that. And what is lacking, in my view, is the perspective of the population. So this is just to say that the public health system, the main problem that we have is that of quality, and I'll come back to it, but I won't dwell too much on this. There are other problems, but the main one is of quality. Now, the group that I'm involved with, Margaret Crook and others at Harvard and several other countries, we're doing research on high quality health systems. And from the Lancet Global Health Commission report that we have, it states three things. One is that the healthcare system needs to provide services consistently. If it provides it some of the time, it's not enough. And it needs to also provide to respond to changing population needs. And we've had that. Even knowledge changes and needs change, we have to be able to respond to those. But I think for me, the thing that strikes me the most is that health systems need to be trusted by people. And in the context that we are in of mistrust, this really is important, I think. And we follow this framework. At the bottom is just to show you what we often call building blocks. It's the supply side. These are things that need to be in place. What we often don't talk about is what's at the top. And this is where health systems, we all agree that they are for people. The benefit is for people. And yesterday, when Jody Colopin was talking about the fact that we need to make sure that all this legislation, frameworks, constitution, all these good things that we have in South Africa, we need to make sure that they translate into benefit for people. But we don't talk enough about that actual benefit. And I think the panel is doing a good job in this session to show you the importance of translating those benefits. So we did a study towards the end of last year, and we had about 2,000 participants, and we essentially did a telephone survey across the country, and we wanted to get the perspective of the people. We call it the People's Voice Survey. We did it in a number of countries, but I'm just presenting the data from South Africa. And essentially what we are saying here is that you've got the public health system and the private health system, and the rating that people have for the health system is that the quality in the public health system is rated, the services are rated as poor or fair for the most part in the public health system, whereas in the private health system, people tend to be a lot happier with the healthcare system on that side. Now, with the NHI bill, essentially what they're trying to do is to make sure that we treat this whole system as one system. Yet you've got two different health systems that are perceived and experienced differently. And oftentimes the people that use the private sector are the people that are better off, more educated, have more money, compared to the ones that are using the public health system. This is, I think it's probably the most important slide if we are going to think about what we should be talking about going forward. The benefit that people get most from the private sector is that of technical quality. But on the public sector side, they get access. So if you now have, on the one hand, access, on the other hand, you've got quality. In an ideal health system, we want those things to be balanced. But right now, in our health system, they are not balanced. And the way we are approaching this in the country at the moment is that we are trying to put them all on a level playing field, and that's not going to work. What you would really want is to have a system whereby for quality, you can access it from private sector. For access, you can access it from the public sector. You can get it from the public sector. But this is really, for me, I think the challenge that we're going to face. These debates that we are having currently around issues of finances and profit and all of that, and purchasing and all of that, they're important. But I think from the population's perspective, this is what they are worried most about. We asked the question, and this is about engaging the population, as to assess the confidence that people have in the health system as to whether government considers the public of the opinion. In the whole study that we did in all the countries, we found that the most important predictor of people trusting the health system is whether government considers their opinions in transforming the health systems or reforming health systems. This was very important, and we looked at it comparing public and private sector. And you can see that there is no confidence, especially in the private sector, that there's consideration of public opinion, or also even in the public sector. And we're going to have to think going forward, if this is a driver of confidence in the system, trust of the system, trust of the healthcare system, how are we going to get people to participate in the reform more actively? Besides the fact that we've got a supply side of things that we need to take care of, we are going to have to think about how we take into account the opinions of the public in the design of the health system. For me, I will stop here and just say that I think that if we are going to reform the health system in South Africa and improve it, we're going to have to think about the evidence that we can draw into the debate that shifts the discussion not only from the interest of those people who in policy or the people that benefit from the private sector or the captains of the industry, but begin to shift it to the interest of the public itself and find a way of bringing in and elevating their voices into the debate. Thank you.
So we have some 20 minutes for Q&A, and I'll take 3 questions at a time. So you're welcome to raise your hands. Professor Johnson, any more takers? Any more questions? Thank you.
I have a whole lot of questions
All
for
right.
Motsa, but I'm going to have to do that because I have no idea where his optimism comes from, especially in the context of the outgoing Ombud, whom I don't like, but he's correct, that this system is not going to, no system is going to work with the kind of government we have at the moment, etc. So a rational approach to this, as opposed to a political approach, is just not going to work. But that's another story. I am deeply, deeply disturbed by what I heard about Sudan. And I think as Academies, certainly I'm going to be speaking to our council, to Imla and our council immediately after this, and to our colleague, because what the hell are we doing? I mean, our problems in South Africa, you know, are minuscule compared to the existential threat to the people of Sudan. When I was a graduate student in another country, I actually led the filling up of a plane in San Francisco to take medicine, medical supplies, and food to Sudan. And still today. Then it was the famine. Today, we still have the problem. So I'm under no illusions that this is not going to be easy, but I think we would be remiss as a meeting if we didn't talk about what we are going to do. I appreciate that the network seems to have done something, but I mean, it would be unconscionable for us, you know, to certainly for the Academy of Science of South Africa, not to think about what we are going to do in support of our colleagues there, because as you saw in the analysis, the presentation, there are very direct issues here related to the professoriate, related to academic hospitals, related to the conduct of research and so on and so forth. And so on. So I just want to say that we whether it's now or later this evening, we're going to have to think, under the guidance of our colleague, obviously, about how we're going to respond, because this is just unacceptable.
I agree, Jonathan. We pledge our support as ASSAf to do something about this. Please, yes.
Yeah, well, it goes in the same direction. We will all like to help. We don't know how. And I think that you are the right person to lead us, because sometimes from far away, as we come from Mexico, we don't even know to whom we should contact, what we can do. But we are a very solidar country, and if you give us some information, we would certainly try to do something to help. So that's one thing I wanted to tell you. Through the network, we can get that information. And then I would like to ask you all about Doctors Without Borders, because I do think they are doing a very good job. Of course, they cannot go in the middle of the war, because that's almost impossible. But the son of a friend of mine is in Doctors Without Borders, and he has just been in Sudan, in North Sudan, for a while. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think about these international doctors that go around the world while doing good? But what do you think about that?
Okay, please go ahead and answer.
Yeah,
that too.
thank you. I appreciate Professor Jonathan and Professor Julia. I really appreciate your sympathy and willingness to take action. And I think, yes, it's time to take action before it's too late. And sadly, MSF suspended its activities in Sudan last month because of the looting. Their different offices were subject to massive looting, and most of their international staff, actually this is not MSF, CAR, Oxfam, all other international organizations, their international staff have been evacuated outside Sudan. Their local staff have been evacuated within Sudan. We've had, since the onset of this conflict, we've had 1.5 million who have been displaced outside Khartoum. And I'm just talking about Khartoum, but I know it's been extending now to Port Sudan and Darfur. So the thing is that this can rapidly be turning into a civil war at any point. When we all know the ethnic division within the country, the one that has taken South Sudan at a certain point, and it could take Nuba Mountain or Darfur or Eastern Sudan at any point. As I'm talking to you right now, I think the concern is about what could be done rapidly. I think if we manage to do some sort of straightforward actions that could be taken by those who are capable to do that, because I know not everyone has the flexibility and ability, even though they might have the willing to do that. But sometimes we just get controlled by so much progress around the work that we do. But for those who can intervene rapidly, and I think the protection of those scholars, I've seen some photos for professors who are more than 8 years old taking a bus trying to secure themselves outside Khartoum. As I said, the assessment of the damage, the advocacy campaign, and straightforward putting the protection of scholars, scientists, and professors as part of the negotiation that is happening right now in Jeddah. I think this is really important. And this is a straightforward point. If both parties agreed on this as part of the other items that they are negotiating on, including the truth for humanitarian assistance or safe corridors to provide humanitarian assistance to Khartoum's citizens, I think it's important to bring in another dimension to that negotiations, which is protecting universities, health facilities, and medical and scholars and scientists. I think both parties should be taken liable to any kind of violations that might happen. And this might just create some sort of mechanism of accountability to both fighting parties. And this is something could happen right now because we know US government and Saudi government are mediating in the negotiations between the two parties in Jeddah right now. So this is just like a straightforward point that could be taken by those who can advocate for that. I'll stop here, but I would be more than happy to answer any other questions.
Mosa, do you want to respond to anything?
No, I'm here for moral support. I think for me, the thing that we probably need to think about is also thinking about the immediate response, but immediately after that, what happens, the recovery period. I feel like a lot of the resilience that the people have can help them pull through the acute phase, but the sort of the sort of post-recovery, that's going to be the challenge, and we have to start thinking about planning for that now as well.
And, I agree with you. One of the major issues we've had in all universities, including University of Khartoum, which is the biggest one, 120 years old university, is the digitalization. If we've had that library and everything digitalized, I think the loss would be less painful, right? But unfortunately, this process hasn't been completed. I know they started working on that, but in support of the British Council in Sudan, but it has never been completed. Other universities, the museum itself, if you've seen the videos of those soldiers getting into the museum with very, very precious mummies and things like that, opening them and dealing with them just like nothing, you'll feel really sad because this is just the history of an entire nation at risk. So I'm just saying it's really a work that if not the scientists, the community of the scientists and scholars are paying attention to, then no one else will do. And I'm saying that right now, there is some sort of documentations, collecting evidences of violations, but mainly for human rights violations. Mainly for those activists who have been arrested, for those who have been killed, what kind of violations you've done here and there. But the kind of dimension